365 days, 24/7, and striving for looking at that needle and in the haystack, it's not easy. So having said that, the people process technology is a key foundation, fundamental of for the security operations. And then the other biggest consideration that we need to think about is the visibility. So when you look at the visibility, unless if you can't see, you can't protect. You can't protect what you can't see, simply. I mean, so the visibility matters a lot here. I mean, so when you look at the whole thing, it's invisible and then intangible. And how do you put everything once you have the people, process, and technology, the strategic mindset, and then once you are in that mindset, then you have to look at how you bring into the visibility factors. So the visibility number one is, give me a second. Yeah. So according to Gartner, 2019, the visibility factors is based on 3 major areas. So earlier, when you look at the classical security operations way back, when you look at 10 years ago, in that range, we looked at all the logs collections, and then you put it a correlation, and then you aggregate it in a way that you make the context out of it. So that is one way of looking at. And after that, a whole bunch of notions went into a play. Okay, how about getting into the endpoint visibility? What endpoint visibility means, and how we could get once the endpoint visibility comes into play, how to remediate and then respond to those kind of a thing. And then there's another notion is, okay, network one. So there was a story that when I was presenting a case of how do you looking at the visibility, and particularly one of the organizations, they said, okay, no, I mean, we need only the EDR perspective, not anymore or SIM perspective or anything else. So I think the notion is, if you wanted to have a correct visibility across your organization, you need to have the endpoint detection and response. That means endpoint detection and endpoint visibility is number one. And then you need to have a network one. So unless and otherwise you have the network data, literally PCAPs, PCAP data, and then you put everything in together. And then how do you put a correlation and the log? Because without the logs, you will have the gaps of your visibility. So this is what we have seen. I mean, so for the printer or for the router, you can't put the agent. So is there any way that we could get those visibility? The holistic visibility is much, much, much important for us if you wanted to defend. So putting everything together and doing security orchestration or the automation part is generally a modern approach for the visibility factors and managing it. So let's talk about the technologies. So the number one technology that we can think of for the network detection, and the open source one, is undoubtedly Security Onion. Of course, someone can argue they can put Zeek or a former Bro, Snort, and Stenographer and Stalker likewise. But the best part of the Security Onion is you can gather all the data, and then you can even ingest later if you want it, and then you can directly inline the Tapit and put it the Security Onion, and then you can segregate the protocol-wise and looking at how you could see the bad things. So if you wanted to develop your own rules, YAML or let's say Yara, it can be done very easily. And then even you can go for about threat hunting using the Security Onion. So the number one go-to-market tool is simply the biggest one is the Security Onion. So the other one, endpoint, do we have an EDR? Most of the organization, yes, we do have EDR, but let's say someone doesn't have the EDR, but they have antivirus, how you could go about it? And the Velociraptor is open source EDR. hands down, that is one of the best that we have seen. And okay, if it's too complex, even you can, let's say, forget about the remediation part or the response part. If you want to understand your process and the creation and the metadata, you can go about with the Sysmon as well. But Velociraptor triad, it's really cool. And then what about the log collections? And yes, the go-to technology for open source is Waza, and some of the people call Wazoo, but the developers call Waza. And then Osim is from AT&T and SoftVLK by Sans. So these are the major technologies. So in terms of the network, we are covering through a security onion. In terms of the endpoint, we are covering through Velociraptor. And if it is the log collection, you can cover it with Waza. And so let's talk about how do we go about once you have the network data and once you have the log data, once you have the endpoint detection, do you think that it will give you a visibility? And so the best way is using a MITRE ATT&CK navigator. So what does MITRE ATT&CK navigator means here? So MITRE ATT&CK navigator is specifically a tactical driven framework by looking at each and every segmentation of the attack lifecycle. Say, for example, here, if you wanted to have a reconnaissance level of detections, there are ways. And then initial access and the execution, each rectangle cover a tactical part. For example, initial access can be taken by phishing. So what are the phishing? Is it attachment or sphere phishing? Likewise, so each and every rectangle is a technique the bad guys are using, and then it has a number, T1053, T018. So what we try to do is here, we will put all these data that we looked at and mapping it out to a MITRE framework, try to understand whether do we cover, at least do we have a visibility based on the details that we have or the sources we have. So how do we do? Again, we can go to a detect, it's an open source tool, and you will add the data sources. For example, let's add the data sources of network traffic. So you go about it and then you just put the network traffic, and then let's add about another data source of process creations. Process creation, how do you get the process creation from the workstation? You can easily get the process creation using a Sysmon or the Velociraptor. And so once you have that details, and we will add that detail. And then let's say someone is requesting Active Directory credentials. So how do we get that? You can get it from Windows event logs. And then if it is an application log, still you can get the application log through our SIEM. So once you have these three particular data or four particular data, depending on the organization to organization, we will be able to get this data sources properly interpreted to a MITRE framework and try to understand whether do we cover our backs with these particular data. So that is what this exercise is all about. And so the YAML file comes in, it's just a matter of converting it to the JSON. And then you go back to the MITRE framework and open that file. We upload that data and to see whether we are covered with our backs based on what we see. Yes, here see. The biggest thing that we can see is all this purple color rectangle to mean that these are covered techniques. That means, for example, let's say the biggest thing that I would really like to see is the lateral movements. So once the bad guy is in, we will be able to understand whether how they will be moving around for laterally for your crown jewels. So each and every colored rectangle means, of course, you have the data sources just to have the visibility. Does it guarantee that you can have the visibility end of the day? No, not yet, not yet. But what we can see is the proper data sources. You have those data sources in place in your organization just to make sure that you wanted to have the visibility to see whether those things are covered. So this is one of the major exercise that you have to do in terms of once you find out your technology stack. Once you have the technology stacks done, go back and go with the MITRE framework and get these data sources and try to understand whether do you have enough data sources to cover your organizational visibility. Once you have that, you set it up everything right now. That means you have the people, process, and technology stack is done correctly. And we will talk about the people later, again, the process. And so once you pick the technologies, you put the technologies in place and you understand what are the data sources that you need. Those data sources are being taken into consideration. And now the matter of whether do I have a real visibility based on what we have. So it's a pace of adversary simulation and use cases development. So here, what we are trying to talk about is adversary simulation. So in this example, we took it APT 32 and 39, a little bit similar. Most of the time, these two groups, what they do is they take, especially they attack like a ticket granting ticket, TGT forge. That means basically Windows using a Kerberos authentication mechanism. And that mechanism can be abused to get them into a laterally high privilege and workaround. So what we have done to your left side is simulating that one, and to your right side, we are looking at detecting that one. Here we go, we ran the attack and then we detected it. And when you look at that one, specifically, we can find out, okay, that means you have the correct data sources. Now you have the correct visibility for one particular tactics of Kerberoasting or the abusing of the Kerberos ticketing system just to get the laterally move across that particular one. We will take another example here. We will take, let's say, password credential dumping. So we call credential dumping. The biggest technique what we see is when you have the credential dumping techniques are being used, most of the time use cases are not covered. So again, you go back to your adversary simulation and then you run that particular attack and try to figure it out whether in your visibility factors, VASA or endpoint, can they detect that one? So this is the attempt that we try to do that. So this is something quite useful when you go for security mature curve of your organization. Try to understand what exactly you can see. So let's talk about the stack of technologies here, what we have used, and how you could use it in your organization. So here, what we have used for adversary simulation is atomic red team. That is the most easiest way that you will be able to use the adversary simulation. So when you say adversary simulation, you don't need to know, okay, my attacking team is adversary APT 21 or 32 or Stone Panda, likewise. But what you can do is, based on the atomic red team, take a MITRE framework and try to out what are the attacks that you feel your organization need to understand, and whether my organization, once we have this technology stack, and in the do we have the correct visibility? So the best options are for the adversary simulation is atomic red team and then the Caldera. And so this is something that we have seen again over a few years. There is a movement for this sort of adversary simulations, and unless and otherwise, people are really worrying about the adversaries who are surrounding that particular the sector. And if it is a finance sector, you have to look after actually APT 41 and then likewise. So this adversary simulation is gaining traction in the worldwide market because it's something that you can pay to do it. And in the meantime, if you have this Atomic Red Team or Caldera, just spend research time on that, and you will be able to come up with a really good scenarios. And then you can see the simulate in that one, whether your blue team members are really able to identify that one. So the data source analysis, we have used a MITRE ATT&CK Navigator. So that is something cool, de facto standard, I would say. And then once you have that, you need to see whether those data sources are well enough to identify those. You can use a detect. And going further, once you have these two things in place, the biggest thing comes into play. You have right now understood the people and process technology part. And then out of that technology, we started moving around the technology and bringing the technology pieces into our stack. And then we looked at whether those data sources are available, and then is it enough? And then we looked at the visibility. And once you start doing that, the biggest challenge that you will face is how do you go about it? I mean, I have different data sources and I have different SIMs and I have OSIM, I have WASA and everything. How can I manage everything together? I mean, I have only limited people. This is where the cool kid come onto the block. I mean, the Hive project, this is out of all our researchers that we have found. It's a purpose-built case management system specifically designed for incident response and incident management. So this is something really cool. And so in Hive, you have three different parts. Actually, the Cortex and then the Hive is two different product actually. And then the MISP itself. So the Hive itself is, as I told, a case management platform. At the core of the Hive, the collaboration is the biggest thing. Let's say you have 3 analysts and need to work on a case, and then you have one analyst to be done for malware reversing, the other analyst has to do enrichment of the hash files, and then the other analyst has to do the file monitoring or anything of that sort, or domain investigation. How do they collaborate in a single platform? That is number one challenge that you will face. Number two challenge you will face is if you have a different data sources, and how do you put all the data sources? Yeah, one way is you can put it in the SIM, but if you have multiple SIM, and how do you go about it? And so the Hive is a platform that you have to go for it. And it's the investigation part is every investigation correspondent to a case. So cases, you can build cases. Cases can be built manually or ingest through, or even SIM alerts can be built as a cases. So in cases, you can break down the task. I'll show you in my next slide. And the second thing is a Cortex. Cortex is an enrichment engine. So the Hive is developed by French, I would say French CERT team, former French CERT team. So the entire platform is 2 parts actually. The Cortex is the enrichment engine, and it has analyzers and responders. What do we mean by analyzers and responses? I'll come to on the next slide to show what exactly analyzers and responders mean. And then you have a MISP. MISP is an open source threat intelligence platform where you will be able to get the intelligence out of that, as well as you will be able to share your intelligence with the community. So this is one of the largest projects, European Union funded project, and it's quite getting traction right now. And I have seen most of the Southeast Asian companies are started using the MISP aggressively. So when you look at the holistic view of, yes, I can. Yeah, so the holistic view of how we're looking at this entire case management, and where analysts will see a single pane of dashboard, the Hive is the core one. And Hive will be able to take the SIM alerts or the intelligence providers details, as well as the custom feeders. And that is the way you should go about it. And then once you have the Hive, and you can enrich through the cortex. Cortex, as I told, there are two paths. One is analyzer and the other one is a responder. How do you go about the analyzing means? Let's say you have a set of tasks to be completed and enrich the data. What do you mean by enrich? You need to make sure you make sense out of what the classical raw data means. Let's say if it is IP address, whether this IP address has a particularly bad history, or is this particular domain has a bad history, or this particular binary, does it has anything malicious intent? So you can go back to like a sandboxing, Cuckoo or Joy sandboxing, and then you can basically enrich that one and go back to a cortex. And so those are the analyzers. So the good thing is you can integrate multiple intelligence directly to a cortex. And so that is something that we have seen. It's really cool when you do whole bunch of investigation and whole bunch of mass scale of automation. This is something that it's completely good. I mean, let's say if you want a hash value, you can go back and integrate with VirusTotal. And if you want the domain history, and you can, if you have the subscription for the domain tools, of course, you will be able to get a clear data about the domain, that domain has been how long and what are the changes it's took place and what sort of interesting data. And then if you have your own Yara tool, yes, you will be able to integrate that one as well. And then once you have that, you can instruct Cortex to do a response. How do you do the response? And proxy blacklist, or this the mail triggering, or the SIEM action, or anything that nature. Even we can ask, okay, directly send the message to the EDR to cover it up. So this is the biggest thing that you need in terms of security, strategizing security monitoring, because unless and otherwise your intrusion analyst or the cybersecurity analyst you have has a capability of looking at what exactly, and then the collaborating each other, it will be really difficult. So the general norm is when you are looking at a different dashboard, and the collaboration takes a long time. And so this is a particular way of you can easily go about it. And so, give me a second. Sorry about that. So this is a Hive. And in Hive, as I told, every investigation corresponded to a case. A case in this example, a case is exfiltration. That means someone is exfiltrating the data out, and then you can have your own basic informations, and you can add additional information, any additional information right now. And then you can go back and say, okay, I have an analyst that he doesn't know really the incident chain of how do investigation. So you can, or the supervisor can assign the task. So here there are 7 tasks, and then you will be able to break it down for individual analysts, or you can just go about it with the one analyst. So once they started investigating every task, and then they will be closing those tasks and enriching the data, and then declaring the TTPs and declaring observables. And then, so this is the beauty of the Hive. So the other major important thing is, once you have all those things, the biggest challenge again comes into play is fatigue issue of the users, or the fatigue issues of the analysts. I mean, it's a 24/7 operations, and then even looking at the dashboard for more than 8 hours is not practical at all. So you need to make sure that they are doing some really strategizing work, or rather they do a job with more enthusiastic, and then they can't miss out any single alarm. So the biggest problem when you start running a security operation properly is a fatigue issue, and then the security analyst. So the best way of workflow automation and is NI10. And undoubtedly, so far, what we have looked at, the research that we have carried out for long, NI10 is good, and unless and otherwise you have your own automation platform developed. So the workflow automation is something that you will have to think. Say, for example, the analysts are new and they don't know much about that, and then retention of the analyst is your key major priority. And once you do those kind of things, how you go about it. And so those are the major concerns that you need to face it. And so here I have given an example. So let's say you wanted to open up a case. As soon as a phishing mail hits your dashboard so these things can be automated through workflow automation. And so the phishing mail or anything of that nature, even triggering out EDR response and creating the hash value and going back and forth and understanding. So the automation piece is something really cool. And then spend more time on that, and then that is something really, really, really worth in a long run. And then the last piece of this are key takeaways out of this presentation. Number one, remember people, process, technology. People, process, technology may play a major role. Unless and otherwise, don't assume always you might need a Lamborghini. If you want a Lamborghini, you need to make sure that your team is ready for that. I have seen over and over again, people are going for really, really good technologies, but the team, the skill up of that particular technology is not there. I mean, every country that I have been and then looking at the customer's pain point, this is the biggest problem. And so the people, process, technology has to match, and then that is the correct combination. Second biggest important thing is you can't protect what you can't see. So simple as that. I mean, unless and otherwise you have the visibility, you can't do anything about it. And then you have the technology pieces. And once you have the technology pieces, find it and then try to automate. So I'll just tell you one single story. When I started my career way back in 1999, the first thing that I was appointed to work with one of the largest virus lab in the world. At that time, I was asking, I was told actually, they get the malware samples per day is about 25,000 to 30,000. And recently, last year, I managed to have a chat with one of the CTOs for the virus lab. He said that figure is 5 million. And so they are expecting 10 to the power 15. And so that is the plethora of information, and that is plethora of malware samples. Of course, there is a automation has to happen at any given time. So of course, virus labs, they have automation platform, but I'm saying that even at the organizational level, there will be a situation that you can't cope up with your alarms or the detections or anything. It may be false positive, and once you have the mature curve, false positive will go down, I understand, but there is a situation that true positive will come. And then unless and otherwise you have a 30, 40 team members dedicated for security monitoring, it will be impossible. So the automation piece is a key. And saying that, yeah, I think so these are the resource links that once we share the presentation, you all can take it up and have a note, and yeah, question and answer.
Thank you so much for that lovely talk, Looks like we don't have any questions. Let me cross-check again on our Facebook or YouTube. No, we don't. Shehan, I like one thing that you said, which is you can't protect what you can't see.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
this is very true. And I think, but this is what we need to look at, right? And sometimes we are not it's invisible. That's purely because you can't see, right? So it's been a great session, Shehan, and I think this has certainly given a lot of insight for people who are thinking about open source and activities. So thank you so much for coming on board with your busy schedule and enlightening us on this topic. Thank you so much, Shehan, once again. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right. So with that, Nilushi, we have another interesting topic ahead.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. We've all been waiting for this, I would say. You can be a CISO or a CEO, or you want to listen to this. Seriously, you want to listen to this. So it's demystifying CEOs and business executive. Now, I don't want to say much about it, but we know what people go through in this industry. We know what CISOs go through, what security departments go through to get their budgets approved. This has been the most challenging thing because when you don't have people above you who understand the importance of security, this has been an issue. Making them understand is that we see on a daily basis. Having said that, we want to see what the experts say. We want to listen to them.
We have big business executives, CEOs, CIOs on board with us today.
I mean, we cannot find better people than this to talk us through because they've been there. And so let's welcome Micah and Google.
So Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka, Madhu is the Chief Vice President and the Global Chief Information Officer at Virtusa. He represents the IT industry on boards of several leading institutes, as well as he also serves as an advisor to a number of industry chambers on export strategy. He's also a non-executive director at National Bank, and he's a director at Sri Lanka CERT as well as ICTA. Madhu holds a bachelor's degree in software engineering from City University of London and an MBA from the Postgraduate Institute of Management Sri Lanka. Madhu was recognized as the fourth leading CIO and technology leader in the Asia Pacific. On that note, Darren.
And I think we should be certainly proud to have him on our board.
Definitely, Mike.
And I think someone who understands security. So that's a big push for us. So thank you, Madhu. We welcome you warmly. And also, let me also take a moment to welcome Kugan Pulatungan. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Cybers Private Limited. So Kugan is a very experienced CISO, over 20 years of international experience in developing, leading many cybersecurity and information security programs.
Not just information security, but ICTA in general. He's a veteran in the ICTA industry who's moved on to the line of security now.
Certainly, Niluchi. Kugan is currently, he's a CEO of Cybers, a niche cybersecurity consulting service company, which was co-founded in 2020. So it's probably somewhat a startup. Joining Cybers, Kugan held various leadership roles in Standard Chartered Bank and Virtusa.
Just to name a few.
Okay, that's interesting. So that means been reporting to Madhu. Right. Kugan is currently an advisory board member of Cyber Reason, Boston-based cybersecurity company specializing in endpoint detection and response software, and Easy Council International Advisory Board.
The CISO certification, and that's
interesting.
Important.
And Kugan has included in hot topics like Global CISO 100 list for the year 2020. This is very interesting. And so we've got two prominent speakers here. And I think they're just in the process of getting onto the platforms. Okay. So let's wait with...
let's give them a few minutes to settle down. And let's start our session.
But let's remind... Yes, certainly. But let's also... of the sessions for today. So right after this, we've got... what do we have? That's day 4. Yeah, we've got... Seriously, we've got interesting session right after this. Someone to talk about...
Dr. Primal.
Yeah, on security vulnerabilities. Because we've seen issues not being identified. Detect, to have expert, so we call them sometimes smartphones they have, but they want professional researchers to figure out the vulnerabilities to be reported.
The thing is that when you talk about security vulnerabilities, companies generally view it as a liability, but that is not the case. It's a case of perception here. We need to see as to how we can turn around vulnerabilities, how we can address them, and maybe use it to our advantage. So it's all about perception, and this is what Dr. Primal is here to talk about.
So right after that, we've got another panel discussion, and that's going to be in Sinhala, right? So the medium is going to be Sinhala, and it's about surviving the pandemic, what people have inspectors and people from various industry to talk on that.
It's very, very interesting. It's a very, very interesting topic.
I'm looking forward to as well. So we have, so this is about COVID-19 challenges, new cybersecurity problems faced by companies and the way forward. It's about what you face and what your solution is. It's not just about identifying, but that is what, with loads of experience, Ravi Pandey. And let's just quickly check if Madhu has joined.
Not yet, Thailand. Why don't we take this opportunity to thank our sponsors?
Certainly. So let's not forget our sponsors for making this possible. So
we have SLT Mobitel on board.
Yes.
Ravi, IC Squared,
Daily FT, Articulate, Cyber Rangers, Cisco Academy, and Delta Spike.
Yes.
Everyone. So thank you everyone for coming on board and making this possible. And Nilushi, let me also say this now. People might do, why are we doing this conference every year? What is it? What understand that security has become a fundamental thing,
it's
regardless.
Parcel of our daily lives.
Nice way of putting it. Doesn't regardless of your sector, right? It has just become so important. You can have an amazing product out there. You can be so innovative, but if your product is not secure by design, or if your product does not provide sufficient security or protection, I don't think you can survive in today's market.
And Darren, just to add to that, it's not just products and services that we are talking about. We're not targeting businesses, governments, corporates, but individuals too, because it's very important as individuals that you take enough precautions, you have safety measures in place to safeguard yourselves. And then this can be extended to the businesses you work in, the corporates you work in, even in the government sector. So it all begins with you. That's one thing I'd like to stress.
You know what reminds me is that I always talk about this sort of awareness to general public. What we have seen is that now what we follow in an offline world, if you have to follow that on the online world, we'll be protected. I want to give, I know I may sound silly, but I think this is really important to our constituents, people who do not come from the background of security. Let's say now, for example, you have all your documents, deed in your house. So it's all protected in a cupboard, right? You open up and you close it. Why? You know that needs to be protected.
Keep it secure.
But let's think about the online world. We go to a communication, right? And we sometimes do banking transaction, right? We log into our emails, but we forget to log out, Nilushi. I have seen on sessions when I have done awareness sessions in different places, when people try and log into the Gmail, it's already logged in, right? Government offices, people working at private firms. So this is a mistake. Why? So why do we take the different? It's the same thing. If your physical documents are everything that you did on your day-to-day activities is being recorded. Someone just going through an email will be able to understand who you are, what you do, and you can just find out about a person, right? And your secrets, and you may have so much of business contracts. There's so much of communication. So this gives an opportunity for someone else to take advantage of that. So, and I think as individual, it's important that we take precautions, and this is what we are trying to do.
I would say prevention is better than cure, right?
Certainly,
so
certainly.
Be proactive and take the necessary steps to safeguard ourselves quite early before we actually encounter a situation.
And also, Nilushi, let security not be an afterthought.
Definitely.
Right.
And this is what Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka and
certainly
to talk about today.
I want to listen to them. I want to see what they say, right?
Right. Darling, with that, I think our speakers are encountering a few technical issues. That's the message I get from our technical team. So what we'll do is we'll go for a 5-minute refresher.
Certainly,
hopefully.
I need a cup of
And-
coffee. So let's
Absolutely.
grab a cup of coffee, guys.
And we'll see you.
Get yourself ready. Let's be comfortable and listen to both the speakers. Thank you. Let's
Thank
connect
you.
in another 5 minutes. Thank you. Once again, welcome back to the second session of the day. And Nilushi, as we said, we're having an interesting talk ahead. So we've got two prominent speakers.
And they're going
They
to
don't
talk
need
about
no introduction to themselves because they're well-known people in their own field, strategizing on onboarding security. Oh, sorry, beg your
So
pardon.
it's all about demystifying cyber for CEOs and business executives. And we've got Sri Lanka's topmost executives here who's joined us. And we've got two speakers are also top executives, not just in Sri Lanka, but they've been recognized. One of them have been recognized as a technology leader in the Asia Pacific, one of the best. So without further ado, Daran, shall we go
Yes.
ahead? So we have Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka. Mr. Madhu Ratnayaka is the Executive Vice President and the Global Chief Information Officer at Virtusa. He represents the IT industry on the boards of several leading universities and serves as an advisor to a number of industry chambers on export strategy. He's also a non-executive independent director of Hatton National Bank. He's also a director of Sri Lanka CERT and ICTA. Madhu holds a bachelor's in software engineering from City University of London and an MBA from the Postgraduate Institute of Management Sri Lanka. Madhu, as I said before, was recognized as the fourth leading CIO, the technology leader in the Asia Pacific region. On that note, Daran.
And I think we are certainly proud of him to have him on our board as well. So with that, let's move on to our next speaker, Kugan Kulatungan. So he's a Chief Executive Officer, Cybers Private Limited. He's a very experienced CISO, 20 years with international experience in developing leading cybersecurity and information security programs among multinational corporations, including financial sectors, technology industries.
Even though we only mention information and cybersecurity, Dalan, he is a veteran in the ICT industry before he moved on to information security. So, Mr. Kugan, we are very happy to have you on board.
And Kugan is currently the CEO of Cybers, a niche cybersecurity consulting service,
which was co-founded in 2020.
And prior to joining Cybers, Kugan had various leadership roles in Standard Chartered and Virtusa. Kugan is currently an advisory board member for CyberReason, a Boston-based cybersecurity company specializing in endpoints detection and response software, and Easy Counsel International Advisory Board for CISO certification. That's more important. And also, Kugan was included in Hot Topics Global CISO 100 list for the last 2020. That's interesting, and congratulations, Kugan. So with that, and without any further ado, let's welcome both on stage. Thank you.
Great.
Over to
Great to be thanks for that kind introduction, Alan and team. And what we want to do today is to really give you a more business perspective of cybersecurity. And Kugan and I will, take turns in doing that. We'll get a bit of context setting, and then Kugan will go into more of the details. Kugan, you're getting the slides up, right?
Yep.
So while Kugan is getting the slides up, let me give you the agenda that we want to cover today, right? And I think we had many sessions over largely focus on the technologists in cyberspace. What we want to do is to really address the more executives and business executives and CXOs who are charged with cyber responsibility, but probably haven't dwelled enough to understand what that is and what exactly that responsibility is and what do they have to do to protect their businesses. So this is for that audience, and even for cybersecurity professionals, it's probably how you can present some of this information into your boards and your senior executives so you can get alignment. So if you want to move on to so this is what we're going to cover. Why do we need cybersecurity? What is the need for it? Why are we all worried about this thing? What is it? What is cybersecurity in a very business terms? How does the attacks work? Why do they attack these businesses? And and then leave you with some thoughts as a business leader. How do you go about addressing this cyber risk in your business, right? What can you do to make sure that your company has a good strategy and a good team to execute, and what kind of questions you should be asking, and give you a broader perspective, right? So you can go back and more intelligently address the cybersecurity issues in your company. And most around the world, most countries now, cybersecurity is becoming a board topic, right? So board members are responsible for cybersecurity, and in most places they're not. They don't have the understanding or the wherewithal to really drive that, right? So our hope is that we'll give you some background, maybe enough to be dangerous with your IT and CISO guys, so that you understand what this is about, right? So moving on, just to give you a bit of threat landscape, right? Or what's going on in the breach, right? Why are we worried about cyber? Is really largely because there's so many breaches going on, right? If you look at this graph here on the left side, it shows you timeline from 2004 to 2020, right? What you can see, there's clearly a significant increase in attacks over time, right? And the bubble shows the kind of size of the attack, and the position just shows where in timeline. And you can see it's an exponential growth, right? If you now here on the left side, you see zoom into what's happening in the recent few years, you can see almost some of the key players like Facebook, Twitter in India, Aadhaar, Marriott, some well-known Microsoft and ExxonMobil, many companies which are at the leading edge in their businesses are getting attacked, right? So what's going on, right? If Facebook get attacked, if Twitter can get attacked, and Microsoft can get attacked, what is really going on, right? And why is it so important? And that's what we're trying to talk about, right? If you now even come closer to last couple of months, give you some headlines, right, in the news, you can see as of last 2 days ago, right, hundreds of US network targeted by Russian attacks, says Microsoft, and Olympus suffered a second attack that disrupted operation in America. And you can see, there's many T-Mobile in the last few days or last few weeks. And that's kind of every day you look at, you'll find an attack going on, right? So attack has now become almost a daily occurrence in headlines. And at the same time, you see that countries are getting more, the governments are getting more focus around that. You can see US president calling for national focus around cyber collaboration among tech companies, and companies like Microsoft, Google coming forward and saying they'll work with governments, pledging as big as $30 billion to address this cybercrime issue. So there's a lot of collaboration, government and industries getting together. At the same time, you'll also see the cyber law is getting increased, especially around data privacy and data protection. You can see in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, in India, everywhere the law is getting tightened, right? So the lawmakers and regulators are expecting more from business leaders to protect, especially consumer information. If you are managing and handling consumer information, you are now legally liable to protect them, right? And so if you really look at what's going on, you put all these things together. If you move to the next slide, Kogan. So we are really in a situation where your digital footprint is accelerating. In other words, that you're putting more of your business on the cloud and on digital ways, because you want to reach more businesses, right? A bit more consumers and more businesses, especially driven by COVID. Now everybody is accelerating into go digital. If you look at your banks, if your supermarkets, if your any other service that your education, you can name it. Most companies have dramatically changed their service delivery to digital in the especially last couple of years. At the same time, you see cyber threats have also started dramatically increasing. You saw worldwide figures, but if you come to more closer to Asia, in the last couple of 18 months or so, there has been about 600% increase in cyber threats and cyber attacks in our region of the world. At the same time, as I said earlier, regulators are getting more stringent. So you are now, as a business leader, especially if you're a board member, you are legally liable to address these things, right? And especially addressing the client data. And to compound all this stuff, there's a huge global shortage of cybersecurity professionals, and that gap is widening pretty rapidly, right? So it's kind of perfect storm, right? You're really, in one front you're trying to go more digital, other front the cyber threats are increasing, your regulators are coming in and putting a lot more control and holding you a lot more accountable. And even if you want to do it, solve the issue, there's not enough people to do it, right? So it's really a kind of perfect storm, and you are sailing into this, kind of paper boat, right? It's a very fragile situation. So how do you address that, right? And to give you a bit of context and really and a bit more definition about what cybersecurity is and how do you go about doing that, let me hand over to my colleague Kugan, who will take us next a few discussion points with you. Kugan.
Thank you, Madhu. Thank you, Madhu. Hey. Good morning, all. It is a great pleasure and a privilege to be part of this wonderful conference. Thanks, sir, for this opportunity. 20 years ago, when I started my career in security, I never could imagine that CXO was being interested in security. But a lot has changed since, as Madhu mentioned. Data is now the new gold. Right? 20 years back, some of the banks started looking at security as they were heading towards this online banking journey, and they had money to protect. But now data is gold and everybody has data. So cyber risk has become an issue for all businesses. I haven't met a single CEO or a business executive in the last 2 to 3 years who thinks otherwise. Now, let me start with a word of caution though. This session is not about making you all cybersecurity experts. Even there are a lot of topics for which even I don't know the answers. It's such a large topic, right? So for all the technical geeks out there in the audience, this could be very boring for you. Yeah, let's start with some fundamentals. What is cybersecurity? Yeah. Now, again, you will find plenty of definitions on the internet about cybersecurity. In simple terms, it's all about protecting your digital assets. I specifically like this definition because it mentions cybersecurity as an art. The reason why I like it is because there are a lot of nuances in cybersecurity. And every business will have to have a tailored set of business objectives mapped to their risks and rewards to apply the right set of controls. So there is no one fit all solution for any company. If there was one, I don't think cybersecurity would have become this big. Now, I think if you look at those three CIA triads and pillars, right? These are called security pillars for a good reason. Anything and everything in security you do in security could be related to these 3 pillars, right? Confidentiality, as it states, it's all about protecting your sensitive and important information from unauthorized people. Again, this is something we do in our personal lives on a day in, day out basis. Integrity, I think this is where it becomes slightly difficult for common people to relate to, but integrity is all about protecting your information from tampering. In security, especially in cybersecurity, this is very important because integrity affects both confidentiality and availability. For example, if a computer is compromised, when I say compromised, somebody hacked it, that could lead them to either make them unavailable or steal data. So integrity is fundamental to everything we do in security. Availability, again, originally, 20 years back, again, I go back to 20 years because that's where I started the career. Availability used to be all about keeping the systems up and running. That's about it. A lot has changed, right? As digital transformations are accelerating. Everything is online, and ensuring your services work even during attacks has become a critical component of your security strategy, right? Building resilience is all about availability. So in nutshell, again, I'll repeat this. This is all about protecting your digital assets. And you use a combination of techniques, procedures, tools to achieve that outcome, right? That's what cybersecurity in simple terms is. Now, there are a lot of technical details, but I don't think that would be useful for this particular. I'll move on to the next one, which is probably the most interesting topic for today. How cyber attacks work. Now, there are plenty of types of attacks available, right? Even a whole day won't be enough to discuss about all those attacks, but we can broadly classify these attacks into two groups. And there is a reason why I use this classification instead of other classifications, because it kind of resonates with almost everyone. Untargeted cyber attacks and targeted cyber attacks. Untargeted cyber attacks, as the name suggests, it's all about attackers finding targets and doesn't care who the victim is, right? They look for vulnerable people, vulnerable companies, and then they go and compromise them, right? This is like, you can relate this to a petty criminal trying to steal your pickpocket you in your train station, right? They don't have a target. They scan for everyone in the crowd, and they find an easy target, right? And trust me, there are plenty of easy targets in the world today, right? As more and more companies are adopting digital practices, there are more and more easy targets. Now, the second type of attack is targeted attack. This one is slightly advanced. The attackers know what they want, who they want to target. And they will spend a lot more effort and time to get to the target, right? There is no doubt targeted cyber attacks cause a lot more damage than untargeted attacks, because the adversary on the other side know what he wants and is willing to spend that effort and time to achieve that objective, right? But majority of the successful attacks are actually untargeted cyber attacks, right? While all the news is about targeted cyber attacks and large attacks, there are plenty of attacks which don't get reported because they are not very sophisticated attacks, very basic attacks which exploited certain known gaps in their infrastructure, systems, processes. I use this military concept called target of choice versus target of opportunity. The military concept is slightly different, but I use it in this context because it makes it easier for people to understand, right? So target of opportunity is all about untargeted cyber attacks. The attacker is not looking to find you, he's looking to find somebody. So he's scanning, as I said, and he finds you as an opportunity, right? In the military terms, it's about you having a target of choice. When you are trying to achieve the target, if there are other opportunities that presents itself during that attempt, you take them out, right? You can relate that topic to this, but in simple terms, what I want you to take away with is, do not be a target of opportunity. The first thing you have to do is not to become a target of opportunity. Then comes all the things you want to do to prevent you from being a targeted attack, right? What should you do to prevent being a victim of a target of opportunity, right? I think you got to go back to your basics, strengthen your fundamentals, strengthen your hygiene, right? All the fancy tools can come later. Strengthen your hygiene. What do we mean by that, right? Get your public facing, internet facing infrastructure secure, clean. Enable multi-factor authentication for remote access for employees. Patch systems regularly. Basic hygiene, which you would have to do as any IT company would do, IT function would do, right? Just focus on the basics, get it right, and stop becoming a victim of an untargeted cyber attack. Targeted cyber attack is obviously a complex, large area, and you got to do a lot more to prevent, in some cases, respond and recover fast. Right? So again, I want you to leave with this, take this back, go back to your security teams, IT teams, and say, ask the question, how well are we comfortable in not becoming a victim of an untargeted cyber attack? The answer is, we are good, then I think you are in a good place already, right? Almost, I would say 90% of companies are not ready for that, right? So get into that top 10% by addressing that particular issue first. I also want to take you through the typical steps involved in a cyber attack. There are a lot more complex attack lifecycle models available. One famous model which all security and IT teams use is Lockheed's cyber kill chain model. But that's quite a complex technical topic. This model is UK National Cybersecurity Center's model, which is much more a simplified version of the attack steps, because you could even relate almost all the attack chain models to this model, right? I think again, from a CXO and a business executive perspective, I think it's important to understand the basic components of an attack for you to have a very informed discussion with your colleagues in IT and security functions. Again, you could relate this to any criminal activity that happens in our physical space, personal space, right? So cybercrime is no different. It's just that the tools and techniques used are very different. But otherwise, the concept is still the same, right? As the name suggests, the first step in a typical attack involves surveying the targets, right? In a targeted attack, they do a lot more of it. In an untargeted attack, they do less of it. But there is some survey for your target, right? Identify vulnerabilities. What do we mean by vulnerabilities? Vulnerabilities is nothing but a gap or a flaw in your systems, processes, and practices. That's it, right? And you will find this word vulnerability being used extensively by security teams. So, and when they use it, all you have to think about it is it's a gap that you want to address to reduce your risk, right? So as a first step in an attack is about surveying and identifying vulnerabilities. The second stage in an attack, which is the most important stage, is about getting to a stage where a particular vulnerability can be exploited. So yes, you can know the vulnerability, but you need to now find a way to exploit that vulnerability to achieve the objectives, right? So typically, some of the attacks used in this phase are phishing, right? Some would have heard water holing, right? Again, it's an old hunting concept. Instead of you looking for the prey, go to the place where the preys come. For example, go to a very popular website and compromise them. So when users go and access them, their machines will get compromised, right? So use such techniques like phishing, water holing to deliver payloads. When I say payloads, again, in simple terms, it's all about sending some malicious instructions or files to help compromise your systems and computers, right? That's the second stage in a typical attack. Some attacks will have first and stages together, but we can discern those different stages when you look at those attacks in detail, right? So that's the second stage. Typically, every attack would have the stage, and majority of the security teams spend a lot of effort in preventing this stage from happening, right? Because that's your best stage to prevent an attack from being successful. The third stage, once they delivered those malicious instructions, payloads, you need to exploit and take charge of the computer, right? Compromise the computer, right? And this is where all your malwares, credential thefts helps them to completely take over machines. All your ransomwares, which you're hearing in the news, all are malwares or areas where they or tools and scripts and utilities used to breach your computer and network. The last stage is the most important stage because it's okay to compromise your computers, but the attackers have some objectives. Typically, steal money, steal data. So this is the stage where they achieve their objectives, right? So, for example, malware send data out, right? Upload data into a portal which the attackers manage. So that's the fourth stage. Now, as I said, second stage is all about protection, and third stage also there is a bit of protection. But more and more companies have started looking at detection and response for the third and fourth stage. And we'll talk about some of these concepts in subsequent slides around concepts such as assume breach, strengthening detection and response in the subsequent slides. So I want to move on to the next slide with one specific last point, which is about this myth. Cyber attacks are targeted. I'm not at risk. As I mentioned earlier, it's a myth. Cyber attacks can be both targeted and untargeted. The first priority is not to become a victim for an untargeted attack. So all the security product vendors, agencies will talk about targeted attacks.
And then it has a number, T number, T1053, T018. So what we try to do is here,
untargeted attacks.
We will put all these data that we looked at and mapping it out to a MITRE framework, try to understand whether do we cover, at least do we have a visibility based on the details that we have or the sources we have. So how do we do? Again, we can go to a detect, it's an open source tool, and you will add the data sources. For example, let's add the data sources of
data. This gives you a high level overview of
so you go
threats.
About it, and then you just
from an agency,
put the network traffic, and then let's add about another data source of
interesting surveys and reports. Again,
process creation. Process creation, how do you get the process creation from the workstation? You can easily get the process creation using a Sysmon or the Velociraptor. And so once you have that details, and we will add that detail. And then let's say someone is requesting Active Directory.
Web-based attacks, application attacks, as I said, some of the water holding attacks, hacking in simple terms is about exploiting your public-facing web applications such as your online banking, e-commerce applications, to exploit them and get some foothold into those systems or your network, right? Again, the other common thing which you would have heard in many of these breaches is identity theft. Attackers stealing identities and personal information to achieve various malicious objectives, right? Again, one threat which typically gets underrated is insider threat. Again, when I say insider threat, it's not all about malicious insiders, but the biggest insider threat is errors from insiders, right? How do we, so many of these latest cloud-related breaches are due to errors from system administrators and IT teams, not a malicious attempt to steal data, right? So again, in the interest of time, I would skip again. We can answer we can answer your question if you have any questions on
Kogan,
any of
just a
these.
quick one to add to your point, Kogan. I think this interesting two types there here is the botnets and cryptojacking. They're not necessarily stealing your information, but they're stealing your computing power to do other things, right? Botnets are about using your infrastructure to attack somebody else, and cryptojacking is kind of hijacking your cloud computing, especially server power to do crypto mining and things like that. So it's not really all about the taking stuff away from you. It's also about using resources that you are spending money on. That's an interesting area that I think emerging.
Absolutely, Mo. Thanks. Yeah, especially botnets have given rise to these DDoS as a service, right? Ransomware as a service, all were made possible due to some of these botnets. Yeah, good point. Thank you, Madhu. Again, in the interest of time, I'll move on. Again, this is a slide which gives you an idea of who the attackers are. Now, again, as Madhu said, there's a lot of breaches. We hear a lot of news, but I think in general, it's the criminal gang, organized crime. That's the biggest threat actor group, right? You have your internal attackers, internal insider threats, state-sponsored attacks, but if you look at volumes, those are minimal, negligible compared to the attacks carried out by the organized crime group. Now, don't get me wrong, this group is growing because the business is lucrative, right? Especially ransomware, right? The business is pretty lucrative. Right? I think there was an statistic from ENISA. The average cost of a ransomware attack has doubled in the last 1 year to almost $1 million in terms of overall response and recovery cost, right? So it's pretty lucrative. So more and more criminal gangs are getting into this business, and we can't avoid that because it is lucrative, right? So I think as more and more of these organized crime get into this business, the number of attacks will increase, right? Yes, I'm doing a bit of FUD, but that's a reality, right? So it's important the CXOs understand that this risk is increasing, that you will be a target one day if you're not today, right? Now, in terms of, again, as you can see, even one of the other source, which is the DBIR, which is the data breach investigation report from Verizon, it also indicates the same. The external threats are increasing. It's purely because the number of criminal gangs are getting much higher and higher. So that's pretty normal to expect, I guess. I think I expect this to go to 90-95% in the next decade or so. Right? Now, again, there's another chart which we put together is to explain different types of attackers and the sophistication. In simple terms, again, when you discuss with your security teams, what you should think about is there are 3 or 4 attack groups which you can talk to them about, right? One is the basic script kiddies, new guys who has some interest in security. They're trying it out. They can identify flaws and create some noise. They don't need a lot of skills. Then comes the next group, which is the hacktivists, which is increasing in many countries. So these are ideological motivations, right? They have ideological motivations to attack your company, right? Especially if you're doing business with governments, you've got to be careful about this group because they have a lot of motivation to attack you. The third large group, which is the organized crime, cybercrime, which we discussed about, is the biggest threat. The last group is state-sponsored nation-state attackers. Now, if this group wants you, they will get you. They have all the resources and time to get you, right? Now, not every company should be worried about this attack group. There are, depending on your business, for example, if you're doing sensitive R&D business for your country, you got to be interested in this group, right? If you're doing basic commodity services, which plenty of other companies do, this is probably not within your appetite, right? The reason is, if you want to address that risk, you got to spend a lot more money and effort to protect your company, right? So when you go back to your company, think about who the attackers should you care about, discuss with your stakeholders, leaders, and come up with a strategy around your risk appetite. How much risk can I accept? What level of threats can I accept, right? From a business perspective, right? That will help your security teams to tailor the security program and not spend too much of money unnecessarily. Yeah, again, I think I'm taking too much of time. I'll move on to the next slide. I think in simple terms, as you can all imagine, the biggest motive is about financial benefit. And as I said earlier, it's getting lucrative, and that is becoming the biggest motive now, right? As you can see from the charts below, it's increasing and it'll increase exponentially. While there are plenty of statistics around in the internet, every vendor, every regulator provides some sort of statistics. I think all you need to think about is about if there is money to be made, the adversary, the criminal, will look for it. And as I mentioned, data is gold, data is money. So ensure your critical data is well protected to prevent them from becoming a victim. I'll move on to the next slide. This is a broad slide, which I think should help you to have a good discussion with your security and IT teams to help reduce cybersecurity risks. So we told you why attackers do what they do and how can they do. Now, this is what security professionals can help you with. How can we reduce this? I think there are 4 or 5 points which we've given. There's a lot more we can give you, but I think these are 5 big areas. If we focus on, we strongly believe it will significantly help you reduce your cybersecurity risks. First one, apply a layered defense. What does it mean, right? All about having multiple layers of protection, not just relying on one single silver bullet to prevent attacks from happening, right? Again, so traditionally the thinking used to be, oh, deploy a firewall, I'm secure, right? That doesn't work anymore, right? You need to have multiple layers of controls implemented. As I mentioned earlier, you deploy your firewalls, you deploy your malware security in your endpoints, you deploy multi-factor authentication, you log, monitor, you create awareness to employees, right? So it's a multi-layered strategy is required to reduce cybersecurity risks, right? So if somebody is telling you, I've deployed a solution and we are secure now, that doesn't work that way, right? So you should challenge them. So ask them what are the different layers of controls they've deployed to help mitigate cyber risks in your company. The second one, which is very close to my heart, is securing the crown jewels, right? Now, crown jewels in simple terms is all about the most critical assets and information in your business, right? Crown jewels will vary by businesses, right? And vary by companies, right? If you are a R&D company, your intellectual property could be the biggest crown jewel, right? If you're a bank, money could be money, and the database which holds all those money related transactions could be your crown jewel, right? If you're an e-commerce application service provider, your customer data could be your crown jewels, right? The reason why we say identify and secure crown jewels, there are so many digital assets to secure. You can't secure all of them equally, and you will fail, right? So identify your most important assets, your crown jewels, and strengthen their security better. Spend your effort more in terms of prioritizing security for these crown jewels instead of trying to secure everything. While you have to build a baseline for the rest of them, focus on your crown jewels. You will get better bang for buck with this approach. Third, I mentioned this earlier, the traditional approach used to be all about prevention, right? But things have changed, right? This new concept of assumed breach, made famous by some vendors, has become very popular. The reason is as I mentioned earlier, if a nation state or a cyber criminal gang want to get you, if they have the effort and resources to get you, they will get you, right? So what do you do in such cases? While you have to do all you can to prevent attacks from happening, it's also important you build a strong detection response to minimize the damage from those attacks, right? So assume an attack may happen one day. If it happens, how do I minimize the damage from such attacks? How do I detect those attacks faster? You can see that number 280 days, that's a typical average time taken for companies to detect and breach. 280 days, right? With all the security tools in place, we are only able to detect a breach in 280 days on average, right? Some will find it sooner, some after years, right? That's the reality, right? So companies have started spending a lot more effort and money in improving this area. I think it's very, very important that companies start looking at this area and strengthening that detection response area, right? Again, the zero trust model is related to this assume breach concept. In simple terms, is about never trust, always verify, right? What does it do? It helps you to reduce the blast radius of attacks, right? Somebody gets into your computer network, ensure it only affects a limited part of your business. This model is becoming very popular. This model was originally written in 94, but it's become popular in the last 3-4 years because people have started seeing the benefits. Google implemented this in 2009, if I'm not wrong, right? So it's become very popular. If you are a company who is moving to cloud, this is something which you should definitely look at, right? This is something which would definitely help you in your cloud journey. The last point is about industry best practices and frameworks. What we like about this frameworks is this is not compliance. This is about best practices to help you reduce risks, right? So don't limit yourself to compliance. Adopt industry best practices, learn from them, don't reinvent the wheel, right? You can tweak these frameworks to suit your business, but adopt these frameworks to get quick wins. We got, I think we have short. I think this is a critical slide. So sorry, Sat, I'll spend two more minutes. Madhu can chip in. I think this is a critical slide for this particular session. Again, what we want to leave you with is, as a business leader and CXO, this is not a technology issue, right? It's a business risks, and it affects all businesses. So we sincerely request you to elevate these risk management conversations to leadership levels, right? Many companies have already started doing it. If you have not done this in your organization, start doing it. Start hearing from the right people. Start understanding your cyber risks better, right? I think that's the best thing you could do as a CXO or a leader. It will set the tone for the rest of the leaders, rest of the teams, right? Lead by example.
If you're a security person, give that view to the business, the vice versa as well, right? How do you really give what you're doing in a more business-friendly, risk-driven way to the businesses so they understand that? I think it's a two-way street. That one end you're highly technical and you're probably understanding what the business is looking for. So that's also very crucial. If you're a CISO or if you're a security professional, think about how do you demystify what you're doing for your business and help them understand so they can give you the funding and support required to carry on protecting and increasing resilience of your business.
Thanks, Madhu. A very good point. I think we often see that reluctance from both sides, right? Business teams think security teams don't understand their strategic objectives, and the technical teams don't think the business don't understand security. Both are wrong. Both need to come together to address this menace. Thank you. I mentioned this earlier, recommend implementation of industry standards, not limit yourself to compliance, regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance is mandatory. You need to do it, but don't stop it at that level, right? Adopt best practices, because the criminals are adopting all the latest technologies and tools. So if you don't adopt, you're lagging behind anyway, right? So start adopting industry standards, best practices. As I said, find ways to improve communication with IT and security teams, right? Force them to report progress, risks to you, right? They may find it difficult to start with, but as you continue to do this, it helps them tailor their programs better to suit and achieve your business objectives. The last point is about asking the right questions. You don't need to be a technical expert to ask the right questions. We do it all the time in our personal life. We don't need to know everything to ask the right questions. Learn the right questions. I will share the slide as well. I've put some questions together in terms of what sort of questions you could ask your security team to start the conversation and get a better understanding of the cyber risks and how well cyber risks are being managed in your company. I think we ran over time. Otherwise, thank you for this wonderful opportunity, and I hope this was useful in some way for you.
Thank you, Kugan Kulatungan, CEO Cybers Private Limited, and also Madhu Ratnayaka, Executive Vice President, CIO, and GM of Virtusa. It's absolutely been a great session. You spoke about CIA, we spoke about basic cyber hygiene attacks, and insider threats in terms of the errors that's made by working staff. You also touched upon understanding about risk appetite in terms of how we prioritize and tailor according to our needs. I mean, these are very important things that we need to take on board. And also, you also mentioned don't reinvent the wheel. And I think that's a very valid point. Sometimes having things straightforward with us, what we try to do is we try to change things, which makes our life certainly difficult. So with that, thank you once again. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us. So with that, Nilushi, what we have now is
security vulnerabilities. Is it a liability or is it an opportunity?
And again, Dr. Primal Vijaysekara. We're just running a little bit behind
Schedule.
Yes, but we will certainly cover it up. So just to give a bit of an introduction about speaker today. He's a staff research scientist
in the Usable Security and Privacy Research Group at ICSI and holds an appointment in the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Sciences at the University of California, Berkeley.
His research exposes current privacy and security vulnerabilities and provides systematic solutions to meet customers' privacy expectations.
Dylan has extensive experience in mobile app analysis and for privacy violations and implementing privacy protection for Android.
And he's also working on understanding the vulnerability management, which is very...
The ecosystem?
Yes. Privacy and security threats in the ad ecosystem, anti-analysis techniques deployed in mobile, and privacy and security in health apps.
Is most important.
Very true. And also Nilushi.
He's received his
PhD from University of British Columbia, although he carried out his PhD research at UC Berkeley. He also has a master from UBC in distributed systems and BSc in computer systems from University of Colombo School of Computing, Sri Lanka. So with that, and without any further delays, let us warmly welcome our speaker,
Dr. Primal.
And it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Welcoming everyone who is joining my Facebook or WebEx or any other mean. So my topic is today going to be security vulnerabilities. Listening to the wonderful previous session, I think the content I'm going to present has an overlapping, but I'm going to be as unique as possible, and then try to give you a different perspective to the same story. Let's start. Okay, so the important point, I guess this has been relayed very extensively throughout the sessions yesterday, day before yesterday, and then today as well, that security is no longer just a technical problem, right? I mean, you might have the most technologically or technically advanced tools and processes, but still you might fail in security. So it's important to understand why it's happening, and then also try to understand what are the different ways that as an organization you can tackle these socio-technical problems. So for people who are not familiar with socio-technical, it's a problem that where you have an extensive technical aspect as well as an extensive a social aspect, like dealing with humans. So okay, so the narrative of this talk will be mostly so traditionally speaking, security vulnerabilities, whenever you sort of like talk about it, just give me a second. Traditionally, it has been a headache, for top management, for engineers who are responsible of the systems. It's a headache, And then traditionally, we've always talked about security vulnerabilities is an afterthought. Like, generally speaking, security is an afterthought for a significant portion of organizations till now. And then more and more countries are trying to sort of like enforce security through legal means. So if you have an exploit, if you have a data breach, then it might create even a further headache of a legal battle. And then of course it's a PR nightmare. The users will start being less comfortable, less trusting. And then so my topic is that the reason why I wanted to narrate it like is it an opportunity or is it a liability, is that the traditional narrative is that it's a liability, right? It's something that you need to take care of, that needs urgent attention. But I'm going to share some insight based on a research that we conducted at UC Berkeley, where we try to understand from people who have succeeded in these approaches, like and then more importantly from experiences of failures, right? They know actually better that the things that they should have done and could have done, but they didn't. And then those things could actually make this whole ecosystem as an opportunity for organizations to be better at it. So, and then also always a positive side is that the technical side of things, like the tools that people are using to discover vulnerabilities, has been improved or has been improving over the time. And then the tools you have right now, if you compare them, the tools that people were using a decade ago, or even 5-6 years, like nowadays we have all these fancy different tools and techniques. So it's a good thing. So so we actually wanted to understand, as I said earlier, we have what's the angle of this socio-technical problem in security vulnerabilities, right? So we talked to people. We interviewed like 53 security practitioners. These are from CISOs, CTOs, from I think from variety of roles, like every literal role that you can think of in security, like pen testing, internal security engineer, red teamer, blue teamer, purple teams. So that pretty much covers the entire spectrum. And then the important thing is that some of these people have actually had multiple roles in their career, and then these people are actually managing the biggest teams in the world, like from Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Uber, Dropbox. So the experience they have, the scale at which they operate is humongous. So the experience is equally big and then valuable. And then the pool of these participants came from I think 13 different countries, but largely centered around North America and Europe. So one thing I need to be very clear that everything that I'm going to mention in this talk are based on the interviews that we had, and then if it is a personal opinion, I will mention it out. Otherwise, it's all published in a peer-reviewed conference. So if anyone is interested, you can actually Google this, and then you will actually get the full technical paper, which I don't have the liberty to go over today. Okay, so before I dwell into anything, I think these three terms in various different terminology has been covered in last few days. So I'm just going to very quickly go over it. Like when you talk to these people from CISO to CTOs and even CEOs, they seem to have like a common agreement. Like there are three different phases in vulnerability management. Like when you in terms of like implementing how to deal with security issues and all these things. So the first one is actually strategic decision making. It's like it could be if you are a startup or if you are a big company, it could be as small as deciding maybe we need to hire a security person, or we need to talk to someone who is interested in security so that take care of things for our organization, to someone who is like, okay, we need to open up a new security team, right? So the strategic decision making could vary from organization to organization depending on the size. But the reason why we want to emphasize strategic is that if the decisions that you make in this phase, it's going to have like effects throughout the different phases. And then the other sort of decisions is like whether you want to do internal pen testing, or like hire someone else from outside, whether you want to do different testing categories that I'm going to touch upon. So there are so many different decisions that you need to take care of. But my focus of the focus of this talk would be to give different options that you have in vulnerability discovery, and then issues that we have actually discovered in remediation, so that you can make better strategic decisions, regardless whether you are a startup or like a multi-million-dollar company. You still have to make these decisions one way or another. So to make things better or worse, I should say, there are actually a quite number of different strategies that an organization could use to actually discover vulnerability, so carry out security testing. The list of different strategies, I try to arrange it from like the simplest to most complex, and then except the last one, which is probably the latest approach. So the internal reviews is, and then you whatever you do in house, that this probably be the first step that you take. And then there is penetration testing and red teaming. I'm just going to read it out because I'm going to touch upon it individually. And then orange teaming, blue teaming, purple teaming, and then the bug hunting is probably the latest. I think the orange teaming and bug hunting are probably the latest sort of additions to this ecosystem. So when it comes to internal reviews, it's like a saying that no one outside can help you if your internal system is messy, or internal culture is messy. So you need to sort of like first make sure that you have proper processes, or even just it could be, if you are a startup, it could be just like a very simple test, like a task, like just talk to people, and then like ask around who is interested in security, like who wants to be the go-to person when it comes to security. You might have 5 people, you might have 200,000 people, but it doesn't matter. You need to have someone to go to if you have a security problem, right? And then it could be if you are a development company, then there could be other different challenges as well. But you might want to find developers who are familiar with proper security development practices, and then it could be either they are certified, or they are familiar with the security development, things like that. So the core here is that before you do anything, before you even start thinking anything else, you need to have a proper sort of a discussion internally within within the organization. Who is responsible, right? I mean, if it is a multi-team, multi-project setup, like who is responsible for each team? Things like this is a very important discussion that you need to have. And then nowadays there is this terminology called security champions and privacy champions. Those people are the people who are supposed to sort of like shoulder tap everyone and then say, hey, we are doing this, we need to make sure the security is properly implemented, or the security is properly implemented. So I'm not going to dwell onto this, but there is enough literature, or if you just Google it, you can find it. But the important point is that you need to start small, and you need to start internally before you go out and then talk to other people about being secure. So the penetration testing, it's sort of a common theme that we found, that that's like the after internal reviews or internal testing, the penetration testing is probably the next thing that people are thinking of doing. So the penetration testing, it's about finding vulnerabilities. I mean, the internal reviews are also doing this, but the penetration testing, they use a specific set of tools. They probably do the testing on a staging environment. They are very unlikely to do on a live system. But the one unique feature in penetration testing is that at least some of the people that we talk to, it's a very common understanding that they don't expect pen testers to actually exploit the bugs and go deep. They actually want to get as much as vulnerabilities as possible. So the penetration testing, it's not about depth, it's about breadth. So they want to cover as many vulnerabilities as possible, and this is usually a very it's a time restricted engagement, like maybe 2 weeks and 3 weeks, and then they'll tell you these are the components of the system that they want to be tested, and these are off limits, things like that. But the important point is that the penetration testing is it's more like breadth testing, like they want to cover as much breadth as possible. The red teaming. So this is probably the most sophisticated engagement, I would say. The red teaming, the simple idea of red teaming is that you want to simulate an adversary, someone who might have a malicious intent, and try to sort of attack your organization. So the important the word that I use to simulate is that in pen testing, when you do a pen testing engagement, pretty much everyone knows that there is either an internal team doing pen testing, or there's an external team coming into your office and doing pen testing, or they are doing testing from there. But the point is that everyone knows about it. But the red teaming, it's the management. If someone actually wants to go to red teaming, it's usually understood that they want to keep these as stealthy as possible. Like only handful number of people will know about the red teaming engagement. The reason is that the red teaming, I mean, nowadays it has come to a point that people call red teaming engagement, but they are pretty much doing pen testing because of so many restrictions that the clients are actually imposing on them. But a true red teaming engagement, there won't be any off limits. They can actually carry out a network bound attack. They can actually carry out a social engineering attack targeting employees. They can actually do physical attacks, try to break into servers. But only handful number of companies are actually doing proper red teaming these days, because of I will come to that point, because of lack of trust, and then also funding issues as well. But the pen testing, as I mentioned, it's about a breadth, but the red teaming, it's all about going for depth. So a very interesting point the previous panelist brought out is that secure your crown jewel. I mean, you need to first identify the crown jewel, as it was as he rightly mentioned. If you are a research institute, you could be the IP rights or IP intellectual property could be your crown jewel, or if you are a hardware manufacturer, all these designs could be your crown jewels. So things like that. Every one way or another, different companies have their crown jewels, but some companies might have more sensitive stuff than the other. But the red teaming and proper red team engagement will identify goals like, we want you to figure out whether someone outside can actually access these documents. So trying to figure out all the vulnerabilities in the system, it's about trying to figure out how deep an outside adversary go into the system, right? So they will do whatever means possible to more about going depth. So I guess any sort of an organization, I think likely to do pen testing, but red teaming, there could be companies that might not have such crown jewels, but it's always nice to do a red teaming once and here and there to make sure that the things that you treat sensitive are secured. So orange teaming, it's probably the newest sort of a colored team in this ecosystem. So orange team, it's not a widespread technique yet, but I guess with what we have seen recently, orange team will definitely catch up the pace. So orange, the core objective of the orange team is try to see how resilient the employees are, or any sort of a threat surface that they are trying to test using social engineering attacks. So the primary objective is like try to do as many different techniques, like there is conventional scamming, spamming, and phishing, and then there are more sophisticated spear phishing, which most of the spam filters wouldn't catch, and then there are even sophisticated targeted attacks after sort of like collecting data for a period of time. So orange team engagements try to see how resilient the employees are, and then the people who are working with sensitive stuff for social engineering attacks. So I firmly believe that this technique will get the space, given that how important it is. The blue teaming. So pen testing, red teaming, and then the orange teaming. They are like they are more into offensive, not more. They are offensive. Like they try to sort of break the system, right? The blue teaming is it's at the other side of it. So if there will always be people to sort of like attack, on the offense, but internally you need to have people defending your system, right? So you need to have someone on the defense side as well. So blue teaming is your first line of defense. And then I think it was day before yesterday that we had a really good session on SOC, like security operation centers. So blue teaming is pretty much like it's SOC is a very important component of blue teaming. So the one of the most sort of like important jobs of a blue team is to figure out how and where we should place controls so that we can have a holistic view of the system, right? What are the different firewalls we can deploy, and then where we should be deployed, what are the endpoints that we should cover, what are the logging mechanism, what should be what sort of logging tools we should have, what are the different visualization techniques. So the objective is that blue team should be able to detect when there is, and as soon as someone comes in, like someone sort of like breaks into the system, ideally speaking, and then if there is something suspicious going on, if there is an anomaly, blue team should be able to detect it. And then the previous speaker again brought up a very important point that on average there are 280 days before an organization detect a data breach, which shows a sort of a failure in blue teaming, because they were able to sort of breach into the system without actually sort of bypassing blue team controls, and then they were it is either due to the lack of effectiveness or lack of planning that they weren't able to see that something actually went wrong. So another interesting comparison is that if you have a red team, if you're going to have a red teaming engagement, it's always recommended to actually first have a blue team, right? Before you ask someone else to break into your system and go as deep as possible, you should first figure out how to sort of defend it, right? I mean, again, the previous speaker said that layered security, zero trust architectures. So there are so many different approaches, but the important point is that before you actually test how deep someone can go, you need to actually first sort of like defend in it at each layer to make sure that it's getting harder and harder. So among our participants, it was a common understanding that red teaming engagement are usually trying to sort of validate how good blue team is. Naturally, that has also sparked a friction between blue teams and red teams because and we are all human, so we don't want someone else outside coming in and tell you you didn't do a proper job. But I'll get to that later on. So purple teaming, it's also a relatively new concept, but it has been there for some time now. As the color should suggest, the purple team is a mix of red teamers and blue team. So and then there are mix sort of a agreement that why purple team exists, and then for some organization purple teaming is like a temporary transition team. When you have an active red team engagement, you sort of like you want to get higher up people in the blue team with the red team, so that they can sort of like as they go on they can validate with the blue team, and then the blue team can help red team with different controls and everything. So so that's sort of a reduce the friction. It's not again, it's not red team against blue team anymore, so it's they all work together. So to solve that, and also for some organization we spoke to, purple teaming is they don't have enough fund to have like two separate teams. So they just start a mix, so that for funding and resource perspective, it's a win-win for them. But the core idea is that purple teaming is where you have both. Part of the team will be on offense, and then the other part will be on defense. But they will work together to figure that out. So the bug hunting or bug bounty, it's I think it has been there for like last maybe decade, but it picked up its pace last 5 years or so for various reasons. And then this is a relatively new concept in Sri Lanka, which I will again come back. But the bug hunting, it's like there are multiple analogies that I can explain bug hunting. The first one is crowdsourcing your security testing. There are bug hunting, bug bounty platforms, like the few of the world famous ones are HackerOne, BugCrowd, CNAC. They actually deal with the biggest names in the world. So as an organization, you can pick whatever the bug bounty platform you want, and you can actually register yourself, and then you tell like these are the public endpoints of our system that we want to get tested, right? And then people, the white hat hackers or bug hunters as they call themselves, who are registered in that platform, they'll see like, okay, there's a new program, and these are the endpoints that they want us to test. So they start testing, and then this is an economically sort of a friendlier approach, given that you don't have to pay anything until someone actually finds something critical, and then submit a report, and then you actually do proper triaging, figuring out whether that's a valid report, whether that's reproducible, whether it's a low-hanging fruit or it's actually a critical system, critical vulnerability, and then based on the policies of the program and then the platform, you pay an amount to the bug hunter. It's like a reward for the bug that they find. So so it's like, there's no capital investment upfront. You pay them as you go, like, as they find more vulnerabilities. So it's very economically friendly approach. So then, naturally, with all these different testing strategies, I know, and I mentioned, for better or worse, we have different techniques. For better in the sense that, this should give a host of different testing strategies for organizations to be even more secure. Worse in the sense that the security landscape, the security ecosystem, especially for top management, is already pretty confused. There is for various reasons. And then now, rather than having one testing strategy, you have multiple to choose from. Actually, an issue that we saw, there are like big names. Actually, they just use bug hunting as their own internal testing as well, which is probably not the best solution. And then there are companies that don't do pen testing, just do red teaming. I mean, it's an overkill, but it's fine. But there are other ways. So and then I think the most common one is that they do all these bug hunting and then red teaming without a proper internal team or internal setup, which is a catastrophic mistake that anyone outside can't really help you to fix your house if you don't internally sort of fix your house first. So 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 it's very important that sort of like you as I said earlier, I mean, the reason I'm repeating this is this. I mean, I can't sort of like emphasize enough this point, is that you need to have your internal mess sorted out. Sort of at least have one person that that people can talk to. Like there's one person who takes care of the security side of it. If you are a startup, that's enough. I mean, if you grow, then ideally security team should grow in as well. But yeah. So it's a tricky question, but there is very sort of like start your internal testing first. Do your code reviews. Maybe have a QA team doing security testing as well, and then do a pen testing. And then sort of like if you're an organization, have a blue team. Have proper defenses, and then do a red team. So there is a flow. But you need to not everyone can afford everything, so that's a tricky part of all of this. With constrained staffing and resources and funding, it's a tricky question. But I think the biggest issue is that not many management or people who make strategic decisions are aware of all these different approaches and pros and cons of it. So I think that's the reason why I actually wanted to sort of lay it out. And then I think again, the previous speaker did a pretty good job of like covering this know your enemy part, but I'm very briefly going to touch upon it. I was actually planning spending some time on this, but given that the previous session was pretty elaborative on it, like one thing that I want to emphasize is that know your enemy is that I mean, we usually call this threat modeling. Microsoft, and then if you just Google, there are actually pretty good sort of like resources available on how to do threat modeling. Microsoft actually has a pretty good resources on threat modeling. But the threat modeling involves trying to understand what are the likelihood of someone attacking, right? So that likelihood of someone attacking, and then you have different questions like, who that someone can be, right? And then there are different categories, like, for each category of that adversary, what's the likelihood, right? And then the other question is that what's the likelihood of that target? What are they likely to go after? And then the reasons. I mean, well, reasons could be anything, but as long as you cover sort of, what are the likely assets that they could go after, you are pretty much covered. But for the sake of clarity, I'll just sort of cover this. I mean, the previous speaker actually did a pretty good job of covering this. Like, there are different categories of threat actors, right? I would say the likeliest would be thrill seekers, like people who are studying security or people who are self-learning. So they just want for fun. They just want to try out different things. They just probably read a blog and then they just want to say, oh, I should see if someone else has this issue. So they might just run a script. And then there are, terrorist groups and activists. They are ideologically motivated. As the previous speaker said, that, if you are in a very sensitive or in a sort of a or in a domain that, there, yeah, you could attract people who are ideologically has different beliefs, then there is a very high chance that you might get attacked. And then cyber criminals, cyber gangs, it's growing. It's becoming a very lucrative market as well, with latest ransomware attacks and everything. And then I think so. I mean, the activist and terrorist groups, not every company, every organization will have them in their threat modeling. But if you are doing sensitive stuff, then you should definitely consider them. And then thrill seekers, they can actually do real harm, but it's very unlikely, given the resources and then the knowledge they have. But I guess cyber criminals, and for an organization, cyber criminal insider threat are probably the two most sort of prominent threat, regardless of the domain you are in. So the insider threat it's very hard to detect, right? I mean, the person who actually wants to do damage are already in the system, right? So blue teamers won't probably detect them, right? Because there's no sort of an outside entry. Is or she is already in. Then that's why layered security is very important. Like, if that person is doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, you should be able to detect them. But it's not easy. But it's a very real threat. And then the nation state. Again, I think the previous speaker did a really good job of explaining that, if you are doing business with nation, governments, and then, on sensitive domains like, military or, law enforcement, there's a very likelihood that, or if your organization actually do something very geopolitically sensitive, there's a real chance that a nation state actor is going to be interested in breaking into your system. I mean, it's a common understanding, and rightly so, that that's a saying that if a nation state is after you, it's very likely like they will get you. But I mean, it's not true for all the states that we are talking about. It's depending, but there are quite a few. And then naturally, these actors are very well resourced, and they have unlimited time, also unlimited funds and resource, comparatively speaking. So the likelihood of them getting into your system is very high. But the question is that I think we don't sort of like say this enough. Is that even CIA, Pentagon, even NSA had an insider threat a couple of years ago, right? So there's nothing called a perfectly well secured system. It's a myth. I mean, you should accept it. There is whatever the resources, you could be doing red teaming every month. I mean, you shouldn't. But the system will still be insecure for various reasons and other vulnerabilities that the particular the engagement could catch. So so what is this? Why are we? The SL cert is spending a week on security, on talking about getting system secure. So why am I telling you that there is nothing called 100 perfectly well secured system? So the interesting aspect of it is that, as I said in the beginning, there is a human aspect of the security, and then there's an economic aspect of security, which is even more important, because like most of the threat actors, like cyber criminals, they are doing this just for money, right? For profit. So economics is very important. So an adversary will sort of break into your system if the adversary believes that you have something that they can actually sell in the black market, and then that money is going to actually worth the effort that they are going to put in to break into your system. So all these things that I mentioned, doing different testing, doing different base things, are about to sort of like increase the cost for someone to actually break into your system, right? And then just because no one is attacking you, no one is hacking your system, it doesn't mean that your system is secure. It could be that they might like think that, oh, maybe the economics just doesn't work. The economics doesn't work, right? It doesn't make sense. The effort that they need to put in, and then the likelihood of getting profit out of it is probably less. So remember this in every meeting that you are in deciding which security tools you should be using, which security approach you should be using. Everything, even the smallest thing what you are doing, is actually going to add up as a cost for an adversary. So that might, adding up all these cost different factors will sort of discourage them from actually sort of um, breaking into your system. So there's nothing called perfect system, but there will always be systems that are going to be costly for adversaries to sort of break in. Those are the organizations that they actually going to be safer in this ecosystem. And then in this study, again, based on what we've heard from our participants, and then the interesting thing about this is that we had participants who are actually in the top managers, like CTOs, CEOs, CISOs, and then we had people at middle tier, like internal security managers and security engineers and bug hunters. So they all had different perspective of the same thing. So a common theme that many sort of internal managers and engineers share is that higher management take vulnerability decisions or security decisions for wrong reasons, right? And then doing testing is a good thing, but if your motive is different, or if your motive is not aligned with getting the system more secure, then what you get out of this is not going to be the most effective one. So we found that many organizations doing security testing just for compliance, just that get that tick off in the checklist. And then the shifting of this is actually one of the surprising thing is that most of there were cases where engineers mentioned that higher up the organization actually hire external pen testers, so that based on the contract that they sign, if something goes wrong, the higher management or the top management won't bear the accountability, bear the responsibility. It will be on the external entity that actually did the pen testing. So so it's a completely wrong sort of way of looking at it. And then for bad or good, people do security testing for to sort of reassure customers and reassure investors that we are secure. But these are all good things. You need to be compliant. You need to sort of reassure your customer and investor. But there are other things that you need to think of. And then the compliance is all good. And then we need to be compliant, but remember that 99.99% of the time, all of those organizations that got hacked, breached, were already had compliance. They already had the list of ISO on all these different security standards that they were required to PCI or DSS or anything. But the thing is that if you are doing security just to be compliant, then you actually lost the race even before you started. there could be, the thing is that, with ever-changing threat landscape, you need to update yourself all the time, right? Don't just do a test or just do a patch just because you need to be compliant. Make sure that you actually, fix it. You make sure that you haven't introduced anything more. So compliance is one thing. It's good. It's a start. You should be compliant, but that's not going to help you. That's not going to save you. So don't go after compliance just to get the certification. It's a slippery slope from there. So given the time I have, I'm just going to sort of skim over most of it. So, and then I think the biggest, I've already talked about informed strategic decisions that, there are people, the higher up, they have multiple choices. They don't know what's the right one. But the most important sort of the surprising one is that the remediation, there is enough emphasis on tools and techniques on how to find bugs, but very few are actually talking about remediating them properly, right? How to actually fix them. And then I'm going to come back to that later on, because we did a separate research on it, and then we have data to show it. And then the remediation is actually making the entire set of the pipeline moot, because like if you can't fix it properly, then you've lost. And then trust and risk communication. So organizations are some organizations are actually reluctant to trust external testers, right? I mean, it's a legitimate concern. You could have like an malicious person coming in, but when you think that if you have a online system that is already publicly available, there is no control who can actually access it, right? There are already strangers in your system. But these organizations are not willing to let external testers or bug hunters test this, given that you have a sort of a better control over them, right? I mean, there is an NDA, there could be different contracts signed, but the malicious people and then the people who are using your system, you don't sign NDA with every single account that you actually create, right? I mean, you don't know what their motive is. So it's sort of counterintuitive that why organizations are sort of reluctant to trust external testers, given that their system is already being used by people who they don't even know. And the risk communication is it's a common theme that we came up with, that we found, we didn't came up with, that we found among participants, is that it's really hard some engineers to actually convey the risk to the higher up. If there is a critical vulnerability that needs resources and funding, apparently the higher up management, but the CVSS is completely useless here, right? I mean, the CVSS it's a common understanding CVSS is not doing what it's supposed to be. I mean, it lacks contextual sort of information. I'm not going to go into that, but for higher up management, it's all about sort of number of users they are going to lose, or number of the revenue that they are going to lose. So there's no proper a standardized protocol or strategies that engineers could choose to actually convey the risk to the higher up in terms of using the perspective that they understand, the higher up understand, like in terms of dollars, in terms of user, in terms of PR right now, things like that. So it's a bigger problem. Some people are doing it properly, some people aren't. So the people who aren't doing it, they are not getting enough funding or resources that they need to actually fix something urgently. So which could then eventually end up, contributing to a exploit. And then the blame management. Every time testers found a bug, it doesn't really go out as a risk, but as a blame. This is a human nature. So it's a very common theme. And these are the human issues that we need to sort of figure out to make sure that we spend time on fixing it, not sort of fixing human issues. I mean, I already talk about lack of internal process. This is what I wanted to talk about, is that vulnerabilities. But in a research that we did, we analyzed I think 150 different most used JavaScript projects available in GitHub. What we found out is that nearly 1/5 of the time, their patches actually introduce more vulnerabilities. Right? Some of these repositories are very well managed. They have processes, they have reviews and everything, but they've committed 1/5 of the time the patch actually introduced more vulnerabilities than they had. So, and then the basic steps, like, 80% of these vulnerabilities that they introduced were publicly known, that, it kind of shows that they don't have proper scanning or reviews that sort of like, could have prevented 80% of it. And then I think for various reasons, you'll probably need to understand more on this, like, 37% of the time when they actually patched a vulnerability, there were more critical ones that didn't actually patch or didn't patch at all for the period that we did the testing. So this sort of like shows you how important that you need to spend time on actually fixing bugs, as well as the same time you are delivering on finding them. So so I'm quickly going to so give me like maybe a couple of more minutes. So I'm going to touch upon the bug bounty platform, given that it's kind of new in Sri Lanka or in the region, except maybe India and Singapore. So as I said earlier, there are platforms like HackerOne, BugCrowd, and Synac. You can, as an organization, you can go there and then register yourself. And the important point is that you're not going to spend money on it until someone actually find a bug that that's worth paying. So it's very economically friendly approach. And then it's continuous testing. As long as the program is out there, there will always be someone testing it, right? And then what we found out is that there are bug hunters who are actually willing to help the organization actually fixing the bug that they actually reported. So that will sort of ease out the issues that I actually mentioned earlier. And then eventually, what's like a common understanding is that, more eyes will catch more vulnerability. So if someone is saying that, we are doing enough testing, we don't need more, I think you should definitely think twice about the security approach. And then there are different sub-programs within a bug bounty. There's a public program, which I mentioned. The private program is that you sort of register your organization in the platform, and then you're not letting everyone registered in it to sort of test it. You sort of like, do a vetting process. Either the platform will do the vetting, or you will get the information who are willing to test on it, and then sort of like, so who is testing your program. And then the private events is that this is actually championed by most of the US government entities like Pentagon and US Army, where they actually have like a 2-day or a 3-day event in-house. So they do the vetting process. They actually sort of like, get applications beforehand. They actually publish the program. Sorry. But the actual testing happens in-house. So they can sort of make sure that, nothing sensitive goes out from it. So, if you have trust issues, the private programs and private events are very sort of a friendly approach. As I said earlier, Hack the Pentagon is, I think they've started in 2016. So I am bringing these different use cases just to give you like, Pentagon probably has extensive sort of resources in terms of funding and then getting the talent pool, but they actually still want to go to, and they're still going since 2016 to bug hunting, because they've actually fixed 7,000 plus critical vulnerabilities, not just low-hanging fruits, critical vulnerabilities because of bug hunting programs. The same goes to big tech, like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook. They pay probably the highest salaries in tech, and then they have talented pool. They have their own dedicated red teams, blue, purple, or probably sure they have other teams that we are not aware of. But the thing is that they still do bug hunting. They still have programs that they let public to sort of test their systems, and then they still actually pay bug bounties. So the reason is that they still believe that the benefit that the bug hunting brings in is very important. Why is success? One thing that we found out is that the people that we talk to, they are coming from very different background, like some humanity, journalism, literature. But so this contributes to a very unique feature, that the way they look at the system is different. That, I mean, as technical people, as CS backgrounds, we are sort of taught to look at the systems in a different way. But people who are with different backgrounds, they actually see this in a completely different angle. So that actually helps them to sort of like uncover issues that other people couldn't actually see. And then, I mean, many organizations can actually afford bug bounties, right? Because you're not going to pay like, thousands of dollars just for an engagement, where there is no guaranteed outcome of it. Whereas in bug bounty, I mean, you still need to do pen testing and red teaming, don't get me wrong. But having a bug bounty will give you like, continuous testing, and there will always be someone. And then they actually, the people who are involved in this, they're actually doing it passionately. So the chances of success is very high. And then the last thing I actually very briefly want to mention is the Bug Zero platform. Bugzero.io is actually a bug bounty platform in Sri Lanka. As Sri Lanka Cert is already in the platform, and then we've actually helped fix a number of vulnerabilities already. And then in the Bugzero.io, I think there are like, I think close to 300 bug hunters from 14 different countries already registered. So if someone actually want to publish a program on their own organization, they actually can get all these people to get to test your system as well. And then lastly, I mean, the Bug Zero platform is came out of an academic project in UCSC. It's actually a collaboration between different global research institutes. And then everything that we do are actually published. Everything the Bug Zero is on is published work, peer reviewed. You can read up the findings that we have and the things we do. I cordially invite, please go and check out bugzero.io. And if you are a startup, if you are a multi-national organization, the Bug Zero still could help you sort of like unveil the bug bounty platform. So finally, and then I think I tried to cover it as much as possible in this small time. But if you are interested, and if you're interested to know about our research or the things we do, please don't hesitate to contact me. My email address is primalw@xc.berkeley.edu. I'm more than happy to sort of have a discussion. And if you're an organization trying to understand how you can use Bug Zero, again, we can actually sit down and then talk about it. But I think my important point that I want to make is security is not a sprint and not even a marathon, right? Both sprint and marathon as an end, but security doesn't. It's just a life journey, as many people want to say, because there's no end. And then you just need to sort of like, have patience, have sort of like a process, policies, sort of take the organization through. And then, again, the important point is that, don't go after the unicorn that to sort of like have the feeling we are perfect. Just try to add more cost to the adversaries, then, you'll be fine. Okay, thank you. And then I must also thank you, Sir, for giving me this opportunity to share my findings. I do really hope that, I've helped one or two. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Primal Vijayasekara. It has been a very insightful talk on vulnerabilities. And we've seen this become very essential to organization in today's world. And you rightly said, security is not a sprint, but a journey. So that all of us need to walk along, and it's just cannot be done overnight, but a long journey. With that, thank you so much once again for being with us. And we hope that everyone has found this session very useful. So with that, Nilushi, let's move on to
next session. Thank you, Dr. Primal. Thank you once again. So next we have a panel discussion on surviving the pandemic, the reality.
And this is going to be in
Sinhala.
So the language is going to be in Sinhala.
And it's going to be moderated by our very own Charuka Damanupula from Sri Lanka CERT. So with that, I'll hand over the session to Charuka so that he can continue with his panel discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි නිලුෂි දයානන්ද ඔබ දෙපළටම ශ්‍රී ලංකා පරිගණක හදිසි ප්‍රතිචාර සංසදය 14 වන වරටත් සංවිධානය කරන ජාතික සයිබර් ආරක්ෂණ සතියේ 4 වන දිනයේදී තිබෙන විද්වත් සාකච්ඡාව සඳහායි දැන් අපිට කාල වේලාව එළඹ තිබෙන්නේ. මම ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම කැමති අපගේ තේමාව ඉතින් සඳහන් කරොත් කොවිඩ් වසංගතයත් සමගම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දැනට විවිධ ක්ෂේත්‍රවල අඛණ්ඩ පැවැත්ම සහ යථාර්ථය කියන තේමා පාඩය යද අපි යොදාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ සඳහා අපිත් සමග විද්වත් මඩුල්ලක් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තිබෙනවා. මම ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම කැමති මා සමග සම්බන්ධ වෙ සිටිනවා අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ විවුර්ත විශ්වවිද්‍යාල හා දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රවර්ධන රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ අතිරේක ලේකම් නීල් ගුණදාස මහත්මයාව ඉතා ආදරෙන් පිළිගන්නවා ඔබතුමන්ව. ඒත් සමගම අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ අපරාධ කොට්ටාශයේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය ඒකකයේ ස්ථානාධිපති නුවන් පද්මසිරි මහත්මයාවත් අපි සමගම සම්බන්ධ වී සිටිනවා දත්ත ආරක්ෂණය හා පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ පිළිබඳ නීති උපදේශක නීතිඥ සඳුනි වික්‍රමසිංහ මෙනවිය ඔබතුමියවත් ඉතා ආදරෙන් පිළිගන්නවා. අවසාන වශයෙන් ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරියේ නීති බලාත්මක කිරීමේ අධ්‍යක්ෂිකා නීතිඥ සජීවනී අබේකෝන් මෙනවිය ඉතා ආදරෙන් අපේ විද්වත් සාකච්ඡාව සඳහා පිළිගන්නවා. මම ප්‍රථමයෙන් ප්‍රවේශයක් ලබා ගැනීමට කැමති මේ මාතෘකාවත් සම්බන්ධයෙන් COVID-19 වසංගතයත් සමග විවිධ ක්ෂේත්‍රවල බලපෑම් එල්ල වුණා. ඉතින් මෙහි බලපෑම් ලැබුණු එක ක්ෂේත්‍රයක් ලබා ගැනීමට මම නීල් ගුණදාස මහත්මයාට අවස්ථාව ලබා දෙනවා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි චාරුක. මම ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මේ වගේ වැඩසටහනක් ආරම්භ කිරීම සහ මේ වගේ වැඩසටහනක කාලින අවස්ථාව හඳුනාගෙන මේ වැඩසටහනට අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ දායකත්වය ලබා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධ සුබ උදෑසනක් වේවා සියලු දෙනාටම. අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය වශයෙන් ගත් කල අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශයට තිබුණු තොරතුරු හා සංවේදන තාක්ෂණික ශාඛාව මගින් තමයි අත්‍යවශ්‍යම ගත්තහම අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය යටතේ තියෙන සීලම පාසල්වල තොරතුරු හා සංවේදන තාක්ෂණ විෂය ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමේ වකී පැවරයි. මේ විෂය ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමේ වගකීම පැවරනකොට අපි ආරම්භක වශයෙන් ගත් කල තොරතුරු හා සංවේදන තාක්ෂණ විෂය අපි ආරම්භ කරේ ලංකාවේ ජිට් කියන විභාගය. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන ජෙනරල් ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් ටෙක්නොලොජි කියන 12 වෙනි වසර සඳහා ආරම්භ කරන ලද පාඩම් වලින් තමයි අපි හා පුරා කියලා මේ කාර්යය ආරම්භ කළේ. ඉන් පසුව අපි අපොස සාමාන්‍ය පෙළ සඳහා තෝරා ගැනීම සඳහා තාක්ෂණික විෂයක් වශයෙන් අපි මේ විෂය ආරම්භ කරා. පසු කාලීනව අපි මේක අපොස උසස් පෙළ සඳහා ප්‍රධාන විෂයක් වශයෙන් අපි ආරම්භ කරා. වර්තමානයේ ඊටත් එහාට ගිහිල්ලා මේක ජනප්‍රිය විෂයක් සහ ළමයි ගොඩ දෙනෙක් තෝරන ළමයි විෂයක් වඩා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි මේ විෂය ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමත් එක්කම අපිට ආපු ප්‍රධාන වකීමක් සහ ප්‍රධාන කාර්යභාරයක් තමයි අපි දන්නවා අන්තර්ජාලය භාවිත කිරීමේදී මේ දරුවන් බොහොම උනන්දුයි සහ බොහොම දරුවන්ගේ පැත්තෙන් ගත්තම බොහොම කැමැත්තෙන් මේක භාවිත කරන තත්ත්වයක අපිට පෙනී ගියා. ඒතර අපි ඒකම කල්පනා කරා මේ කොහොමද මේ සඳහා වූ වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න කියන එක. මට මතකයි ඒ කාලේදීත් අපි මේ සර්ට් කියන ආයතනය අත්‍යවශ්‍යයෙන්ම මේ දැන් තරමට ජනප්‍රියලා තිබුණේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒ තරමට මේ කතිකාවතක් ගොඩනැගලා තිබුණේ නැති කාලයකදීත් අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා පරිගණක හදිසි ප්‍රතිචාර සංසදයේ සමග එකතු වෙලා ඉතා විශාල වැඩ කොටසක් අපි මුල් කාලේදී අපි කරා. අපි අත්‍යවශ්‍යම ගත්තොත් අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශයට නිර්මාණ වුණු වෙබ් අඩවි අනිකුත් පද්ධතීන් සම්බන්ධයෙන්ුත් අපි එම ආයතනයේ දායකත්වය ලබාගත්ත ඒ වගේ යහපත්ම සහ ඒ වගේ තියෙන තත්ත්වයන් පිළිබඳව අපිට වාර්තා ලබා ගන්න. අපි ඒ වගේම මම කියවගෙන ආපු කාරණය තමයි අපි මේ විෂයට අදාළව ගත්තට පස්සේ අපි විෂය පැත්තෙන් ගුරුන් පුහුණු කිරීමද අනිකුත් නිලධාරීන් පුහුණු කිරීමද මේ සියලුම කරුණු කාරණාවලදී මේ අපි කියන අන්තර්ජාලය සම්බන්ධයෙන් තියෙන ආරක්ෂාව සහ ඒ භාවිතාව කිරීමේදී ආරක්ෂා සහිත භාවිතය කිරීමේ කාරණේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි විශාල වශයෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරගෙන ආපු කාලයක් ඒක. අත්‍යවශ්‍යම සතුටුයි කියන්න මේ ගොඩක් තැන්වලදී මේ සයිබර් ආරක්ෂණ කටයුතු පිළිබඳ සාකච්ඡා වීමට මත්තෙන් මම කතා කරන්නේ මේ තාක්ෂණික ආයතන සම්බන්ධයෙන් නෙවෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ software organization වල ගත්තොත් ඒවා ඇත්තටම මේවයි ගොඩක් ඒ අවබෝධය සහ ඒ සඳහා කටයුතු කරනවා. නමුත් මේ රාජ්‍ය ආයතන වශයෙන් ගත්තට පස්සේ රාජ්‍ය ආයතන වල තාම අඩුම කාලයක තියෙන කාලේ අපි අමාත්‍යාංශයක් විදිහට මේ සඳහා දැඩි උනන්දුවක් දක්වලා අපේ ගුරු බවතුන් නිලධාරීන් අපේ ගුරු උපදේශක මහත්මීන් අපි දැනුවත් කිරීම කරලා දෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මේකේ தත්ත්වය තවදුරටත් පුළුල් කිරීම සඳහා අපි කල්පනා කරා 2015 දී මට මතක හැටියට අපි EduCert කියන සංකල්පය හිතාගෙන අපි තොරතුරු හා ශ්‍රී ලංකා තොරතුරු හා සංවේදී තාක්ෂණ නියෝජන ආයතන සමග එකතු වෙලා අපි ශ්‍රී ලංකා CERT එක්ක සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන අපි සැලසුම් කරා අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය තුළ EduCert කියන සංකල්පය ස්ථාපිත කිරීම සඳහා. මේකෙදී අපි ලංකාව පුරා සිටින ගුරු බවතුන්ගෙන් IT ගුරු බවතුන්ගෙන් ගුරු බවතුන් 600ක් තෝරගෙන කලාපෙන් 6 දෙනෙක් වගේ තෝරගෙන අපි මේ අයට පුහුණුවක් ලබා දුන්නා ඔබතුමන්ලාගේ ආයතනය හරහා. ඒකට අපිට ගොඩක් සහාය ලබා දුන්නා ICT ඒජන්සි ආයතනය. ඊට පස්සේ අපි මේ ගුරු බවතුන් දැනුවත් කිරීම කරලා අපි ඒ කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හැදුවා මොඩියුල් ට්‍රේනින් මොඩියුල්ස්. අපි ආරමුණු වුණේ ඒ ගුරු බවතුන් මගින් තමන්ගේ කලාපයේ තියෙන ඉන්න ගුරු බවතුන් ටික දැනුවත් කිරීම කරලා මේ අවශ්‍ය මඟ පෙන්වීම කරන්නත් ඒ හරහා මේ අන්තර්ජාලය ආරක්ෂා සහිතව භාවිතා කරන්නේ කෙසේදැන කියන විශ්වාසය සහ අවබෝධය ලබා දීම සඳහා. ප්‍රත්‍ය මෙසේ තිබියදී පසුගිය වසරේ ඔබතුමාලා දන්නවා වර්තමාන රජය අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය යටතේ නව රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශ 4ක් ස්ථාපිත කරනවා. ඒ රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශ දෙකක් තමයි අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ විවෘත විශ්වවිද්‍යාල සහ දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රවර්ධන රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශය. එතන අපි මේකෙදී අපි කල්පනා කරා දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපනය කියන අත්පත්ත ගත්තට පස්සේ දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපනය කිරීමේදී ඉතා විශාල වශයෙන් අපි භාවිත කරන අන්තර්ජාල පහසුකම් රූපවාහිනී මාධ්‍ය වෙනත් ගුවන්විදුලි මාධ්‍ය ඉතින් මේ අන්තර්ජාල පහසුකම් භාවිත කිරීමේදී අපි කල්පනා කරා තවදුරටත් මේක සම්බන්ධ කිරීම අවශ්‍ය නිසා අපේ මේ ළඟදී අපි ඉදිරි කරා පාසල් අධ්‍යාපන සඳහා දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන මාර්ගෝපදේශ සංග්‍රහය චක්ලයක සමග අපි මේ මාර්ගෝපදේශ සංග්‍රහය නිර්මාණය කිරීමේදී අපි ඔබතුමන්ලාගේ මත අපි කියන සර්ට් ආයතනයේ සම්පූර්ණ දායකත්වයේ සහාය ලබා ගත්තා මේ දරුවන්ට මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කරන්න මේ අන්තර්ජාලය පරිහරණය කිරීමේදී සහ මේ අනිකුත් ඉලෙක්ට්‍රොනික උපාංග භාවිත කිරීමේදී තමන්ගේ ශරීර සෞඛ්‍යයට තමන්ගේ පැවැත්මට තමන්ගේ ආරක්ෂාවට ගැළපෙන පරිදි භාවිත කරන්නේ කෙසේද කියන්නේ. අපි ඒක මුද්‍රණය කරලා දෙමළ සිංහල ඉංග්‍රීසි කියන මාධ්‍ය මුද්‍රණය කරලා චක්ලයක සමග අපි මේ වනේටත් සීලුම ලංකාවේ සීලුම කලාපවලට නිකුත් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ කලාප හරහා පාසල් වලට දැන් ලබා දෙමින් පවතිනවා. මේක ලබා දුන්නාම අපි අපේක්ෂා කරනවා පළාත් මට්ටමින් අමාත්‍යාංශය නිලධාරීන් සමග එකතු වෙලා දැනුවත් කිරීම වැඩසටහන් පවත්වන්න. මොකද අපේ ඉලක්කය තියෙන මේ පොත් බෙදා හැල්ල නිකන් ඉන්න විතරක් නෙවෙයි. අපිට අවශ්‍යයි මේක මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කළා මේ දරුවන් අතට මේ වැඩසටහන එමෙතන මේ ක්‍රමවේදය දරුවන්ගේ අවබෝධයට ලබා දීම සඳහා වැඩ පිළිවෙල බරපත් කරන්න. එතනින් එහාට ගිහිල්ලා අපි කල්පනා කරා දැනටමත් අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශ ප්‍රශාසන අමාත්‍යාංශයට 19 16 කියලා තියෙන අපේ කෝඩ් නම්බරයක් එහෙම නැත්නම් හොට්ලයින් එකක් අපි ඉදිරියේදී කල්පනා කරලා දෙනවා මේ ICT ඒජන්සිය සමග එකතු වෙලා මෙතෙන්ට සම්බන්ධ කරන්න ඔය අන්තර්ජාලය සම්බන්ධයෙන් එන ගැටලු වලදී පාසල් දරුවන්ගේ ප්‍රශ්න වලට අහම එතන සම්බන්ධ කරලා අපි සර්ට් එකේ සහයත් අරගෙන මේ අමාත්‍යාංශයේ දරුවන්ගේ පැත්තෙන් එන සහ ගුරුවරුගේ පැත්තෙන් එන අපි අපේක්ෂා කරන නැත්නම් හදිසියේ මුහුණ දෙන ප්‍රශ්න වලට යම්කිසි මඟ පෙන්වීමක් ලබා දෙන්න. එතනින් එහාට ඒ බරපතල දේවල් වලදී ඔබතුමන්ලගේ එහෙම නැත්නම් සර්ට් ආයතනයේ සහාය ලබාගෙන මේ தත්ත්වය පුළුවන් තරම් දරුවන්ගේ ගැටළු සහගත තත්ත්වයන් නම් ආම කරන්න. ඒ එකම මම කියන්න කැමතියි ඔබතුමන්ලා අපි හැමෝම දන්න දෙයක් තමයි දැන් අපි වර්ෂ දෙකක් ඉරාසන කාලයක් බෝම්බ සිද්ධියෙන් පස්සේ සහරන්ගේ අපේ පාසල් විධිමත්ව පැවැත්වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මම සතුටුයි කියන්න මේම තත්ත්වයන් තුළ අපේ දරුවන් ඉතා විශාල වශයෙන් මේ මාර්ගගත තත්ත්වයන් භාවිතා කරනවා ගුරුවරුන් ඒ භාවිතා කරනවා. එසේ භාවිත කිරුණත් ඉතාම අල්ප ප්‍රමාණයක තමයි අපිට මේ ලැබිලා තියෙන මේ භයානක තත්ත්වයන් ඕනම තත්ත්වයකදී එහෙම තමයි අපි අපේක්ෂා කරන සිටින අපිසි මට්ටමක ඉතා කුඩා ප්‍රමාණයක් ඒ අවදානමට ඔබට ගිහිල්ලා භාවිත කරන කණ්ඩායමක්. නමුත් වැඩි දෙනෙක් වැඩි සංඛ්‍යාවක් මේක ඉතා හොඳින් පරිශීලනය කරමින් භාවිත කරමින් මේ කාර්යයේ යෙදීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් මට පෞද්ගලික සතුටක් තියෙනවා. මොකද මම හිතනවා ඒකදී මේ අපි ඔබතුමාලා එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ අධ්‍යාපන පද්ධතියේ ඉන්න සියලු දෙනා මෙතෙක් කාල දක්වන ලද වෙහෙස මහන්සිය වල ප්‍රතිඵලයක් කියලා මට සතුට වෙන්න පුළුවන් කාරණයක්. ඉතින් අපි මෙතනින් එහාට ගිහිල්ලා අපි දැන් ඉදිරියේදී අපේක්ෂා කරනවා මේ දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන වැඩසටහන් තා පුළුල් කරන්න. අපි දැන්ටමත් ස්වදේශ කටයුතු රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලේකම්තුමා සමග සාකච්ඡා කරලා තියෙනවා. මේ දෙමව්පියන් දැනුවත් කිරීම කරන්න. මොකද අපේ අධ්‍යාපන පද්ධතිය තමයි ඊටාම හොඳට මේ විසිරලා තියෙන පද්ධතියක් ජාලයකට එකතු වෙලා තියෙන පද්ධතියක්. අපේ පළාත් දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව තියෙනවා, කලාප අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාලය තියෙනවා, ඊට පස්සේ කොට්ටාශ අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාලය තියෙනවා, ඊට පස්සේ පාසල් තියෙනවා. කොට්ටාශ අධ්‍යාපනයේ කලාප අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාලයයි පාසලයි අතර තියෙනවා අපේ තොරතුරු සංනිවේදන තාක්ෂණ මධ්‍යස්ථාන කියලා අපි කියනවා CRC centers කියලා. මේවා කෙරෙන්නේ මේ වගේ අධ්‍යාපන තොරතුරු සංනිවේදන තාක්ෂණ විෂයට අදාළ අධ්‍යාපන ලබා දීම, දැනුවත් කිරීම, NVQ පාඨමාලා ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම, ගුරු පුහුණු කිරීම, නිලධාරීන් පුහුණු කිරීම, ප්‍රදේශීය අනිත්‍යතා පුහුණු කිරීම. අපි අපේක්ෂා කරනවා ඉදිරියේදී බොහොම මුදුරේදීම ප්‍රාදේශීය නිලධාරීන් සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන, ග්‍රාම නිලධාරීන් සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේ CRC මධ්‍යස්ථාන හරහා ගමේ ඉන්න දෙමව්පියන් දැනුවත් කිරීමක් කරන්න මේ විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ අන්තර්ජාලය ආරක්ෂා සහිත බාධා කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන්නේ. මේක ටිකක් සංකීර්ණ කාරණයක්. මොකද මේ අපි දන්නවා මේ දෙමව්පියන් මේ යුගයේ දෙමව්පියන් දරුවෝ මේ යුගයේ දරුවෝ මේ තොරතුරු තාක්ෂණයේ තුල ජීවත් වෙන දරුවෝ ඉපදුනේ මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ නේටිව්ස් ලා මේ සිස්ටම් එකේ. හැබැයි දෙමව්පියෝ එහෙම නෙවෙයි. ඒ නිසා ටිකක් මේක අපි කල්පනා කරමින් පවතිනවා. සරල කරලා දෙමව්පියන්ට දැනෙන පරිදි තේරුම් ගත හැකි පරිදි දැනුවත් කිරීමත් ඒ වගේම යම්කිසි ආකාරයකට මොකක් හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙන බව තේරෙනවා කියලා තේරුණාට පස්සේ තමන්ගේ දරුවා තුළ එහෙම නැත්නම් තමන්ගේ පවුලේ එතනදී මඟ පෙන්වීමක් ලබා ගන්න කවුරුටද යන්න ඕනේ, කවුරු කාගාටද කියන්න ඕනේ. මොකද ගොඩක් අපි දැන් වල දකින්න තමයි මේ සමහර ප්‍රශ්න අහන් පස්සේ කියන්න කෙනෙක් නැහැ, කියන්න කාටද දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒතර ඒ නිසා මේ ගොඩක් ප්‍රශ්න ඇති වෙනවා. ඉතින් අපිට ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහම විශේෂයෙන්ම ගම් මට්ටමේදී ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහම අපේ දරුවන්ගේ දෙමාපියන්ගේ අපිට පුළුවන් නම් එතනදී පාසලේ ඉන්න ගුරුවරයා සම්බන්ධ කරලා දෙන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් සියාසී මධ්‍යස්ථානයේ ඉන්න අපේ උපදේශක මහත්මයා සම්බන්ධ කරලා දෙන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් අඩු කරන ග්‍රාම නිලධාරී මහත්මයන් අහන්න මේ දරුවා මෙන්න මෙහෙමයි මට තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ දරුවා මොකද ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මේ වැඩේ මෙහෙමයි මොකද්ද මේක කරන්න. අන්න එතකොට අපිට පුළුවන් ක්‍රමයකට මේ දරුවන්ට මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කරලා දෙමාපියන් හරහා අපිට වැඩ පිළිවෙල ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න. ඉතින් මේක මම හිතනවා මේ පහුගිය අවුරුදු දෙකමාරක තුල අපි හඳුනාගත්ත බරපතල අවශ්‍යතාවයක්. ඒකට අපි දැන්ටමත් අපි ඒ සම්බන්ධලා තියෙන ස්වදේශ අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලේකම්තුමත් එක්ක ඉදිරියේදී බොහොම ඉක්මනට අපේක්ෂා කරනවා මේ තත්ත්වයට අදාළව වැඩ පිළිවෙල ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න. සමස්තය මේ අපේ දිවයින පුරාම සිටින දෙමාපියන් ළඟට ගිහිල්ලා අපිට මේක අමාරු නෑ. මොකද අපේ කලින් කිව්වා වගේ අපේ නෙට්වර්ක් එකක් තියෙනවා. අපේ මේ බහුතරයක් දරුවෝ පාසලේ දෙමාපියෝ පාසලට සම්බන්ධයි, දරුවෝ පාසලට සම්බන්ධයි, දරුවෝ සම්බන්ධයි මේ මධ්‍යස්ථානත් එක්ක, නිලධාරීන් සම්බන්ධයි. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රියාවලිය අපිට ආරම්භ කරලා ශක්තිමත් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියන විශ්වාසය අපිට තියෙනවා. ඒක සිද්ධ වෙනකොට ඒ පැත්තෙන් 19 16 කියන මම කිව්වා හොට්ලයින් එක ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙනකොට ඒ හරහා අපිට කණ්ඩායමක් අපි හදපු දැන් දැන්නම 600 කණ්ඩායමක් ඉන්නවා. මේ වගේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් ආවම මූලික වශයෙන් මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කළා මූලික තොරතුරු මේ සහායක් ලබා දෙන්න පුළුවන් කණ්ඩායමක්. ඒ කට්ටියත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා මම හිතනවා අපිට මේ සයිබර් අවකාශය තුළ ආරක්ෂාකාරීව හැසිරීම කියන සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඊට වඩා ප්‍රබල මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කරන්න පුළුවන් ලැබෙයි කියලා ඔබතුමාලගේ ආයතන සමග එකතු වෙනවා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි නිල් ගුණදාස මහත්මයා. අපි යොමු වෙනවා අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ පරිගණක අපරාධ කොට්ටාශය සම්බන්ධ සමාජ මාධ්‍යයක ස්ථාන අධිපති නුවන් පදනසිරි මහත්මයා වෙත ඊළඟට මේ COVID-19 වසංගතයත් එක්ක සිසුන් පමණක් නෙමෙයි සියලු දෙනාම අන්තර්ජාලය භාවිතයට හුරු වුණා. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ මේ සමගම අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේට යම් කිසි කාර්යභාරයක් පැවරෙනවා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කිරීම. ඉතින් අපිට පොඩි ප්‍රවේශයක් ගන්න නුවන් මහත්මයා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ කාර්යභාරය.
ස්තුතියි චාරුක. මුලින්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මට මේ අවස්ථාව සලසා දීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඉතාමත් කෙටි දැනුම් දීමකින් තමයි මට මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. මුලින්ම මම හඳුන්වලා දෙන්නම් මම නුවන් පද්මසිරි. මම අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ අලුතින් පිහිටවන ලද පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශන කොට්ටාශයේ සමාජ මාධ්‍යාංශයේ ස්ථානාධිපති වශයෙන් කටයුතු කරනවා. 2016 වසර ඉඳන් වගේ මම අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ සේවය කරනවා. මේ අතරතුර මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා විදුලි සංදේශ නියමන කොමිෂන් සභාවේ ස්ථාපිත පොලිස් ඒකකයේ ස්ථානාධිපති වශයෙන් කටයුතු කරලා ඉන්න අනතුර සමාජ මාධ්‍යාංශයේ කටයුතු කරනවා. මුලින්ම කියන්න ඕනේ 2021 පස්වෙනි මාසේ පළවෙනිදා තමයි මේ පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශන කොට්ටාශය පිහිටුම් ලැබුවේ. පොලිස් පොතිතුමාගේ සංකල්පයකට අනුව අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවට ලැබෙන පැමිණිල්ල වැඩිවීම හේතුවෙන් කොට්ටාශ 7කට වර්ගීකරණය කරනු ලැබුණා. එහිදී පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශන කොට්ටාශයේ විශේෂ ස්ථානයක් හිමි වුණා. මොකද වර්තමානයේ අපි සියලුම දේම කරන්නේ පරිගණකය නැත්නම් අන්තර්ජාලය භාවිත කරලා. එතකොට මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් වැඩි වෙන පැමිණිල්ල වල වැඩිවීමේ ප්‍රවණතාවයක් තිබ්බ හින්දා තමයි මේ කොට්ටාශය ස්ථාපිත කරන්නේ. දැනට මෙම කොට්ටාශය අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව කොළඹ එක ලිපිණිය දෙවන මහලේ අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව දෙවන මහලේ තමයි ස්ථාපිත කරලා තියෙන්නේ. මෙහිදී අපි විමර්ශන පහසුතක අංශ කිහිපයකට වෙන් කරලා තියෙනවා. පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශනාංශය, සමාජ මාධ්‍ය විමර්ශනාංශය, සමාජ මාධ්‍ය අංශය, මීට අමතරව දිවයිනේ පළාත් බදව, ඒ කියන්නේ දකුණු පළාත් පාදක කරගනිමින් මාතර උප ඒකකයත්, මධ්‍යම පළාත පාදක කරගනිමින් නුවර පළාත් ඒකකයත් ස්ථාපිත කරලා තියෙනවා. මොකද මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ලැබෙන පැමිණිලි වල වැඩිවීම හේතුවෙන්. නුදුරු අනාගතයේදී අපි මහජන පැමිණිලි සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කරන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම මේකට හේතු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය පොලිස් ස්ථානවල නිලධාරීන්ගේ පොඩි ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් IT ලිටරසි එක. ඒ කියන්නේ තොරතුරු තාක්ෂණය සම්බන්ධයෙන් පුද්ගලයෙක්ට ගැටලුවක් ආවම ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක වීමේදී ඔවුන්ගේ දැනුම පිළිබඳ ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ හේතුවෙන් තමයි දීප ව්‍යාප්තව මේ කොට්ටාශය ස්ථාපිත කරන්නේ. නුදුරු අනාගතයේදී කුරුණෑගල උපේකකයකුත් අනුරාධපුර උපේකකයකුත් අම්පාර ප්‍රදේශ භාර උපේකකයකුත් ස්ථාපිත කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. දැනට නිලධාරීන් 130ක ප්‍රමාණයක් මේකේ කටයුතු කරනවා. මුලින්ම කියන්න ඕනේ මේ ඒකකය ආරම්භ කරලා අවුරුදු මාස 5ක වගේ කෙටි කාලයක් වුණත් මේ වන විට අපිට ලැබිලා තිනවා පැමිණිලි 3500කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ලොකු ප්‍රමාණයක් ලැබිලා තිනවා. මොකද මේ කොට්ටාශය ස්ථාපිත කරේ කොවිඩ් වසංගත සමය අතරතුර කාලේ ඉඳන්ම මේ කොට්ටාශය ස්ථාපිත කරේ. මේච්චර කෙටි කාලයකදී වුණත් අපිට මෙච්චර පැමිණිලි සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලැබිලා තිනවා. අපි මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් සාර්ථකව කටයුතු කරමින් පවතිනවා. මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් පැමිණිල්ලක් කිරීමේදී කියන්නේ මහජනතාවයට මොකක් හරි අවශ්‍යතාවයක් වුණොත් අපේ දුරකථන අංකයක් ස්ථාපිත කරලා තිනවා 0112381045 මේ දුරකථන අංකය හරහා හරි නැත්නම් අපේ අධ්‍යක්ෂකතුමාගේ විද්‍යුත් තැපැල් ලිපිනයක් තියෙනවා dir.ccid@police.lk කියන ඊමේල් ලිපිනය විද්‍යුත් තැපැල් හරහා ඔබට හැකි අවශ්‍ය හැම වෙලාවකම මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කරලා පැමිණිල්ලක් දැමීමට අවශ්‍ය නම් අපේ අධ්‍යක්ෂකතුමා මේ සම්බන්ධ පෞද්ගලිකවම කටයුතු කරලා උන්ට ශනික උපදෙසක් ලබන. මොකද සාමාන්‍ය පැමිණිල්ලක් වගේ නෙමෙයි. අන්තර්ජාලය සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපිට මොකක් හරි හානියක් වුණොත් විනාඩි ගණනකදී වෙන හානිය ඉතා විශාලයි. ඒ හේතුවෙන් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ශනිකව ප්‍රතිචාර දක්වලා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අවශ්‍ය පිළියම ශනිකව ලබා දීමට තමයි අපේ කොට්ටාශයේ අරමුණ. මේ කොවිඩ් පාලන සමයත් එක්ක කොවිඩ් වසංගත සමයත් එක්ක මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපිට ලැබෙන පැමිණිලි ඉගෙන ගත්තොත් එහෙම අමුතුවෙන් කියන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. මම කිව්වා දැනටමත් පැමිණිලි 3500කට අධික ප්‍රමාණයක් අපේ කොට්ටාශයට ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම කටයුතු කරන්නේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය අංශ සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඒ කියන්නේ Facebook, Instagram වගේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය සම්බන්ධයෙන් පීඩාකාරී ලෙස කරන අපහාසාත්මක පළකිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් එහෙම නැත්නම් අසත්‍ය පළකිරීම. මොකද ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ කොවිඩ් වසංගත සමයත් එක්ක මිනිස්සු තොරතුරු බෙදා ගන්න, ප්‍රවෘත්ති බෙදා ගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ WhatsApp group, Viber group, Facebook group ඒ වගේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට තමන්ගේ තොරතුරු බෙදා හැරීම සිදු කරන්නේ. මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ලැබෙන ඒ කියන්නේ මේකෙදි වෙන පීඩාවන් සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගොඩක් පැමිණිලි අපේ කොට්ටාශයට ලැබෙනවා. මීට අමතරව අන්‍යයකු ලෙස පෙනී ඉඳලා මුදල් වංචා කිරීම ආදී කියන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මුදල් ගෙනදිනු කරන්නේ අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා මේ හේතුවෙන් බැංකුව වලට ගිහිල්ලා මුදල් ගෙනදිනු කරනවා අඩුයි. තමන්ගේ ජංගම දුරකථනින් ඉන්ස්ටෝල් කරගන්න ඇප් එකක් හරහා තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මුදල් ගෙනදිනු වගේ ඒවා කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේ වෙලාවලට අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා සිදු කරන මුදල් වංචා සම්බන්ධයෙන් පැමිණිලි ගොඩක් ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව පරිගණක උපාංග ආශ්‍රිතව ඒ කියන්නේ අනවශ්‍ය පනතේ 2007 අංක අතර පරිගණක අපරාධ පනතර ගන්න අනවසර ප්‍රේෂ්ඨයන් සිදු කිරීම. ඒ කියන්නේ ඊමේල් ගිණුම් වලට වෙන්න පුළුවන්, සමාජ මාධ්‍ය ගිණුම් වලට වෙන්න පුළුවන්, තමන්ගේ මොකක් හරි ඩිවයිස් එකකට වෙන්න පුළුවන් අනවසර ප්‍රේෂ්ඨයන් සිදු කරන අපරාධයන් සම්බන්ධයෙන් පැමිණිලි විශාල සංඛ්‍යාවක් ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. මේට අමතරව ලිංගික කිරීම, බලෙන් ලබා ගැනීම ආදී පැමිණිලිත් මේ කොවිඩ් සමයත් එක්ක අපිට ලැබීම ගොඩක් වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව අලුතින් ලැබෙන ප්‍රවණතාවයක් තමයි ගොඩක් අධ්‍යාපන කටයුතු, ඉගෙනීම් කටයුතු කලින් අපේ නිල් මහත්මයා කිව්වා වගේ ගොඩක් අධ්‍යාපන කටයුතු කරන්නේ අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඊට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ Zoom, Google Meet වගේ මුදුකාංක තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. සමහර පිරිස් මේ පෙළඹිලා තිනවා මේවා සිතාමතාම කඩාකප්පල්කාරී ක්‍රියාවන් සිදු කරන්න එවැනි ගෲප් වලට, ඒ කියන්නේ එවැනි ඉගෙනීම් කටයුතු වලට මේ පෙළඹිලා ලිංගික හිරියාර ආදී සිදුවීම් කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි අලුත් ප්‍රවණතාවයක් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන නිසා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් මේ සම්බන්ධ විමර්ශන කරලා මේවට කඩිනමින් පිළියම් ලබා දෙන්න අපි කටයුතු කරමින් පවතිනවා. මේ ටික තමයි මට කියන්න තියෙන්නේ. කියන්නේ අපිට දැන් කොවිඩ් තත්ත්වයක් එක්ක ලැබෙන පැමිණිලි වැඩි වෙලා තිබ්බත් මේවට සාර්ථක විසඳුම් ලබා දෙන්න අපි සෑම විටම කටයුතු කරනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා සර්ට් ආයතනයේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කළ පළකිරීම ඉවත් කිරීම ආදී කටයුතු සිදු කරන්නේ මේ මම තමයි පරිගණක පරිදි විමර්ශන කොටස සම්බන්ධ වෙලා. ඒ හින්දා ඔවුන්ගේ ලැබෙන සහයෝගයත් එක්ක මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කඩිනම් පිළිවෙලක් ලබා දෙන්න අපි කටයුතු කරමින් පවතිනවා.
පද්මසිරි මහත්මයා ඉතා වැදගත් කරුණු කීපයක් මතක් කරා මේ උපයෝගක පිහිටවීම ගැන. ඉතාමත් හොඳ පණිවිඩයක් සියලුම මහජනතාවයට විවිධයෙන්ම රට පුරා වියත් වෙලා තියෙන පොලිස් ආයතන වලට මේ උපයෝගක හරහා විශාල වශයෙන් අන්තර්ජාල සම්බන්ධ පැමිණිලි හැසිරීමේ හැකියාවක් ලැබෙනවා. බොහොම ස්තුතියි ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අදහස් දක්වුවාට. මම ඊළඟට යොමු වෙනවා ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරිය නීතිඥ සජීවනී අබේකෝන් මෙනවිය වෙතට විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ කාලය තුල අන්තර්ජාල පරිශීලනයේදී ළමුන් බොහෝ විට ඒ සඳහා පෙළඹී සිටිනවා. ඔවුන් නිවසවල සිට අධ්‍යාපනය යෙදෙනවා. ඉතින් ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරිය වශයෙන් විශාල කාර්යභාරයක් පැවැත්වී තිබෙනවා. ඔවුන් එය නොපිරහෙලා ඉටු කරනවා. ඉතින් මම කැමති COVID-19 වසංගතය සමග ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරියේ කාර්යභාරය පිළිබඳ ප්‍රවේශයක් ලබා ගන්න ලෙස සජීවනී අබේකෝන් මෙනවියට.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි චාරුක සර්ට් ආයතනයට ස්තුතියි ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරිය මේ දැනුවත් කිරීම සඳහා එකතු කර ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් මම ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඇත්තටම අපේ ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරියේ ළමයින්ට සිදුවන ශාරීරික හිංසන, මානසික හිංසන, ලිංගික අපයෝජන, සයිබර් හිංසනය තුල කියන්නේ සයිබර් අවකාශය තුල සිදුවන හිංසන සම්බන්ධයෙන් වගේම අත්හැර දැමීම්, නොසලකා හැරීම්, අනිවාර්ය අධ්‍යාපනයේ කඩාකප්පල් වීම, ඒ වගේ ළමයින්ට අදාළ වෙන ඕනෑම ගැටලුවක් කියන එක අපි බාර ගන්නවා මේ දවස්වල. මොකද මේ ළමයින්ගේ ගැටලු සමහර වෙලාවට අපේ විෂය පතෙන් බැහැර වුණත් අපි මේ ළමයිගේ ගැටලුවක් හින්දා ඒක අරගෙන 19 29 කියන අංකය පැය 24 පුරාම ක්‍රියාත්මකයි. භාෂා ත්‍රිත්වයෙන්ම ක්‍රියාත්මකයි. ඒක හොට්ලයින් එකක්. ඕනම කෙනෙකුට නොමිලේ දුරකථන ඇමතුමක් ලබා ගන්නට හැකියාව තියෙනවා. Tamanගේ ෆෝන් එකෙන් 1929 1929 කියන අංකයට ලබා ගත්තාම ඒ පැමිණිල්ල අපි සමහර වෙලාවට අපේ විෂය පත්‍රයට අදාළ නොවුනත් අපි අරගෙන ඒ අදාළ ආයතන වලට අපි බාර දීමක් සිදු කරනවා. කෙසේ වුණත් අපි අපේ නීතිය බලාත්මක කිරීමේ අංශය යටතේ සයිබර් විමර්ශන ඒකකයක් පිහිටවලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒකේ නිලධාරීන්ගේ හිඟයක් මේ දවස්වල තියෙනවා. නිලධාරීන් බඳවා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් රජයේ අනුමැතිය ලැබිලා තිබුණාට අපිට තවමත් මේ කොවිඩ් තත්ත්වය තුළ යම් චක්‍රලේඛයක් නිකුත් කරා බඳවා ගැනීම සීමා කරන්න කියලා. ඒකින්ද බඳවා ගැනීම සිදු වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් එහෙම කිව්වට අපි පුළුවන් තරම් ළමයින්ගේ ගැටලු වලට මැදිහත් වෙනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ළමයින්ට එන පැමිණිලි මේ අනවශ්‍ය ෆොටෝ ෂෙයා කරනවා නම් අපි ඒක TRC කියන ආයතනයට විදුලි සංදේශන නියාමන කොමිෂන් සභාව වෙත යොමු කරලා ඒ ලින්ක් එක බ්ලොක් කරන්න කියන ඉල්ලීම කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අනවශ්‍ය සමහරලාට අනවශ්‍ය වෙබ්සයිට්ස් හදනවා ළමයින්ගේ ඔය චූටි කෙල්ලෝ ඒ වගේ දේවල් කියන්නේ ළමයින්ගේ අනවශ්‍ය ෆොටෝස් අරගෙන අනවශ්‍ය නෙමෙයි ළමයින්ගේ සාමාන්‍ය ෆොටෝස් අරගෙන යම් කිසි විදියකින් ලිංගිකත්වය උලුප්පලා දක්වමින් ඒ වෙබ්සයිට්ස් සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපිට වාර්තා වෙනවා. ඊළඟට අපිට වාර්තා වෙනවා මේ දැන් වෙනකොට මේ පියර් ගෲප්ස් ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් සමවයසේ යාළුවන් දැන් මේ කොවිඩ් තත්ත්වයක් එක්ක ගොඩාක් අධ්‍යාපනය කියන එකට භාවිතා කරනවත් එක්කම WhatsApp group වගේ දේවල් හදාගෙන අවුරුදු 15 අවුරුදු 16 මේ ගෑනු ළමයි පිරිමි ළමයි මේ Tamanගේ නිර්වත් ඡායාරූප වගේ දේවල් ෂෙයා කර ගැනීම ගැන ඊට පස්සේ අර සාමාන්‍යයෙන් වැඩිහිටියෝ අනුකරණය කරන කණ්ඩායමක් නේ ළමයි කියන්නේ. එතකොට ළමයිනුත් ඊට පස්සේ ඔන්න අවුරුදු 15 16 පිරිමි ළමයි අවුරුදු 15 16 සමකාලීන ගෑනු ළමයින්ගේ ඒ වගේ නිර්වත් පින්තූර අරගෙන ඒවා ෂෙයා කරනවා කියලා තර්ජනය කරනවා බියවත්තනවා නොයෙකුත් අඩන්තේට්ටම් කරන බවට අපිට වාර්තා වෙනවා. ඉතින් රටේ නීතිය අවුරුදු 12ට වඩා වැඩි ළමයින්ටත් බලපානවා. ඉතින් මේක ගත්තහම සාපරාධී බිය ගැන්වීම කියන අපරාධ වැරද්ද දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහය 483 ඊළඟට මේ ළමයින්ට ඒ වගේ ෆොටෝස් එවන්න කියලා වැඩිහිටියන් විසින් යම් දෙයක් කොළඹව ගන්න හදනවා නම් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඇවිටිලි කරනවා නම් ඒක දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහය 360 යන්න කියන වගන්තිය. මොකද යම් ලිංගික අපයෝජන කාර්යයක් සඳහා ළමයෙක් පොළඹවා ගැනීමට ඇවිටිලි කරනවා නම් ඒක දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහය අනුව අපරාධ වැරද්දක්. ඉතින් මේවට මේ අපි ඒ වගේ පැමිණිලි අපිට ඇත්තටම එනවා. ඊළඟට දැන් සමහර වෙලාවට එනවා මේ Zoom classes කියලා ඒවා පටන් අරගෙන ඒ වගේ ඉන්න ගුරුවරු සමහර වෙලාවට ළමයින්ව පොළඹවන බව කියන්නේ හැමෝම ගුරුවරු නෙමෙයි. නමුත් ඉතාම ස්වල්පයක් දෙනා මේ ඒ වගේ ළමයින්ව නිරුවත පෙන්වන්න ඒ වගේ දේවල් වලට පොළඹවා ගන්න අවස්ථා පිළිබඳවත් වාර්තා වෙනවා. ඊළඟට අවුරුදු 16 17 ළමයි ඉන්නවා මේ ඒ ළමයින්ට ඔන්න කියනවා මේ මොඩලින් වලට ගන්නම් කියලා. කියන්නේ ගැහැණු ළමයින්ට තමයි මේ තර්ජනය ගොඩක් වැඩි. මොඩලින් වලට ගන්නම්. ඉතින් ඔයාලට ලස්සන ඇඟක් තියෙනවා. ওই විදිහට අර අපි කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කතා බහ කරලා ඔයාට හොඳ ගමනක් යන්න පුළුවන් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් මේ විදියට කියලා මේ ළමයින්ව මේ ඔන්න WhatsApp group වලට එකතු කරගෙන දැන් ඔයාව මොඩලින් වලට දාන්න නම් ඔයාගේ ඇඟ බලන්න ඕනේ කියලා ඒ විදියට යම්කිසි ආකාරයකින් ඡායාරූප ගෙන්වා ගැනීම ඒ වගේ දේවල් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ විදියට සයිබර් හිංසනය කියන එක ඇත්තටම වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා. හැබැයි දැන් සයිබර් බුලින් කියන එක කියන්නේ සයිබර් හිරිහැර කියන දේත් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මේ ළඟදී ආවා කිසි මේ ළමයා සාමාන්‍ය ඒ ගෑනු ළමයා සාමාන්‍ය ෆොටෝ එකක් දාලා තියෙන්නේ. මුස්ලිම් ගෑනු ළමෙක් පර්දාවක් දාගෙන මේ උඩ ඉඳලා පාදාන්තය දක්වා වහගෙන සාමාන්‍ය ෆොටෝ එකක් ෂෙයා කරපු එකක් මේ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය ෆොටෝ එකක් ෂෙයා කරපු එකක් ඒක අරගෙන ෆේක් account එකකින් මේ හදනවා ඔන්න ඒ ළමයාගේ account එකක් හදලා එයාගේ Facebook මේ එයාගේ WhatsApp number එක දාලා hi call me. එතකොට මේක bullying එකක්. ඉතින් ඒකට ලංකාවේ නීතියක් නැහැ හැබැයි. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද ෆේක් account එකකින් හැදුවාම අනන්‍යතාවය හොයාගන්නත් අමාරු. ඉතින් ළමයි කියනවා මේවා අපි සියදිවි හානි කරගන්නවා කියලා ඊට පස්සේ අපිට පණිවිඩය වෙනවා. ඉතින් අපේ මනෝ සමාජීය ඒකකයේ මගින් යම්කිසි මැදිහත් වීමක් කරනවා. ඉතින් මේ වගේ අභියෝග මේ අපිට තියෙනවා මේ දවස්වල මේ ළමා හිංසනය සම්බන්ධයෙන් මේ සයිබර් හිංසනය කියන එකට සමහර වෙලාවට අපිට තාක්ෂණය මදි. සමහර වෙලාවට ඉතින් අපි CID එකට එහෙමත් අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවලට අවශ්‍ය වෙලාවල් වලදී යොමු කරනවා. නමුත් සමහර වෙලාවල් වලට අපිට නීතියත් ප්‍රමාණවත් නොවන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා කියන එක තමයි මගේ හැඟීම.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි සජීවනි මෙනවිය. ඉතා ප්‍රායෝගික ගැටලු රාශියක් සඳහන් කරා මේ අන්තර්ජාලයත් භාවිතත් එක්ක ළමුන් කොහොමද ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඉදෙන ගැටලු අපි ප්‍රශ්න වටේට යොමු වෙමු ඊළඟ වටේදී. ඒට ප්‍රථමයෙන් මම අවසාන වශයෙන් යොමු වෙනවා දක්ෂ ආරක්ෂණය හා පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ පිළිබඳ නීති උපදේශක සදුනි වික්‍රමසිංහ මෙනවිය වෙත. අපි දැන් ළමුන් ගැන සඳහන් කරා මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ළමුන් පමණක් නොවේ ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් වසංගතයත් සමග සියලු දෙනාම අන්තර්ජාල භාවිතයට යොමු වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ සමගම ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් මේ ඩිජිටල් පරිවර්තනයක් ඇති වුණා. ඉතින් ඒත් එක්ක මේ තොරතුරු ආරක්ෂණය සහ පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ පිළිබඳ අවබෝධයක් ලබා දීමට මම ප්‍රවේශය ලබා ගන්න ලෙස එතුමියට ආරාධනා කරනවා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි චාරුක. ඇත්තටම සහසර්ට ආයතනයට මම මේ වැඩසටහනට සම්බන්ධ කර ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඇත්තටම අපි දැන් කලින් කතා කරපු දේශකයන් කීප දෙනාගෙන් අපිට දැනගන්න ලැබුණ අධ්‍යාපනය හා පොලිසිය සහ ළමා ආරක්ෂණය සම්බන්ධයෙන් මොනවාද පැන නැගුණු ගැටලු මෙම වසංගතය තුළදී කාල වකවානුව තුළදී ලැබිච්ච ගැටලු සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඇත්තටම මෙම වසංගතය තුළදී තොරතුරු වල පෞද්ගලිකත්වය සහ තොරතුරු වල සුරක්ෂිත භාවය ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් සිකියුරිටි සම්බන්ධයෙන් කතා කරනවා නම් ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් අංශ තුනක් යටතේ අපි මේක කතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ කාණ්ඩ තුනක් යටතේ. එකක් තමයි රජය වශයෙන් මෙම ඩිජිටල් පරිවර්තනයක් කරන්න ඇත්තටම රජයට සිද්ධ වුණා. මොකද ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් වසංගතයේ පැතිරීම සීමා කිරීම සහ පාලනය කිරීම සඳහා විවිධ ක්‍රමවේදයන් ඔවුන්ට අනුගමනය කරන්න සිද්ධ වුණා. එතකොට ඒ අතර එම කරපු ක්‍රමවේදයන් අතරතුර ක්‍රමවේද තුනක් අපිට හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන්. එකක් තමයි සංචරණයන් සීමා කිරීම සහ පුද්ගලයන් රැස්වීම හා ගැවසීම යන අංශය පිළිබඳ කටයුතු සීමා කිරීම. මොකද වසංගතයක් වුණා මේක වසංගතයක් පැතිරීම වළක්වීමට මේක ඉතාමත් උපකාරී වෙච්ච දෙයක් වෙනවා. අනිත් එක තමයි සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු වාර්තා කරන එක. හෙල්ත් රිපෝටින් කියලා කියන. එතකොට රෝගී තත්වයෙන් පසුවන්නන් සහ එන්නත් කරන වැඩසටහන ඇතුළු කියන්නේ රෝගී සුවවීම
ස්වවූ පුද්ගලයන් ඇතුළු විශාල වශයෙන් තොරතුරු වාර්තා කරන්න සිද්ධ වුණා. මොකද මේ පොදු සෞඛ්‍යමය කටයුතු කළමනාකරණයට අවශ්‍ය තොරතුරු වාර්තාකරණය කිරීම අත්‍යවශ්‍ය වීම නිසා. සහ තුන්වන වශයෙන් වෙන්නේ අපි contact tracing කියලා හඳුන්වනවා. සමීපතයන් කියන්නේ යම් රෝගියෙකුගේ සමීපතයන් හඳුනා ගැනීම සහ ඔවුන් නිර්වදායන් ලක් කිරීම වැනි කටයුතු සිදු කිරීමට එවැනි contact tracing යන කියන්නේ ඒක සමහරක් වෙලාවට මැනුවලි සිද්ධ වුණා නැත්නම් විවිධ තාක්ෂණ මෙවලම් යොදා ගැනීමෙන් contact tracing කිරීමක් සිද්ධ වුණා. ඉතින් මේ සියලු කාරණා ඇතුළත විශේෂයෙන්ම තොරතුරු දත්ත වාර්තාකරණය සහ සමීපතයන් හඳුනා ගැනීමේ ක්‍රමවේද අතර පැන නැගුණු කරුණු කාරණා වශයෙන් දත්තවල සුරක්ෂිතභාවය සහ පෞද්ගලිකත්වය කියන අංශ දෙක තමයි වැදගත් වෙනවා. මොකද කොහොමද මේ දත්ත අපි එකතු කරන්නේ, මේ දත්ත අපි ගබඩා කරන්නේ කොහොමද, ගබඩා කරාට පස්සේ එම තොරතුරු වල සුරක්ෂිතතාවය අපි තහවුරු කරන්නේ කොහොමද යන කරුණු ගැන රජයක් වශයෙන් ඇත්තටම විශේෂ අවධානයක් යොමු කරන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒක ශ්‍රී ලංකාව විතරක් නෙමෙයි ලෝකේ සෑම රටකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිද්ධ වෙන ගැටලු වෙනවා. එතකොට ඊට අමතරව බලපෑතුණු කාරණයක් තමයි මේ දැනුම සම්බන්ධය. කියන්නේ තාක්ෂණය පිළිබඳ රජයේ නිලධාරීන් මෙවැනි මෙවලම් භාවිතා කිරීමේදී උන්ට තිබුණු තාක්ෂණික සාක්ෂරතාවය පිළිබඳවත් යම් සාක්ෂරතාවයක අඩුපාඩු තියෙනවා නම් ඒවා නිවැරදි කරගන්නත් පුහුණුව ලබා දීම යන කාරණා ගැන ඕනෑම රජයකට කටයුතු කරන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට දෙවෙනි කාණ්ඩයේ වශයෙන් අපි හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන් වාණිජමය කොටස්, ඒ කියන්නේ වාණිජමය අංශ ආයතන. මොකද දැන් රජය එක පැත්තකින් මේ වසංගතේ පාලනය කරන්න කටයුතු කරනවා වගේම වාණිජ අංශ වලට අවශ්‍යතාවයක් තියෙනවා තමන්ගේ මෙහෙයුම් අඛණ්ඩව කිසිම බාධාවකින් තොරව පවත්වාගෙන යාමේ අරමුණක් තියෙනවා. මොකද දැන් සංචාරන සීමා පැනවීම හෝ නිරෝධායන කටයුතු වලට තමන්ගේ සේවකයන් ලක් වුණාම කොහොමද තමන්ගේ මේ මෙහෙයුම් කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරගෙන යන්නේ කියන එක යන තීරණ ගන්න උන්ට සිද්ධ වුණා. එතකොට රිමෝට්ලි කියන්නේ දුරස්ථව කොහොමද තමන් කටයුතු කරගන්නේ සහ ඊම දුරස්ථව තමන්ගේ මෙහෙයුම් කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරනවා නම් ඊට සම්බන්ධ වුණු පිරිවැයක් දැරීමටත් මෙවැනි ආයතන වලට සිද්ධ වුණා. එතකොට එතනත් අර රජයක් විසින් මුහුණ දුන ගැටලු වගේම කොහොමද තමන්ගේ සේවකයින්ට අවශ්‍ය තාක්ෂණික සාක්ෂරතාවය ලබා දෙන්නේ සහ පුහුණුව ලබා දෙන්නේ. එතකොට කුමන මෘදුකාංග කියන්නේ සමහර කියන collaborative tools කියලා කියන්නේ දුරස්ථ සිය මෙහෙයුම් සිද්ධ කරන්න අවශ්‍ය මෘදුකාංග සහ උපාංග කොහොමද ලබා ගන්න, ඒවා සම්බන්ධ දැනුම කොහොමද ඇති කරගන්නේ යන ගැටලු निराකරණය කරගන්න මේ වසංගතයේ කාලය තුළදී සියලුම ආයතන වල සිටින රාජ්‍ය හා පෞද්ගලික සියලුම ආයතන ඊට අමතරව මෙම තමන් විශේෂයෙන් දැන් තමන්ගේ අපි කම්පැනි එකක් ගත්තොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් තියෙන ඉන්ෆර්මේෂන් නෙට්වර්ක් එක ඇත්තටම අපි සාමාන්‍ය සලකන්නේ ක්ලෝස් නෙට්වර්ක් එකක්. මොකද හැමෝටම ගිහිල්ලා ඒකට ප්‍රවේශ වෙන්න බෑ. එතකොට දැන් මේ අපි දුරස්ථව තමන්ගේ සේවා සපයන්න කටයුතු කරනවා නම් තමන්ගේ සේවකයින්ට නිවසේ සිට තමන්ගේ රැකියාව හෝ සේවා සපයන්න අර සිස්ටම් එකට අපිට ප්‍රවේශ වීමේ බලතල ලබා දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ අනුව පැන නගින විවිධ ගැටලු තිබුණා. කොහොමද අපි මේ අපේ තොරතුරු වල සහ මේ තොරතුරු පද්ධති වල සුරක්ෂිත භාවය තහවුරු කරන්නේ මෙහෙම මේ ප්‍රවේශ වීමේ බලතල දීම තුලින් සහ තමන්ගේ ඒ සේවකයින්ට පුහුණු කරන්න සිද්ධ වුණා මේ මොනවාද තියෙන සයිබර් රිස්ක් මොනවාද, කොහොමද අපි මැල්වැර් එකක් වගේ දෙයක් අඳුනාගන්නේ, එවැනි විවිධාකාර වූ කරුණු කාරණා සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කරන්න වාණිජ අංශ වලටත් මේ වසංගත කාලය තුළදී සිද්ධ වුණා. ඒකට අපි පෞද්ගලික ඉන්ඩිවිජුවල්ස් කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍ය පුද්ගලයන් දැස බැලුවොත් එතකොට අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා තමන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට පැනනගුණු ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි මේ තමන් විවිධ තැන්වලට විවිධ ආයතන වලට යනකොට අපිට විවිධ තොරතුරු ලබා දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට තමන්ගේ ශරීර උෂ්ණත්වය පරීක්ෂා කිරීම සමගම තවත් විවිධාකාර වූ තොරතුරු රජය හා පෞද්ගලික අංශවලට ලබා දීමට මෙම වසංගත කාලයේ සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට එවැනි අවස්ථාවලදී තමන් ලබා දෙන තොරතුරු පිළිබඳ සුරක්ෂිතභාවය සහ පෞද්ගලිකත්වය කියන කාරණා ගැන සාමාන්‍ය ජනතාව විසින් ඇත්තටම සැලකිල්ලක් දක්වනු ලැබුවා. ඒක ලංකාව විතරක් නෙමෙයි ඇත්තටම විදේශ රටවල වුණත් විශේෂයෙන් ඔය තොරතුරු සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු වාර්තාකරණය සහ සමීපතයන් හඳුනා ගැනීමේ ක්‍රමවේදවලදී වැඩිම කතාබහට ලක් වුණු කාරණයක් වුණා. ඉතින් මොකද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කෙනෙකු පුද්ගලයෙකුගේ සෞඛ්‍යමය තොරතුරු කියන්නේ තමන්ට විශේෂිත හා sensitive information කියලා කියනවා. ඊටමත් සංවේදී තොරතුරු. ඒ වගේම තමන්ගේ ස්ථානීය තොරතුරු වැනි විශාල තොරතුරු ප්‍රමාණයක් මේ කාල වකවානුවේදී රැස් කිරීමට සහ සකස් කිරීමට ලක්. එතකොට ඒ අතරවාරයේදීම කොහොමද තමන් දැන් ඒක ඊට අමතරව අපි බැලුවොත් කොහොමද මේ සයිබර් අවකාශයේ තියෙන විවිධ අවදානම් හඳුනාගන්නේ කොහොමද? දැන් CIDK පද්මශ්‍රී මහත්මයා කතා කරා වගේ ගොඩක් අයට මේ අර එක වැරදි information misinformation ලබා මේ ප්‍රචාරය වීමක් සිදු වෙනවා. ඒතකොට කොහොමද තමන් ඒවෙන් වැළකී සිටින්නේ සහ කියන්නේ social අපි විවාහයට සඳහන් කරන social engineering phishing ඒ වගේ අවදානම් වලින් වැළකීමට අදාළ දැනුම සහ ශක්්‍යතාවය පිළිබඳ ගැටලු මතුවෙන මහජනතාවල ගැටලු මතුවෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම අපි වසංගතයකදී ඇත්ත තත්ත්වය ගැන කතා කරනවා නම් මේ කොටස් තුන ඇතුළත විශේෂයෙන් තොරතුරු වල පෞද්ගලිකත්වය හා තොරතුරු ආරක්ෂණය පිළිබඳ විවිධ ගැටලු මතුවුණත් ඒව සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සමනය කරගෙන කටයුතු කරන්න බොහෝ විට මේ අංශවලට පුළුවන් වෙලා තියෙනවා.
ස්තුතියි සඳුනි අපිට ඉතා වැදගත් කරුණු රාශියක් මේ පෞද්ගලිකත්ව සහ තොරතුරු ආරක්ෂණය සම්බන්ධයෙන් මතක් කරලා දුන්නා. ඒ සමගින් අපේ මුල් වටේ අවසන් වෙනවා. අපි එළඹ සිටින්නේ ප්‍රශ්න වටය වෙතයි. මම ප්‍රශ්න වටේට යන්න කලින් මතක් කර සිටිනවා මේ සයිබර් ආරක්ෂණ සතිය සමග අපිත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වන අනුග්‍රාහක බවතුන් කීප දෙනාවත් අපි මෙම සජීවී විකාශය ඍජුවම සම්බන්ධ වූ පිරිස් සහ අප Facebook සහ YouTube හරහාද සම්බන්ධ වෙන පිරිසක් සිටිනවා. ඉතින් අපි ඔවුන්ට ආරාධනා කරනවා මොන හරි අපිට ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න. අපේ කණ්ඩායමේ සියලු දෙනා හැකි පමණින් අපිට අප වෙත ලැබෙන්නට සලස්වන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ සියලුම ප්‍රශ්න වලට අපි බලමු මේ කාල වේලාවත් ඇතුලේ කොහොම හරි ඔබලාට උත්තර ලබා දෙන්න. මම යොමු වෙනවා ප්‍රථමයෙන් ඉල් ගුණදාස මහත්මයා වෙත. ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් මේ අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය පිහිටවීමට පස්සේ මේ විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමය එහෙම නැත්නම් මාර්ගගත අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමයට සිසුන් යොමු වීමත් එක්ක මේ කාලීන අමාත්‍යාංශයක් ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් මේ රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ හා දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රබන්ධන අමාත්‍යාංශය. ඉතින් විශාල කාර්යභාරයක් ඔබතුමාලට පැවරී තිබෙන්නේ නැති මේ පසුගිය කාලේ පුරාවටම මේ නිවෙස්වල සිට ඉදි සයිබර් ආරක්ෂණය එහෙම නැත්නම් තොරතුරු ආරක්ෂණය සඳහා මොන වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙලක්ද ඔබතුමන් විසින් කළා තියෙන්නේ ගැන පොඩි අවබෝධයක් අපිට
ඔව්ශාරක අපි අපේ මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ අපේ අමාත්‍යාංශය යටතේ තියෙනවා පළාත් අධ්‍යාපන දෙපාර්තමේන්තු කලාප අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාල කොට්ටාශ අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාල සහ ඊට අමතරව මම කලින් කියපු පරිගත සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථාන සහ පාසල්. එතකොට මේ අපේ අමාත්‍යාංශය යටතේ අමාත්‍යාංශයේ නියෝජිතය වශයෙන් පළාතේ නියෝජිතය වශයෙන් කටයුතු කරනවා පළාත් දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රවර්තන සම්බන්ධික නිලධාරී කියන නිලධාරී මහත්මිකෝ මහත්මිය. එතුමා හෝ එතුමිය සම්බන්ධයෙන් කෙලින්ම අදාළ පළාත් අධ්‍යාපන දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ පළාත් අධ්‍යාපන අධ්‍යක්ෂය යටතේ. එතකොට අපේ අමාත්‍යාංශයේ කටයුතු බොහෝට අපි සම්බන්ධීකරණය කිරීම සහ ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමේදී අපි යොදාගන්නේ මෙතුමන්ලව. එතකොට අපි මේ පහුගිය කාලේ කරපු වැඩසටහන් සියල්ලම උදාහරණයක් ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඔබතුමා දන්නවා දැනටමත් අපේ අමාත්‍යාංශය 2013 ආරම්භ කරලා ක්‍රියාත්මක කරගෙන තියෙනවා ඊතක්සලාව කියලා. ඒ ඊතක්සලාව මෙම අමාත්‍යාංශයෙන් දැන් ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ ඊතක්සලාවේ දරුවන් පරිශීලකයන් වශයෙන් ගත්තොත් එහෙම ස්ථිර පරිශීලක සංඛ්‍යාව ව්‍යාපෘති දරුවන් සංඛ්‍යාව ඉන්නවා ලක්ෂ 3ක් විතර ඉන්නවා. ඊට අමතරව දවසකට අපි කියන ප්‍රවේශ වීම සංඛ්‍යාව ගත්තොත් එහෙම මිලියන 5 එහා යනවා දවසකට. එතකොට අපි මෙතනදී දැකපු දෙයක් තමයි මේ අපි ඊතක්සලාව ගත්තොත් අපි ඊටාම ආරක්ෂාකාරී ලෙස නිර්මාණය කරපු වේදිකාවක් ඊතක්සලාව කියන්නේ. අපි ඒතර ඊතක්සලාව ආරම්භයේදී අපි නිර්මාණය කරේ ලර්නින් කන්ටෙන්ට් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සිස්ටම් එකක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියනවා ඉගෙනුම් අන්තර්ගත කළමනාකරන පද්ධතියක් විදිහට. පස්සේ කාලේ අපි ඒක තවත් වැඩි දියුණු කරලා ලර්නින් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සිස්ටම් එකක් වඩපත් කරා. ඉතින් එහාට ගිහිල්ලා අපි මේ පැන්ඩමික් කාලේදී අපි මේක සම්බන්ධ කරා වර්චුවල් වීඩියෝ ප්ලැට්ෆෝම් එකක්. එතකොට දැන් මේ ලර්නින් කන්ටෙන්ට් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සිස්ටම් එක අංග සම්පූර්ණයි. එතකොට අපි මේක ආරම්භක පියවරක් වශයෙන් අපි ජූලි මාසයේ අපි ටෙස්ට් ට්‍රයල් එකක් කරා. පාසල් 25ක් සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේ පාසල් 25 ඉන්න ගුරුවරු සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේ පාසල ඇතුලේ මේ අපේ පද්ධතිය ඇතුලේ අතත්‍ය පාසලක් නිර්මාණය කරලා ඒ ගුරුවරුන්ට මේ දරුවන් සමග අන්තර්ගතයන් භාවිතා කරලා ලර්නින් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සිස්ටම් එක හරහා ඉගෙනුම් කියලා යොදන්න. මෙතන තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි අපි හැමෝම දන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක්. අපි ලංකාවේ සිට 40ක් පමණ තමයි දරුවන්ට මේ ප්‍රවේශ පහසුකම් තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට අපි හැකි සෑම අවස්ථාවකදී අපි ඒක පාවිච්චි කරන්න ගත්තා. එතනින් එහාට ගිහිල්ලා අපි පාසල් 200කට මේක දීර්ඝ කරා. දැන් මේ අවුරුදු අවසාන වෙනපත්ෙන් අපි අපේක්ෂා කරලා සැලසුම් කරලා තියෙනවා පාසල් 1200ක් අපේ අලුත් ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ යටතේ පාසල් 1200ක් ජාතික පාසල් වශයෙන් නිර්මාණය වෙනවා. මේ ජාතික පාසල් 1200 සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න. 2022 වසරේදී අපි නිර්මාණය කල්පනා කරලා තියෙන්නේ. සැලසුම් කරලා තියෙන්නේ මේ පාසල් 10165 මේ ඉතක්සලාවේ මේ කියන අතත්‍ය පාසල් පරිසරය නිර්මාණය කරලා දෙන්න. එතකොට මේකෙදී මේ ක්‍රියාවලිය යනකොට අපි මේ ඊතක්සලා ඇතුලේ මේ වැඩේ වෙනකොට ගැටලුවක් නැහැ. මොකද මේක ආරක්ෂා සහිතයි මේක දරුවන්ට ගැටලුවක් නොවන ඊතක්සලා ඇතුලේ අපි ආරක්ෂා සහිතව ඒ කටයුතු නිර්මාණය කරලා තියෙනවා. එතනින් එහාට ඒ දරුවන්ට යන්න අවශ්‍යතාවයක් නැහැ. ඒ වගේම අපි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී අපි අර අපේ ඉන්න පළාත් සම්බන්ධීකරණතුමන්ලා සහ අපේ කලාපවල ඉන්න විෂය භාර අධ්‍යක්ෂතුමන්ලා සීල මහරජා දැනුවත් කිරීම කළා තියෙනවා. මොකද අපේ අමාත්‍යාංශයත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධයි අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශය ඉන්නවා මේ හැම විෂයකට විෂය භාර අධ්‍යක්ෂවරයෙක් කාර්ය මණ්ඩලයක් ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේම ජාතික අධ්‍යාපන ආයතනයේ විෂය අධ්‍යක්ෂකෙක් ඉන්නවා. අපි මේ හැමෝමත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වෙලා මේ සියලුම ගුරු භාවතුන් සහ නිලධාරීන් හරහා මේ ගුරු භාවතුන් විද්‍යාපතිතුන් දැනුවත් කරලා තියෙනවා. මේ වගේ වර්තමානයේ පාදල ගැටලු සහගත තත්ත්වයන් ආවොත් ඒ ගැටලු සහගත තත්ත්වයන් උඩට එන ක්‍රමවේදයක් ඒ තැන්වලදී විසඳන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රම විසඳලා ඒ තැන්වලට සංකීර්ණ තත්ත්වයන් ආවොත් එහෙම උඩට එන ක්‍රමයක් අපි හඳුනාගන්න වැඩපිළිවෙලක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරලා තියෙනවා. මට මතකයි ඒ වැඩපිළිවෙල මේ අදී නෙවෙයි අපි 2015 අපි ආරම්භ කරපු ක්‍රියාවලිය එකට දීර්ඝ කාලයක් වෙන වැඩපිළිවෙලක්. ඒකේ සමහර සංකීර්ණ අවස්ථාන් තිබිලා මම පෞද්ගලිකම ඔබතුමන්ලගේ ආයතනයේ නිලධාරීන් සමග සාකච්ඡා කරලා සමහර අවස්ථාවලදී අපි ගැටලු සහගත තත්ත්වයන් දරුවටත් කාටවත් බාධාක් නොවන පරිද්දෙන් ඒ දරුවව ආරක්ෂා කරගැනීමෙන් අපි ඉස්සරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ වගේ තත්ත්වයන් අපේ පාසල් දරුවන් පාසල් විදුහල්පතිවරුන්ට ගුරු භාවතුන්ට ඒ අපි දැනුවත් කිරීම නිසාම ඒ අය හොඳටම අවබෝධ කරගන්න තියෙනවා. ඊළඟට අපි කටයුතු කරේ රූපවාහිනිය හරහා අපි මේක කරන් යද්දී අපි ගුරු ගෙදරකින් රූපවාහිනිය සහන අපි ජාතික රූපවාහිනිය සමග යොදලා කරන් යනවා අප්‍රේල් මාස 20 වෙනිදා ගිය අවුරුද්දේ දවසට පැය 16ක්. ඊට අමතරව අපි පහුගිය සැප්තැම්බර් 7 වෙනිදා ඉඳන් අපි ඩයලොග් නාලිකාවේ නාලිකා 7ක් අරන් දවස පුරාම ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනවා. ඒතර අපි මේ හැම ක්‍රියාවලියක්ම අපේක්ෂා කරේ දරුවන්ට බාධාක් නොවන පරිද්දෙන් අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශයේ කියන නමින් අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ අමාත්‍යාංශයේ කියන නමින් ලබා දෙන සියලුම දේවල් දරුවන්ගේ ආරක්ෂාව දහවුරු වෙන දරුවන්ගේ මනසට බාධාක් නොවන පරිදි දරුවන්ගේ අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රියාවලියට පිටුවහලක් වන ආකාරයට තමයි අපි ලබා දීලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේම අපි නිරන්තරයෙන්ම අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේ Zoom තාක්ෂණය ඔස්සේ එහෙම අපි කියන අතත්ය රැසීම් ක්‍රමවේදයන්ද අපි ඉස්සරහට අපි දැඩි රැසීම් පවත්වන අපි ප්‍රාදේශීය නිලධාරීන් සමග විදුහල්පතිතුරු සමග ඒ නිසා අපි හැම එකදීම අපි දැනුවත් කිරීම කරලා තියෙනවා එතුමන්ලව විදුහල්පතිතුමන්ලව විශේෂයෙන්ම නිලධාරීන් කලාප මට්ටමේ සේ ප්‍රාදේශීය මට්ටමේ සහ පළාත් මට්ටමේ ඉන්න අපේ මේ වර්චුවල් රැස්වීම හරහා මේ අවදානම මේ ගැටලු සහ තත්ත්වෙන් අපි හඳුනා දීලා තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මම කලින් කිව්වා අපි distance learning guidelines අපි අත්පොතක් නිර්මාණය කළා චක්‍රලේගුත් සමග අපි නිකුත් කළා. ඒකෙත් පැහැදිලි ක්‍රියාත්මක දැනුවත් කිරීම කරලා තියෙනවා. කාවද අමතන්න ඕනේ පොලිසිය ඒ ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරිය රාජ්‍ය ආයතන නම් දාලා ටෙලිෆෝන් අංක දාලා යම්කිසි ගැටලුවක් තවත් වහම දැනුවත් කිරීම කරනවා. අපි මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ගන්න පුළුවන් ඉහළම ක්‍රමවේදයන් අපි අරන් තියෙනවා. මම කලින් මතක් කරා වගේම අපි ඉදිරියේත් මේක නවත්තන්නේ නැහැ. අර මොකද මේ වගේ දෙයකදී කරන්න පුළුවන් හොඳම තමයි සමාජය දැනුවත් කිරීම කරන එක. දැනුවත් කිරීම කරන ගමන්ම ඒ ප්‍රශ්න වලට ප්‍රවේශයක් එහෙම අපි කියන පාරක් හදලා තියෙන එක ඒ අයට ඒ ප්‍රශ්න විසඳ ගන්න ක්‍රමවේදයක්. ඉතින් අපි ඒ ඔස්සේ නිර්මාණය වෙනවා. මට මතක් මම ස්ටුඩන්ට් වෙනවනේ මෙතනදී අපේ මෙතන මීට කලින් අදහස් ප්‍රකාශ කරපු සියලු දෙනාටම අපි රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලෑස්ති ඔබතුමාලා සමග එක් වෙන්න මේ වැඩපිළිවෙල තව ශක්තිමත් කිරීම කරන්න. මොකද මේක අවසාන වශයෙන් අපි දරුවන් සමග කාරණයක් කරගෙන ඊළඟ පරම්පරාව අපේ රටේ මේ පරම්පරාව යහමකට ගන්න අපි වැඩි නැංගන අපි හැමෝගෙම වක්කීමක් සහිතකමක් තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා අපි හුදකලාව මේ ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනට වඩා මම හිතන්නේ අපි කණ්ඩායමක් වශයෙන් ඔබ ආයතන සමග එකතු වෙලා ඔබ ආයතන සහ ඉක්ට ආයතන සමග එකතු වෙලා පුළුල් වැඩපිළිවෙලට ආයම කියන යා යුතුයි කියන අවශ්‍යතාවය දැන් හොඳටම හැමෝටම තේරලා තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමෝම එක එක්කෙනාගේ ආයතන තුලින් නම් විශාල කොටසක් කරනවා. අපිට එකතු වුණොත් එහෙම මේක තව දුරට නිසා විශාල සමස්තය ආවරණයකට වැඩපිළිවෙලක් බඩපත් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මට විශ්වාසයක් තියෙනවා.
අපි අපේ අසන්නම් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගෙන් අපිට ප්‍රශ්න යොමු වෙලා තියෙනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. මම කැමති නුවන් පද්මසිරි මහත්මයා වෙත යොමු වෙන්න මේ අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ ප්‍රශ්නය තමයි පද්මසිරි මහත්මයා අපි දන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා පොලිසියේ සයිබර් අපරාධ අංශයක් තිබෙනවා. ඒත් එක්කම CID ගේ අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය පැමිණිලි අංශයක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ අතර සම්බන්ධය මොකද්ද? මොන වගේ වෙනසක්ද තියෙන්නේ? අපි කියමු කාට හරි මොකක් හරි පැමිණිල්ලක් කරන්න හෝ ගැටලුවක් ඇති වුණොත් මේ අට දෙකෙන් මොන අංශයටද කියන එක ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් දැනගන්න කැමතියි.
මේක මම කියන්නම් ඒ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තුළ සයිබර් අපරාධ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කටයුතු කරන්න අංශයක් විදිහට පටන් ගත්තේ අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ පිහිටි සයිබර් අපරාධ අංශය. ඒ අංශයට දිවයින පුරා පැමිණිලි කියන්නේ මෙහෙයවීමේ ඇති අපහසු හේතුවෙන් තමයි අපි පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශන කොට්ටාශය කියලා අලුත් කොට්ටාශයක් විදිහට අලුතින් ස්ථාපිත කරේ කොට්ටාශයක්. ඒකෙදී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපරාධ වැරදි තියෙන ඒවා. ඒ කියන්නේ විශාල කියන්නේ රජයට සම්බන්ධ අපරාධ, රජයට විරුද්ධව කරන අපරාධ තියෙනවා. විශාල මූල්‍ය වංචා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් රුපියල් කෝටියකට වැඩි මූල්‍ය වංචා තියෙනවා තමයි අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවට ගන්නෙ. ඒ වගේ මහා පරිමාණයෙන් දූෂණ හෝ වංචා සම්බන්ධයෙන් තමයි අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවට ඔබ පැමිණිලි කළ යුත්තේ. ඒ ඇරෙන්න යම් ලිංගික හිරියාරයක් සම්බන්ධයෙන් නැත්නම් සමාජ මාධ්‍යයක් සම්බන්ධයෙන් අමන්ට වෙන බලෙන් ලබා ගැනීමක් සම්බන්ධයෙන් අන්තර්ජාලය වෙච්ච මුදල් අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා වෙච්ච මුදල් වංචාවක් සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබට පැමිණිල්ලක් කිරීමට අවශ්‍ය නම් ඔබ පැමිණිලි කර යුත්තේ පරිගණක අපරාධ විමර්ශන කොට්ටාශයට සඳහන් කරා අධ්‍යක්ෂකතුමාගේ විද්‍යුත් තැපැල්ලිපින dir.ccid@police.lk කියන විද්‍යුත් තැපැල්ලිපිනය මේ විද්‍යුත් තැපැල්ලිපිනය හරහා අධ්‍යක්ෂකතුමා වෙත ඔබට අවශ්‍ය මේ සම්බන්ධ ඕනෑම පැමිණිල්ලක් යොමු කිරීමේ හැකියාව තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව පැය 24 පුරා ක්‍රියාත්මක දුරකථන අංකයක් තියෙනවා 0112 38 1045 මේ දුරකථනය ඔස්සේ සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ඔබට පැය 24 පුරා අපගේ සහාය ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. තියන කරන්න මේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය සම්බන්ධයෙන් ලැබෙන පැමිණිලි වල විශාල වැඩිවීමක් තියෙනවා කියලා මම කිව්වා. මේ අවුරුද්දේ මේ වන තෙක් පැමිණිලි 1700ක පමණ ප්‍රමාණයක් අපිට ලැබිලා තිනවා. ඒ හේතුවෙන් සමාජ මාධ්‍ය හරහා අපරාධමය නොවන වරදක් සමහර වෙලාවට වෙන්න පුළුවන් ව්‍යාජ ගිණුමක් හදලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහරට අපහාසාත්මක පළකිරීමක් යොමු කරලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ පැමිණිලි පළකිරීම ඉවත් කිරීම, ව්‍යාජ ගිණුම ඉවත් කිරීම නැත්නම් ඒ වගේ දෙයකදී තවත් විද්‍යුත් තැපැල්ලිපිනයක් අපේ අංශයෙන් හඳුන්වලා දෙනවා. at cid.lk police.gov.lk කියන විදුත් තැපැල් ලිපිනය. report@cid.police.gov.lk ඒ විද්‍යුත් තැපැල් ලිපිනය හරහා පළ කිරීම ඉවත් අවශ්‍ය සමාජ මාධ්‍ය හරහාම පළ කිරීම TikTok වෙන්න පුළුවන්, Facebook වෙන්න පුළුවන්, Instagram වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය ජාලවල සිදුවන අනවසර පළ කිරීම ඉවත් කිරීමට මේ විද්‍යුත් තැපැල් ලිපිනය සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න පුළුවන්.
ඔව් බොහොම ස්තුතියි අනුසිරි මහත්මයා. මීළඟට ප්‍රශ්නය මම යොමු කරන්නේ ජාතික ළමාරක්ෂක අධිකාරී ඉවනි අබේකෝන්මනේ වෙත ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. අපි දන්නවා පාසල් ළමුන් මේ දිනවල අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා විශාල වශයෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා තිබෙනවා මාර්ගගත අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමයත් එක්ක අන්තර්ජාල සැරිසරීම වැඩි වී තිබෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ සමගම එන වචනයක් තමයි මේ ඔන්ලයින් ගෲමින් කියන එක සහ සයිබර් බුලින් කියන එක. අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා ළමා අපයෝජන වලට පෙළඹෙමින්. ඉතින් එවැනි සිදුවීම් ගැන මොන වගේ අදහසක්ද ඔබතුමියට තියෙන්නේ? එය වළක්වා ගන්නේ කොහොමද සහ එවැනි දෙයක් වාර්තා කරන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක ගැන අපි සඳහන් කරමු.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම දැන් අර මං කලිනුත් කිව්වා වගේ දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයේ 360 යන්න ලිංගික අපයෝජන කාර්යයක් සඳහා පොළඹවා ගැනීමට ඇවිටිලි කිරීම කියන කාරණයෙන් යම්කිසි දුරකට මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ක්‍රියා කළ හැකියි. නමුත් අර මං කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ළමයේගේ පින්තූරයක් දාලා එයාගේ WhatsApp නම්බර් එක දාලා ඒ විදියට කිව්වහම දැන් ඒක අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන් අපිට CID එකේ හරි TRC එකේ හරි සහාය අරගෙන. නමුත් අර ලේසි නැහැ ඊට පස්සේ ඒ ෆේක් account එක කාගේද කියලා උසාවියේ ඕඩර් එකක් ගන්න ඕන. ඒක Facebook සමාගමට යවන්න ඕන. ඉතින් ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් අර මේ ක්‍රියාපටිපාටිය තුළ දරුවන්ව නැවත නැවත වින්දිතභාවයට පත්වීමක් සිදු කරනවා. දැන් අපි හිතමුකෝ ඒක අපි બ્લોක් කරා කියලා ඒ වුණාට ඒ ළමයා දැන් අපේ මේ කවුද මේ සැකකරු අපේ ඉස්සරහට එන්නේ නැති නිසා ඒ කියන්නේ අධිකරණ ක්‍රියාමාර්ගයකට යන්නේ නැති හින්දා ඒ අනවශ්‍ය පින්තූරේ පළ කිරීම විතරක් අයින් කරලා එතනින් වැඩේ නවතින හින්දා ඒ ළමයින්ට සිදු වෙලා තියෙනවා මානසික පීඩනයකින් ඉන්න මේ ආයෙත් මේක වෙයිද මොකද මෙයා දන්නේ නැති කෙනෙක්නේ මේක කරලා තියෙන ආයෙත් මේක වෙයිද කියලා ගොඩක් මානසික පීඩනයකින් ඉන්න සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඊළඟට මේ දැන් ගෲමින් කියන එකටත් ලොකු කියන්නේ ඒක අපි ඇත්තටම 360 යන්නේ නීතිය භාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණාට මේ මට හිතිලා තියෙන දේ තමයි මේ අපිට අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව සර්ට් ආයතන එක්ක එකතු වෙලා පොලිස් නිලධාරීන්ට මේ ගැන ගොඩක් දැනුවත් කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් හොඳයි. මොකද දැන් අර සයිබර් අපයෝජන කියලා ගත්තාම මේ කට්ටිය එච්චර මේ දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයේ තියෙන ওই 360 යන්න භාවිතා කරනවා අඩුයි පොලිසිය වලින්. එන්න ඒ ප්‍රශ්නෙත් එතන තියෙනවා. ඊළඟට දැන් 286 වගන්තිය දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයේ තියෙනවා ඕනම චයිල්ඩ් ෆොනෝග්‍රැෆි එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ළමයෙක්ගේ අසභ්‍ය ඡායාරූපයක් අශ්ලීල ඡායාරූපයකට ළමයින්ව යොදවා ගැනීම ඊළඟට ඒ පින්තූර ළඟ තබා ගැනීම ඒ පින්තූර ෂෙයා කිරීම පවා තහනම් කියලා. ඊළඟට අසභ්‍ය ප්‍රකාශන වැළැක්වීමේ පනත යොදා ගන්න පුළුවන් මේවට නීතියට. නමුත් අර මේ 286 වගන්තියේ ඔය අසභ්‍ය අශ්ලීල ප්‍රකාශන වල ළමයින් යෙදවීම සහ ඒවා ෂෙයා කිරීම ළඟ තබා ගැනීම කියන එකත් අපේ නීතිය තිබුණාට ඒවා භාවිතා වෙනවා අඩුයි. ඊළඟට දැන් අපි හිතමුකෝ මේ අර මං කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ළමෙක්ව මේ ත්‍රෙට් කරනවා නම් බ්ලැක්මේල් කරනවා නම් මේ විදිහේ පින්තූර දානවා කියලා එතකොට දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයේ සාපරාධී බිය ගැනීම කියන අපරාධ වැරද්ද යොදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද ඒකේ පැහැදිලිව කියලා තියෙනවා ඒ යම්කිසි පුද්ගලයෙකුගේ තැනැත්තෙකුගේ කීර්ති නාමයට එයාගේ ජීවිතයට එයාගේ දේපල වලට හානියක් කරනවායි කියලා යම් තර්ජනයක් බියවැද්දීමක් කරනවා නම් ඒක සාපරාධී බියවැද්දීමක් කියලා. නමුත් අර අපේ පොලිසිවල පොඩි ආකල්පයක් තියෙනවා දැන් අර සයිබර් අවකාශය තුල සිදුවන බය ගැනීම ඒ වගේ දේවල් බ්ලැක්මේල් කිරීම අර දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයෙන් ඒවට නීතිය ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීම කියන එක ඒ දෙක සම්බන්ධ කර ගැනීම නොපුරුදුයි වගේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් කියනවා ඔක සයිබර් මේ ඕක ඇවිල්ලා මේ පරිගණක මේ අපරාධ නීතිය යටතේ එන්න ඕන දෙයක් ඒ විදියට කියලා සමහර වෙලාවට වින්දිතයන්ව මේ අපි යවන අය පවා වෙනත් විදිහකට යවන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අර CID කියන එකට අපිට යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන් සමහර ප්‍රශ්න නමුත් ඔය සාපරාධී බිය ගැනීම ඒවා සාමාන්‍ය පොලිසිය වලට යොමු කරන්න වෙන්නේ. ඊළඟට දණ්ඩ නීති සංග්‍රහයේ තව 345 වෙනි වගන්තිය. ඒ කියන්නේ යම් අසභ්‍ය හෝ අශ්ලීල ඡායාරූපයක් ෂෙයා කරනවා නම් මේ ලිංගික අපහසුතාවයක් ඇති වෙන විදිහට ඒක දඬු නීති සංග්‍රහයේ 345 කියන වගන්තිය යටතේ අවුරුදු 5ක් දක්වා සිර දඬුවම් ලබා දෙන්නට හැකියාව තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අර නීතිය යම්කිසි ප්‍රමාණයකින් තියෙනවා. නමුත් අර easy access එකක් සහ නීතිය ක්‍රියාත්මක වීමේදී මේ ඒක ඉක්මනින් කරගන්න බැරි වීමේ ප්‍රශ්නය තියෙන නිසා තමයි මේවා තවදුරටත් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. කොහොම වුණත් මං හිතන්නේ අපිට පුළුවන් නම් අපේ අධ්‍යාපන ශාස්ත්‍රයේ විශාරදවරයා කිව්වා වගේ මේ ළමයින්ට මේවා දැනුවත් කරන්න මේ වගේ අසභ්‍ය ඡායාරූපයක් ළඟ තබා ගැනීම කියන අවුරුදු 18ට වඩා අඩු ළමයෙක්ගේ අසභ්‍ය ඡායාරූපයක් ළඟ තබා ගැනීම පවා අවුරුදු 10ක් දක්වා සිර දඬුවම් ලැබිය යුතු වරදක් ඒවා ෂෙයා කිරීම වැරද්දක් ඊට පස්සේ ඒ වගේ ලිංගික අපයෝජන ඒ ෆොටෝස් එවන්න කියලා ඇවිටිලි කිරීම වැරදක් ඒවා මේ අපහසුතාවයක් ඇති වෙන විදියට යම්කිසි ගෲප් එකකට මුදා හරිනවා නම් ඒක ලිංගික අත්වරයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් මේ වගේ කාරණා ගැන අපි දරුවන්ව දැනුවත් කරන්නට ඕන විශේෂයෙන්ම අවුරුදු 12ට වඩා අඩු ළමයින්ට රටේ නීතිය බලපාන්න නැති වුණත් 12 18 අතර ළමා සැකකරුවන් ළමා මේ වරදකරුවන් විය හැකි බවට යම්කිසි දැනුවත් කිරීමක් අපි කළ යුතුව තිබෙනවා.
අන්තේනවන් ප්‍රශ්නයට හිතන්නේ හොඳ පිළිතුරක් ලබා දුන්නා ඒ පිළිබඳ අවබෝධයක් ලබා දුන්නට මම යොමු වෙනවා සදුනි වික්‍රමසිංහ මිනිමිය වෙත අපි දන්නවා මේ කොවිඩ් වසංගතයත් එක්ක බොහෝ දෙනා සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු අපි කියනවා යම් ස්ථානයකට යද්දී විවිධ තොරතුරු ලබා දෙනවා අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා සෞඛ්‍ය සම්බන්ධ තොරතුරු ලබා දීමට සිදු වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තම කිව්වොත් ඔබතුමිය මම දන්න තරමින් මේ යෝජිත දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ නීතියත් සමග ඉතා ක්‍රියාකාරීව වැඩ කරපු සමාජිකාවක්. ඉතින් මේ පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් මේ කාලය තුල කොහොමද මේ දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ නීතියේ කාර්යභාරය කොහොම වගේද මේ ජනතාවට?
බොහොම ස්තුතියි චාරුකේ ප්‍රශ්නයට. ඇත්තටම දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනත සහ කෙටුම්පතක් වශයෙන් මේ දවස්වල අපිට ICT වෙබ් අඩවියේ ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් ඒ සඳහා කරු නීතිපතිතුමාගේ අනුමැතිය ලැබිලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද නුදුරු අනාගතයේ මේක කෙටුම්පතක් වශයෙන් පාර්ලිමේන්තුවට ඉදිරිපත් වීමේ අවස්ථාව තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනතෙන් විශේෂයෙන්ම උන්ගේ පනතේ සැලකිල්ල යොමු කරන්නේ කොහොමද මේ පුද්ගලික දත්ත පුද්ගලයන්ගේ දත්ත විවිධ අංශ වලින් සකස් කිරීම කියන්නේ ප්‍රොසෙසින් කියලා පනතෙන් හඳුන්වනවා. සකස් කිරීමකදී අනුගමනය කළ යුතු ක්‍රියාපටිපාටිය කුමක්ද කියන එක. ඉතින් විශේෂයෙන්ම යම් නීතියක විශේෂයෙන්ම සඳහන් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කොහොමද පෞද්ගලික දත්ත සකස් කරන්නේ කියලා මෙම පනත බලාත්මක වෙනවා. සහ ඊට අමතරව යම් නීතියක තියෙනවා නම් යම් පුද්ගලික දත්ත සකස් කිරීමේ ක්‍රමවේදය දාලා තිබුණත් එහි අරමුණු මෙම දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනතේ සමග යම් නොසැලීමක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා නම් එවැනි අවස්ථාවකදී වුණත් දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනත බලාත්මක වෙනවා. දැන් අපි සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු දැන් මේ වසංගතයක් තුළදී සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු කොහොමද සකස් කරන්නේ කියන කාරණේ ගත්තොත් මෙම දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනත යටතේ අපිට ෂෙඩියුල්ස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. කියන්නේ පළවෙනි ෂෙඩියුල් එකේ සඳහන් වෙනවා එහි අවශ්‍යතාවය තමයි මේ නීත්‍යානුකූල පදනමක් මත පමණයි පෞද්ගලික දත්ත සකස් කිරීමට හැකි වෙන. අපි lawful ground කියලා හඳුන්වනවා. ඒතකොට ඒ නීතිමය පදනම් සඳහන් වෙන්නේ මේ ෂෙඩියුල් 1 සහ ෂෙඩියුල් 2 කියන කොටස් දෙක පනතේ කොටස් දෙක යටතේ. එතකොට මෙවැනි වසංගත තත්වයක් තුළදී මහජන සුබසිද්ධිය උදෙසා කටයුතු කරන කටයුතු සඳහා යම් කෙනෙක්ගේ ඉතාමත් සංවේදී තොරතුරු එනම් සෞඛ්‍ය තොරතුරු තමන්ගේ රුධිර සාම්පල ඇතුළු විවිධාකාර ඒක සංවේදී තොරතුරු කියලා වෙනම හැඳින්වීමක් තියෙනවා පනතේ. එවැනි තොරතුරු පරිශීලනය කරනවා නම් එවැනි තොරතුරු සකස් කරනවා නම් පොදු සෞඛ්‍යමය හේතු මත සිදු කිරීම නීතිමය පදනමක් ලෙස සලකනු ලබනවා. ඉතින් මුලින්ම අපි කරන්න ඕනේ ඇත්තටම මේ සංගතය තුළදී මෙවැනි නීතියක් පළාත්මක වුණා නම් මුලින්ම මේ නීතිමය පදනම සකසා ගන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පසුව අපි යම් තොරතුරු සකසන්නක අවනත විය යුතු අනිත් කාරණාවන්නේ යම් අරමුණක් වෙනුවෙන් පමණක් තොරතුරු සකස් කිරීම. අපි purpose specification කියලා හඳුන්වනවා. එතකොට යම් ඒ කියන්නේ පුද්ගලයාට දැනුම් දෙන ලද අරමුණක් වෙනුවෙන් හෝ පසුව දැනුම් දෙන ලද අරමුණක් වෙනුවෙන් පමණයි මෙම තොරතුරු සකස් කිරීමට හැකියාව ලැබෙන්නේ. ඉතින් යම් හිතමු සෞඛ්‍යමය හේතු මත යම් රජයෙන් නිකුත් කර නියාමනයක් අනුව අපි කෙනෙක්ගේ තොරතුරු ලබා ගන්න අපිට ආයතනයකට ඇතුළු වීමේදී අපි කෙනෙකුගේ ජාතික හැඳුනුම්පත් අංකය සමහරක් වෙලාවට ඉල්ල ගන්නවා ටෙලිෆෝන් නම්බර් එක ලියන්න කියනවා. එතකොට සමහරක් වෙලාවට ශරීර උෂ්ණත්වය පරීක්ෂා කරනවා. එතකොට මේ සියල්ල සිද්ධ කරන්නේ මේ වසංගතයේ පැතිරීම වැළැක්වීමේ අරමුණ. එතකොට මේ මෙලෙස රැස් කරගන්නා තොරතුරු වෙනත් වාණිජමය කාර්යයක් හෝ වෙනත් අරමුණු තකා භාවිතා කිරීම මෙම පනත මගින් වළක්වා තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඊට අමතරව සැලකිය දෙයක් තමයි ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් හඳුන්වනවා data minimization කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔබ කලින් පුද්ගලයන්ට දන්වා තිබූ යම් අරමුණක් වෙනුවෙන් පමණයි දත්ත සකස් කර යුත්තේ සහ ඒ අරමුණට අදාළ වන දත්ත පමණක් රැස් කළ යුතුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට වසංගතය වැළැක්වීමට හෝ යම් රෝගියෙකු හඳුනා ගැනීමට යම් තොරතුරක් අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. සමහර උෂ්ණත්වය වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ශරීර උෂ්ණත්වය වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඔහු මීට කලින් ඔහුගේ සංචරණ තොරතුරු පිළිබඳ වෙන රටකට ගිහින් තියනවාද? ඒ කියන්නේ වසංගතයේ දැඩි අවදානම් පැවති කලාපයකට ගිහින් තියෙනවා. එවැනි තොරතුරු ලබා ගැනීම සාධාරණ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් ඊට අමතරව එහා ගිය ඔහුගේ වෙනත් පුද්ගලික තොරතුරු ලබා ගැනීම අවම කිරීමක් මේ පනතෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. එතකොට ඊළඟ කර්තව්‍ය වෙන්නේ මේ ලබා ගන්නා තොරතුරු කොපමණ කාලයකට රඳවා ගන්නවාද කියන එක. එතකොට ඊටම දීර්ඝ කාලයකට මෙම තොරතුරු රැස් කිරීමේ අවශ්‍යතාවයක් පැන නගින්න නැත්නම් එම තොරතුරු ප්‍රමාණිකූලව විනාශ කිරීම ඉවත් කිරීම සිද්ධ කරන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මේ පනතෙන් විශේෂයෙන් දන්වා තියෙනවා ඒ අවශ්‍ය කර්තව්‍ය සිද්ධ කිරීමෙන් පසු එම තොරතුරු තවදුරටත් ළඟා කර ගැනීම වරදක් බව. ඊට අමතරව මෙම තොරතුරු රැස් කර ගන්නා තොරතුරු වල accuracy කියන්නේ නිර්වද්‍යතාවය සහ ඒ තොරතුරු සුරක්ෂිතභාවය තහවුරු කිරීමට මේ පනතෙන් විධිවිධාන යොදා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි සුරක්ෂිතභාවය කියලා කල්පනා කරාම අපි මේ තොරතුරු මොකද අපි කතා කරන්නේ ඊටමත් සංවේදී තොරතුරු. එතකොට එවැනි සංවේදී තොරතුරු යම් කෙනෙකුගේ සෞඛ්‍ය පිළිබඳ තොරතුරු කොහොමද අපි යම් ආයතනයක විශේෂ ක්‍රියාපටිපාටි යොදලා මේ තොරතුරු කොහොමද ආරක්ෂිතව සුරක්ෂිතව තබා ගන්න කියලා. ඊට අමතරව ඊටමත් වැදගත් අංශ දෙකක් වෙන්නේ වගකීම සහ පාරදර්ශී බව. එතකොට accountability and transparency කියලා අපි හඳුන්වනවා. එතකොට මේ අර ක්‍රමවේද දෙකෙන්ම අපේක්ෂා කරන්නේ යම් තොරතුරක් පුද්ගලික තොරතුරු සකස් කරන්නෙකු විසින් ඔහු කරන සකස් කිරීම පිළිබඳ පාරදර්ශීව හා කටයුතු කිරීමත් ඔහු කරන ඒ සකස් කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් තමන් වගකීම පවරා ගැනීමත් අපේක්ෂා කරනවා. ඒකට වගකීම් පවරා ගැනීමෙන් අපි අදහස් කරන්නේ ඒ ආයතනය තුල අදාළ දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ ක්‍රමවේදයක් ක්‍රමවේදයක් පිළිටවලා ඊට අනුගත වීම තමයි අදහස් කරන්නේ. සහ පාරදර්ශීභාවයෙන් අපි අදහස් කරන්නේ මොන තොරතුරුද ලබා ගන්නේ මොන අරමුණු වෙනුවෙන්ද මේ තොරතුරු පරිහරණය කරන්නේ සහ සකස් කරන්න යන අදාළ තොරතුරු යම් පුද්ගලයෙක්ට අවශ්‍ය වුත් ඒ තොරතුරු ලබා දීම සහ ඔවුන් මේ සියලු ක්‍රමවේදයන් පිළිබඳ තමන්ගේ ඒ පරිභෝගිකයා හෝ තමන් ඒ පුද්ගලයා දැනුවත් කිරීම සම්බන්ධ. ඊට අමතරව මෙම් පනතේ අපි සඳහන් කරනවා data protection impact assessments කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ වල බලපෑම ඇගීමක් සිද්ධ කරන්න අනිවාර්යෙන් යොදලා තියෙනවා. මොකද සමහර විශේෂයෙන්ම ඉතාමත් සංවේදී දත්ත පරිහරණය හෝ සකස් කිරීමක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා නම් මෙවැනි දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ ඇගීමක් සිද්ධ කරන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම මේ දත්ත ආරක්ෂණ පනතෙන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ මෙවැනි වසංගත තත්ත්වයක් මෙන්ම ඕනෑම තත්ත්වයකදී හෝ ඉදිරියට එන ඕනෑම පොදු ජනතාවට බලපාන තත්ත්වයකදී පෞද්ගලික දත්ත පරිහරණය කිරීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් විශේෂ විධිවිධාන සැපයීමට තමයි මේ පනතෙන් අදහස් කරලා තියෙන්නේ.
අපිට ලැබී තිබෙන කාල වේලාව තමකිවොත් අවසන් වෙනවා. අපිට ප්‍රශ්න රාශියක් ලැබුණා Facebook කරහා සහ YouTube හරහා ඒ සමගම ඍජුව සම්බන්ධව සිටින ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගෙන්. ඉතින් සීමිත කාල වේලාවක් හින්දා අපි මේ සියලු ප්‍රශ්න අවන්‍ය වෙන විදිහට ප්‍රශ්න යොමු කරා. ඉතින් අපගේ විද්වත් සාකච්ඡාවට වෙන් කර තිබෙන කාලය මෙතනින් අවසන් වෙනවා. ඉතින් මම මේක අවස්ථාවක් කරගන්නවා අප සමග සම්බන්ධ වූ විද්වත් මඩුල්ලට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න. ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රතිසංස්කරණ වියුක්ත විශ්වවිද්‍යාල හා දුරස්ථ අධ්‍යාපන ප්‍රබන්ධන රාජ්‍ය අමාත්‍යාංශයේ තිරේක ලේකම් නීල් ගුණදාස මහත්මයා දෙහිමින්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා ඔබතුමාට අප සමග සංබන්ධ වීම ගැන. ඒත් එක්කම අපරාධ පරීක්ෂණ දෙපාර්තමේන්තුවේ පරිගණක අපරාධ කොට්ටාශයේ සමාජ මාධ්‍ය ඒකකයේ ස්ථානාධිපති නුවන් පද්මසිරි මහත්මයාට දෙහිමින් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒත් සමගම ජාතික ළමා ආරක්ෂක අධිකාරී නීති බලාත්මක කිරීමේ අධ්‍යක්ෂිකා නීතිඥ සජීවනී අබේකෝන් මෙනවිය ඔබතුමීටත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. අවසාන වශයෙන් දත්ත ආරක්ෂණය හා පෞද්ගලිකත්ව පිළිබඳ නීති උපදේශක සදුනි වික්‍රමසිංහ මෙනවියටත් දෙහිමින් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. මෙම විද්වත් සාකච්ඡාව සඳහා ඔබගේ වටිනා කාලය අප වෙනුවෙන් වෙන් කරමින් යන්න. ඒ සමගින් මෙම විද්වත් සාකච්ඡාවට අවසානය ලබා කරමින් මම අවස්ථාව ලබා දෙනවා මම මිතුරු නිලෝෂී සහ දයානන්ද වෙත. බොහොම ස්තුතියි සියලු දෙනාට.
Thank you, Charika, our own Charika from Sri Lanka CERT. And we also do want to thank all our panelists for being on this session. You've certainly seen that there's been a lot of questions among our constituents. The limitation of time, some of the questions have not been able to answer, but however, our staffs at offline will try and give you some answers for those questions. Having said that,
To the best of our ability.
certainly.
Having said that, we have to move on to our next session, but we do understand that you all would need a bit of a refresh as well. So we are hoping to go for a 5-minute break. Darren, the time is 12:53. We will meet you all again at
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yes.
And thank you so much. So we'll see you all for the last and final session of the day at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the last and final session of day 2. And we've got Ravi Pandey to talk to us on the COVID-19 challenges, the new cybersecurity problems faced by companies, and the way forward. It's just not about finding the problems, but about giving a solution and the way forward on it. So let's welcome Ravi Pandey. Nilushi.
Ravi Pandey is the Director of Vulnerability Management as a Service at Cybersecurity Works. As one of the founding members of Cybersecurity Works, Ravi is a hacker and a vulnerability researcher who has used an attacker's perspective to build valuable security programs for clients. With experience over a decade leading penetration testing and vulnerability research teams, Ravi has delivered multiple cyber-related projects for both the public and private sector. Most recently, Ravi has led many Fortune 500 companies as well as US government entities, where his focus was to head the security testing and to assess security controls for IT and OT systems. He's an active member of several security groups in India, and he has received his Bachelor of Technology in Electronics and Communication from Biju Pantaik University of Technology. Ravi is a payment card industry qualified security assessor, ISO 27001 lead auditor, and he's also an ISO 27001 lead implementer. With that, I'd like to hand over the session to Mr. Ravi. So with you.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible to everyone? Is my voice clear?
Yes, sir, you're audible. But I think the volume.
Faint.
Yes, your voice is a bit faint.
Okay. Can you hear me well now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Much better.
Right. Thanks for the introduction and good afternoon to everyone. And thanks to Sri Lanka Sir for giving me this opportunity to come and speak about my experience and unique challenges which the companies across the world were facing during this pandemic. Right. Let me quickly share my screen. And so can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
Right. So, yeah, as the topic is that the COVID-19 challenges. So during this pandemic, what are the new challenges which popped up, and how what kind of challenges the company faced, and the way forward? Like, I'm going to share our experience as a security company, how we tackle that situation for our customers, and what are the real problem statement which we discovered during this pandemic, especially when people are working from remote, what kind of new challenges that brought, and then obviously the way forward, or our approach to tackle this and helping our customers. Agenda introduction. I'll just spend few minutes on giving a little bit background about Cybersecurity Works, who we are, and then I'll be talking briefly about the research which we did on the cyber risk due to COVID-19. This was a research extensively done by our threat team during the pandemic last year. So we started our research in the month of February, just before the pandemic was picking up, and then we published a detailed white paper on this, and then based on that we came up with the problem statement on what are the typical pain areas for organizations, especially when they work from remote. How do they enable cyber resilience within their organization so that they are well ahead of the threat actors? Right? We call it as VMAS, Vulnerability Management as a Service. I'll be talking into more detail on what are the different aspects of these services and the key benefits out of that. So how can customers, or how can different companies adopt this, and how can they be cyber resilience against this kind of emerging threats? Moving on, just talk about a little bit about Cybersecurity Works. So we are almost a decade-old company. We have been operating since 2008. And we are also a CV naming authority, CNA, one of, I think, the second CNA in this region. India region, Asia Pacific. The program which is sponsored by United States Department of Homeland Security. And we boast of having a very strong team in vulnerability and exploit research. Our team has discovered more than 49 0 days. We were the first to discover those vulnerabilities and report back to those vendors. And then when those issues were fixed, we made public disclosures. All these were responsible disclosures. So, and we have worked with hundreds of organizations across United States. We have been working in Middle East region, Asia Pacific, Southeast Asia. And last year in 2020, we started engaging with Sri Lankan clients with the help of our local partner, TechSec Security, Cyber Security, who are based out of Sri Lanka. So this has been our journey, quite exciting. We have grown very fast during this pandemic. Our team size went almost 5 to 10 times. And now we have been taking our vulnerability management approach to help our customer throughout. So my introduction has been given, so I'm just going to skip this part. Moving on to the next one. So coming to the research, what we did during the pandemic when companies were forced to adopt to work from home or work remotely. So a group of researchers from CSW, we did a detailed research on the external attack surface. So when I say the attack surface, these are the common areas where when people tend to work from home or work from remote, these are some of the common softwares or technologies which they tend to use. So we did a research, try to understand in detail what are the different vulnerabilities present in this kind of softwares or solutions, and how this is going to help the threat actors to compromise or breach, steal the data, or launch several attacks against IT infrastructure of any organizations. So we selected top 10 areas from the external or the remote attack surface, which includes databases, backup storage, online conference, business intelligence, VPNs, web proxies, remote access tools like your TeamViewer, your remote desktops tools, and the web gateways. So across all these 10 to 9 vendors, we almost analyzed more than 200 plus different softwares across these vendors. And we came up with some interesting facts. So these were alarming to us as well, but these facts were actually the pain points for the companies who are actually it is for all the companies, because everybody is operating from remote or working from home. So alarming facts, the first graph when we see from way back from 1999 to 2020, we tried to discover or analyze all the vulnerabilities present on online conference softwares. It was very alarming. If we see there are more than 300 plus critical vulnerabilities which are present on these softwares. Among them, some percentage are of high, medium, and low. Same goes, the most alarming part, backup and data storage. These are the key to the kingdom, right? All the organizations, all the companies, they store their critical information in the databases, or they take backup on the storage. So these were, and we also, this can be proved also because these were one of the most commonly affected or commonly targeted areas by the threat actors because of the data, and the ransomware attacks which went into rise during this pandemic kind of also proves that these softwares or these solutions of database and backup storage were having a lot of vulnerabilities. Right. Same goes, web proxies, VPNs. Again, VPN and entry point. There also we see more than 10 plus critical vulnerabilities, more than 20 high vulnerabilities, and then remote access software, your business intelligence and CRM as well. But when we go to the next graph, when we see, when we dig further, not all the vulnerabilities which were discovered were of interest for the threat actors or the bad guys. You see the red color represents number of vulnerabilities which were weaponized. So when I say weaponized, these are the vulnerabilities which actually have any kind of exploits. They may have exploits related to remote code execution, where an attacker can remotely exploit these vulnerabilities. There can be a malware which is exploiting this vulnerability. There can be a ransomware or APT groups, state-sponsored attackers who will be targeting this. So out of 2,000 plus vulnerabilities in database, we see there were around 6 to 7% of them were weaponized. So not all the vulnerabilities were of real concern immediately, but these 8 to 9%, whatever we see in the databases. Same goes for your backup and storage, online conferences. So these three were the outliers because of the number of the percentage of weaponized CVs. And these are the entry points for the attacker, right? You see same for the web gateways and the VPN. So anybody who tries to connect, they use VPN, they use different web gateways, or they have their online conferences. That time Zoom has a lot of issues when it comes to online conferences, and where attacker were able to snoop in. VPN, a lot of Pulse Secure and a lot of common VPN solutions led to ransomware attacks because of the vulnerability. So all these a trend which was showing that these are the external attack surface for any remote connection or work from home, and these were having all different kind of critical vulnerabilities, and the percentage 5 to 10% of those vulnerabilities were actually weaponized. Right, now moving on to the next one, then we went into little more detail. We picked up data from 2010 to 2020 just to see the recent trend of the vulnerabilities on how these have been performing. These facts were even alarming, because if you see the trend from 2010, the black bar, what you see here, these are the percentage of weaponized vulnerabilities. So the total vulnerability discovered versus the number of weaponized were alarming. From 2010, the trend has been increasing. We see the most weaponization in 2015, 16, and then it keeps on increasing. 2020, it is showing less because of the fact that the data which we analyzed was till February or March 2020. So we didn't analyze the entire year data, so that we see the less count. But as we move on, the capability of attacker to weaponize vulnerability, write exploits, or use them for malwares, ransomwares is increasing day by day. And all these are only data related to the remote access solutions or the technology what we are using while we work from home. On top of this, the most alarming fact was that we went ahead and we analyzed top 3 scanners, Nessus, Nexpose, and Qualys. These are the top 3 scanners which almost all enterprise uses to discover their vulnerabilities. Right? The alarming fact was that these scanners, out of all these 4,000 plus vulnerabilities what we discovered, these scanners actually missed out a lot of vulnerabilities because they didn't have plugins. So they didn't have those signatures to detect these vulnerabilities, and those vulnerabilities are part of your weaponized findings as well. So it kind of gives a false sense of security to the organization when they run scans and they assume that we are running scans with the industry-leading scanners, and we are able to discover all the vulnerabilities. But that is not the truth. If you see here, Nessus, in databases, Nessus is not able to detect 23 vulnerabilities which are present from 1999 till 2022. Same goes for Nexpose, 49, and the Qualys, 32. See the backup and data storage, 44, 46, and 43. Just here you see these are the two, key to the kingdom for any attackers. They will always target the database and the backup storage, because that is where the intellectual property, your customer data, or your all sensitive data resides. But these, even the scanners were not able to detect these vulnerabilities. So these were some of the alarming facts which we got. And then during the same period, we started getting requests from the customers that they have been targeted. They were, they are seeing some attack attempt from different part of the world. Some of our customers got attacked by ransomware. When we started analyzing, all these facts were coming out to be true, because they were all being, their all databases were being attacked. The VPN solutions were targeted. Now, whatever earlier in a typical environment, you never expose your database or backup storage because you work internally. All these are internally exposed. Now, since you are working from home, you have to connect to VPN to access your backup storage, your databases. So that kind of gave an entry point for an attacker, because industry was not prepared. they were not prepared that one day they have to expose this infrastructure to the internet, but they had to, and they had very less time to be prepared and secure this infrastructure. So that is where these bad guys took advantage of, and we saw the rise in all the cyber attacks, especially the ransomware, where there was enormous amount of attacks, increment in the ransomware attacks during this pandemic. So based on this research and based on all our experience or decade of experience of handling our customers, what we found, some of the areas, the major pain point, I would say, threat actors, they never pay attention to the scoring of the vulnerability, right? They go on the ease of writing exploit. They always target the software or the technologies which can be entry point to the kingdom. It can be your VPN solutions, it can be your databases, or it can be your storage devices, wherever you store it. So they don't pay attention whether it is high, critical, medium, whether your scanner is reporting it as high, critical, or medium. Right? And when an organization, when we perform a scan, let's say I have 100 or I have 1,000 IPs, I do a scan. For each IP, I get a report of, let's say, 10 pages. So 1,000 IPs, I get 100,000 of pages of reports, and in which there are huge volumes of critical and high severity vulnerability, which is practically not possible to remediate, right? It is very impractical to remediate all of them in a given period of time. And then again, obviously, it falls back to security versus uptime, whether how it is going to impact my operation if I'm going to patch. I'm going to immediately apply those patches. So the organization takes time, they go to their patching cycle, they do all the testing, what is required, and they consume a lot of time. Right? Traditional approach is that they try to just reduce the numbers. So if I have 1,000 vulnerabilities, I'll just try to reduce as many as I can, right? Without having an insight of what are the vulnerabilities an attacker is going to take advantage of. Because I'm just going by the severity which I'm getting from the scanners, because they are the only source of truth, right, at the moment what we have, right? So this, and we also took data from the Gartner. The Gartner did a research in 2018, and they did a very good analysis of average time to exploit from time to discover. So the time the vulnerability is discovered and how much time does it take for that particular vulnerability to be weaponized, that an exploit is written for that. So when we see the data in 2008, it took almost 29 days for a vulnerability to be detected and then to be exploited. The trend started falling down. In 2009, we saw that 16, then again it went up to 27, 31 in 2011, 2012, it was 20. And then from 2013, we are seeing that a gradual downfall in the number of days a vulnerability is getting exploited, which is really very alarming. So if we see now in 2017, that was almost 7.72 days. So it's around a week's time that a vulnerability gets detected and the attacker started exploiting it. Right? So practically an organization to fix any exploitable vulnerability, higher and critical, they only have a week's time. As per the 2017. Now it might have even reduced more because of the fact we are seeing during the pandemic, we have seen a lot of 0 days coming in, right? So 0 days, you don't have any time because the day the vulnerability is known to the public, it was actually exploited before that. So when we see this graph, it will go in minus. You don't have time because you don't know that this vulnerability exists. It is not, the information is not in public, but attackers already know that the vulnerability exists and they are exploiting it. You can't do much with those kind of vulnerabilities because we don't have that much insight. But the vulnerabilities which we know can be exploited or have exploits, we have very less time. We have like 5 to 7 days in order to start addressing. So these are some of the key areas where customers are facing difficulty, right? They know a vulnerability exists in their environment, but by the time they analyze the data, they do all the testing or they assign to the respective team, they wait for the patching cycle. By the time it is too late, the attacker has already taken advantage of. So this is again based off all the 200, 300 plus customer data. We analyzed those data, and then also we took some data breach study from Ponymon in 2018. What they did, So now we are considering that work from home, we are even more connected now. Our partners are connecting to our environment, suppliers are connecting, our clients are connecting, even our employees are connecting from remote. So the ecosystem is very complex. We have different infrastructure. We have databases, web application, mobile devices. We are on cloud. We are everywhere, right? And if you have your IoT network, then again IT OT setup where an OT has to communicate to IT. So more or less everything is interconnected. So this becomes a real pain point. On top of that, partners, suppliers, clients, they are connecting to our environment from remote. Our employees are connecting from remote. So when we did the analysis, all these vulnerability data, what we do, vulnerability management for the companies, we saw that on an average, per asset is having 7 critical vulnerabilities, right, that are discovered every time we do the scans. This is an average calculation. And time to remediate of those critical vulnerabilities is 69 days. So 69 days, and on our previous slide, we were seeing 5 to 7 days is when these vulnerabilities starts getting exploited. So just imagine the difference. The attackers or the threat actors are way ahead in the race. We don't have that, because of a lack of visibility, lack of prioritization, the companies are struggling. So they are on an average 5+ hours is spent by their resources just to analyze different threat feeds. So you might have a SOC implemented internally. You are getting a lot of threat feeds. Your antivirus is giving a threat feed. You have to correlate all those things. You analyze those things. By the time you analyze, you are spending just to analyze 5 hours on one vulnerability and all the threat feeds. Imagine if you have thousands and thousands of vulnerabilities. So these were the pain points which we started analyzing and we started getting from the customers. Because the customers were having internal teams as well, but they know the vulnerability exists, but they were not able to do anything on time. And by the time they realized, they were already breached. Right? So the typical cycle. So is the solution like, once we do the scan, in order to get your scan data ready and complete the scan, it takes 2 to 4 weeks. Typically, I'm talking about maybe 1,000 assets. If you have 1,000 assets, then you do a data model. You try to correlate all the data. You try to remove false positive and do all those things. It takes again another 1 to 2 weeks. Then comes prioritization. The prioritization, typically most of the companies, they do based on the criticality what they get from the scanners, critical, high, medium, and low. So whatever is critical, they just prioritize it based on their SLAs, internal SLAs. Maybe if critical, they have to fix within 1 week. They just focus on those, trying to address all the critical. Then there are high, medium, and low. And then they try to prioritize, create reports, and then distribute the stakeholders for doing the remediation. So this entire cycle of before it's even start remediation itself takes you somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks. So this is the gap which we see is all because of the data. We have too much of data. We don't know how to analyze. The vulnerability data is too much. So the solution, most of the organizations think that it is an issue with people. They try to hire more and more people internally. But end of the day, what they do is they just tend to reduce the number of count of vulnerabilities rather than focusing on the vulnerabilities which are weaponized. So which are actually being targeted by the bad guys. So this was the real problem. They started brute forcing, trying to fix as much as they can by hiring more people, outsourcing the remediation to third party, bringing in people, trying to remediate as much as possible, just to reduce the number of count of high at least critical or high vulnerability. Right? But this is a dynamic environment. So you keep on adding different assets, people keep on connecting. By the time you analyze this data, give this data to another, to your stakeholders, to a vendor to remediate, your next scanning cycle comes into picture, right? That is, by the time some level of remediation has been done, your next quarter scan. I'm just assuming you're doing a quarterly scan. If you are not doing a quarterly scan, you're doing an yearly scan, you are in a big problem because the vulnerabilities are getting discovered daily. And then you are waiting for 1 year just to remediate what you have scanned 1 year back. You just imagine you have opened up your entire organization for threat actors. So the real fact, what we see is here, where when we analyze the data for all those remote connection solutions or on the whatever 10 domains which we discussed in the initial slides, from 1999 to 2020, we discovered almost 4,849 vulnerabilities. So these are the total count of vulnerabilities. But when we dig further, we find only that 543 of them were actually weaponized. So these are the vulnerabilities which have exploits, or these are the vulnerabilities which actually have some kind of threats association. It can be an exploit, it can be a malware, ransomware, Trojan, whatever. So the only 543. Just see the difference from 4,849. It just came to 543. In that 543, when we drill further, we find that 306 are actually having remote code execution and privilege escalation. So these are the vulnerabilities which an attacker can target from remote. And when they exploit this vulnerability, they can actually take, or they can elevate their privilege to become, admin or domain admin or things of that sort. So that was 306. The main pain point of this pandemic ransomware, when we see out of 306, there were only 6 vulnerabilities across all these 10 or 9 products, which were actually being used by ransomware. So this, if you see, normally organization starts from here, right? We start picking up issues from here. We segregate based on high, critical, medium, and low, and then we start addressing from here. But the approach, what we suggest or what we adopt, we should always start from here. The number is very small. Once you fix these 6 vulnerabilities, your ransomware risk is being reduced, right? Because we know right now these are the vulnerabilities which is being used by ransomware. We get rid of this. We then move to 306, then we move to 543. By the time we address this 543, technically we are reducing all the attack surface, right? Now remaining of the vulnerabilities, at the moment, they do not have any written exploits. They might have severity of high, medium, but they don't have any exploits. So that we have still time. I'm not saying that we should not address those, because the very next day, one of those vulnerabilities can be weaponized. Somebody can write an exploit. But at least in a shorter duration, we are able to reduce our risk. So from an organization perspective, once I address 543, I can be in a safer side, saying that at least now I know for all these known vulnerabilities which are weaponized, none of these are present in my environment. So I am buying myself a little bit extra time to remediate other high, medium, or critical vulnerabilities. So this is the approach which organizations are not following. I would not say all organizations are not following. We have seen certain organizations being very mature in terms of security. They have adopted. We call this as risk-based vulnerability management, where we analyze not just based on the criticality. Right now, the organizations, what they follow is criticality-based vulnerability management, where they just focus on the criticality, what they get from NVD or what they get from the scanners. But we adopt a risk-based vulnerability management, which is going to, or which is actually helping out all our customers during this work from home and pandemic. We drastically reduce the time. If we go to the previous slides, we are able to reduce this time, right? We are drastically able to reduce. How we are able to reduce is, this is one of the factors where we definitely tell you how do you address it. There is and then there is another way where we prioritize and tell you, and we help you on understanding with a context of threat intelligence, right? So emerging threats, the threats which are getting weaponized, they were not weaponized today, but tomorrow they are getting weaponized. There are 0 days which are coming in. There are new exploits being written for the existing vulnerabilities. We provide you those insights as well. So we keep you posted with the residual vulnerabilities which were not earlier exploited, but now they can be exploited. So that kinds of make this approach more as a proactive. I would not say it's 100% proactive, but yeah, compared to the traditional vulnerability management, this becomes more proactive. So now, if you know, I have vulnerabilities in my VPN, and there were 5 critical, out of which 3 were weaponized. So those 3 I have already addressed. The remaining 2 got weaponized, let's say after 2 days. until you run your next scan or until you analyze the data, you will not be knowing that out of those remaining too high, some of them have got weaponized. So that is where the threat intelligence feed which we provide helps you to even prioritize things more on top of this. Right? So now, 3 key takeaways from these research and the analysis what we did and how the customer were benefited. One, the current vulnerability management program, which organizations are purely based on severity, they clearly lack visibility, lack of context. We don't know why we are fixing. We have only one context, that is the NVD severity or the scanner severity. And it's hard to collaborate, right? So that is where we try to fill the gap. We try to fill the gap between the team who are remediating and the team which is doing the scans. So there is a major gap. Now, when people are remediating, IT administrator may not be able to understand the context of security, right? He's trying to do something, it is not working out. Then he is assuming that he has done the remediation, it is not working out. So there you need some kind of collaboration hand to hand so that the remediation goes smooth. Again, it becomes very difficult. How do you measure whether my remediation is effective or not? I have 100 vulnerabilities. I reduced it to 10. I actually remediated 90. I reduced the count to 10. Can I say that I am secure? So that was the question, that even after people were doing a proper remediation, the percentage of remediation was really high, but they were getting breached. It was because of the fact that they were not focusing on the right stuff, right? They were not focusing here. They were not focusing here. They were trying to address whatever just to reduce this count. And attacker gets hold of one of these 6 vulnerabilities and they are compromised. So that was a problem. And that is the problem with the traditional things, which was creating a lot of hiccups or a lot of problem during this pandemic. And obviously lack of prioritization, which we just in the previous slide we discussed, and reporting, and then aligning with the expectations. So how creating your SLAs, redefining the SLAs on not on the severity but on the risk. So these were the major 3 takeaways. So what we did was we introduced a program by trying to cover up all the pain points, all the problem statement we identified based on our research and the experience from the customers. So we call it as vulnerability management as a service. This is where we provide this as a service, vulnerability management, where we collaborate with your team. It's more like an extended team of your internal security team, where we help you identify. We do regular scans. So the scans are not like we do a scan now and then we come next year to do your next scans. We do a continuous scan so that we are on top of all the vulnerabilities, and we try to keep the pace with the threat guys, at least if we are not ahead. So we identify, we prioritize, we tell you what vulnerability you should focus on, not just what we get from the scanners. We map them back to the threats. How many of them have ransomware, how many have remote code execution, how many have any kind of exploits association. And then these all things we do with a risk-based vulnerability management platform, and that is where it is real time. So when it becomes real time, you reduce a lot of time because you don't have to analyze the result, create reports, start distributing to people, and then they start on the remediation. So we are reducing all those timelines because it is very real time. Everybody, all the stakeholders have access to this platform where they can, on the real time, they can actually, as the scans are happening, they will be able to view the results and they start taking action immediately. So this reduces a lot of time in your remediation cycle. And then we provide threat intelligence. So a strong threat intel team which continuously mine the web, deep web and dark web to get all the information which is not there on the surface internet. And we keep on enriching the data what is there, your all vulnerability data, so that you are updated on day-to-day basis. So if today there is an exploit which is being written for a vulnerability, your data will be enriched with that. So you would be immediately aware that, okay, there is a vulnerability which exists in my network and it got weaponized today. So I should move that to a priority list. Right? Any zero-day which is being exploited or talked about on the deep web and dark web, most of the people will not be aware because you'll not find in the Google, right? Until it comes on the internet, it will be a week or even more than that. So we get those information, we map them back to your attack surface. Help you with the remediation and tracking by working with your team, assigning them tickets, following up, helping them with the remediation solutions. If they have any queries to and fro, all those things we help with the customer. Idea is to reduce your remediation cycle, right? And then obviously we help you to enhance your vulnerability management program maturity rating. So we have rating different categories in which we distribute different companies or our customers, which I'll be talking in the further slides. We have 5 different categories on how you mature from one level to another level and what are the different metrics which we measure while we continue running this program for you. 10 typical, I would say, steps. Continuous vulnerability scanning. We do weekly or monthly, depending upon what customer needs or depending upon what sector or what areas we are scanning. Ad hoc scanning, as and when the vulnerabilities are fixed, we perform the scans, we upload and we analyze the data. Prioritize the data based on the weaponization. We do validate your vulnerabilities. If the vulnerabilities are just to make sure that we remove all the false positives from there. You get access on all the data on the risk-based vulnerability management platform, where you have real-time access to all the scan results what are happening, the threat hunting and the notification that experts which keeps on analyzing the entire internet, and they give you all the inputs, customized reporting, depending upon what kind of reports needs to go to the management, different teams, different business units. Then remediation consulting, helping you with your teams, enabling them with all the different solutions, bi-directional data sharing with your team who is working on the ground, and then with our team who is triaging all the vulnerabilities and raising support tickets and helping out with them. And then have a continuous engagement with the customer with readouts and touch-base calls on day-to-day basis, so that they are aware of how they are progressing and where they should focus on and what are the areas which are coming up. So, and providing a dedicated resource to do all these things. Right. So, on a nutshell, how we are doing this right now, we take data from all the different sources, all the scanners. Either we run the scans for the customer, or the customers are running their own scans, and then bring the scanners. We analyze, aggregate all the data, map them back to all the different standards. This is the core part where we analyze the data, where we try to map them, give a context to the data from different sources on the internet, threat intelligence, which includes deep web, dark web, and different other sources. And then we prioritize those things. We prioritize those vulnerabilities, not based on the severity from the scanners, but based on the threat context. We help you with the remediation. And then this is one of the key aspects where we help you quantify your risk. So we give you a risk profile in terms of numbers, where you can measure yourself how you are progressing in terms of reducing the risk. Right. So there is a scoring mechanism which helps, especially helps people to understand in the organization that whether we are moving in the right direction, where whatever we are addressing is actually reducing our risk from the organization perspective or not. Right. Last, so these maturity model which I was talking about, 5 different areas: prepare, identify, analyze, communicate, and remediate. So we have 5 different levels. Where these are for most of the companies where they don't have proper documented process and policies. Their asset inventory is not centralized. So visibility of the assets are the major concerns. Companies assume they are doing the full scan of their entire network, but there are some shadow IT assets which are lying somewhere which they don't know, and then end up those assets get compromised and the entire network is compromised. So based on the maturity and how they are doing the score, are they relying only on CVS score for prioritizing, and then how do they remediate? Then level 2 is little bit managed. Level 3, it comes into more maturity as an organization, where they have documented policies, procedures, centralized inventory, and then they are consistent in their scanning. They prioritize based on the architecture and the design what they have, and most of the changes on the workflows are time frame based on the remediation which they have defined internally. Right. So most of the companies when they start their vulnerability management, they fall under one of these categories. But what we strive to move them is to level 4 and level 5, which is more of a continuous effort, where they have proper documented and proper coverage. They get threat intelligence related information. They correlate. They actually they have a contextual data for all the vulnerabilities what they have, and then they, based on that, they are able to actually take better remediation approach, which is a risk-based vulnerability management approach. So I think with that, that's all I have. Be happy to answer any questions if anybody has.
Thank you, Ravi Pandey, for his. Hello. Hope you can hear us. Thank you so much for the lovely session. Thank you for your time once again. And we hope that this has been a fruitful session to all the participants.
And Darren, I think what's most important is it's not about the detection that he just spoke about, but the remediation, the mitigation, and the way forward as well.
Certainly.
So thank you, Mr. Pandey, for that very enlightening session. It was very insightful. So we look forward to having you once again.
In our future conference too. Thank you so much.
Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. So with that, let's quickly remind our audience that we have the day 3 tomorrow.
Yes.
And we've got, again, that'll go up to and we've got some eminent speakers once again.
Locally and
internationally. So interesting sessions. So if you do want more information, please visit our website, csw.sir.gov.lk, and we've got those information on our Facebook and also on our YouTube plus LinkedIn as well. We also have one more information, which is a feedback form, but we would like the participants to do it tomorrow.
Once all the sessions have been completed.
Over. But there is a condition, Nilushi, because we promised them with a certificate.
Yes.
But to get the certificate,
you need to fill in the feedback form because we need a confirmation from your end. While we do have records as well saying that you've attended these sessions, and we need feedback as to how we can improve. So please do go to our site and fill in the feedback form, possibly tomorrow. And you all do have
certainly so that it's done.
Yeah.
So they can go through the entire things. So you can just choose the sessions that you participated and provide us this feedback. And for the sessions you've not participated, you can leave it blank. I think we've got an option as well.
Yes. So, and ensure you mention the name that you, your full name or the name that you want reflected on your certificate when you're filling the form. That's all.
That is more important. So with that, we come to the end of day 2. But let's not forget to thank our sponsors, Huawei, for coming on board.
Cyber4Dev,
Delta Spike,
Cisco Networking Academy,
VSIS,
Cyber Rangers,
Articulate,
IC Squared Colombo,
Daily FT,
SLT Mobitel.
And that's it. Thank you everyone for coming on board. We hope that this has been a very fruitful and great day. And we hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Same time, 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Bye.